Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 17 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 731, Result and Its Effect. Why are so many people gathered here? Shursui said with a smile. Kuroto-san, have you forgotten? Today is the day. The results of the previous exam are posted on the Academy's bulletin board. Irika-san should have already shown you the results and the progress report of all the students the day before yesterday, right? Kuroto nodded, realizing, oh yes, it slipped my mind. Since Kuroto became the principal of the Ninja Academy, a new set of rules has been established. Once a month, an exam will be conducted, and the result of all the exams will be publicly announced. And today happens to be the announcement day, so it makes sense that the bulletin board at the Academy's gate is heavily crowded, since all the students and parents of a few students want to see the result and progress of their children. As Kuroto passed the crowd, he swept his gaze at the bulletin board and noted the last name on it. It was none other than Uzumaki Naruto who came last in this exam. It stands to reason that with Naruto's strength, he would never come last after all. There are a lot of children who are weaker than him in his class. However, this is the case here, and the only thing responsible for this is Naruto's poor luck. In the first match, Naruto's opponent turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. There is no need to question the result of the first match. Naruto lost within 3 moves. Although he was frustrated, Naruto hadn't given up, and in the second round, his opponent was none other than Rock Lee. Although Rock Lee is talentless when it comes to ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, and most of the other shinobi arts, and if the exam was related to any of those shinobi arts, Naruto would have undoubtedly defeated Rock Lee. However, it was a combat exam, so it was like anything goes, and Rock Lee's taijutsu prowess is quite good upon being trained by Might Guy, so when facing Rock Lee, the result was an unsurprising defeat for Naruto. In the third round, Naruto's luck was not good either. His opponent was Akimichi Choji, who was just defeated by Neji. Although Naruto put a hard fight, in the end, he was still defeated. In the fourth round, Naruto's luck got better. His opponent turned out to be Kurama Yakumo. However, when facing the sick and weak girl from his class, Naruto didn't feel very good. He also thought that beating the sick Yakumo would make others hate him, so he voluntarily conceded the match to her. Ah, the noble heart. In his fifth and final match, Naruto's opponent turned out to be Inuzuka Kiba. Both children knew that they can't lose anymore, else they will come last, and fought fiercely. However, the strength of both children was relatively the same. However, Kiba had the advantage of receiving formal training from his clan, so he overwhelmed Naruto with his skill and won the match. In the end, Naruto became the only child to have lost all 5 matches and came last. Kuroto muttered, "Poor Naruto-kun," but when Shursui heard Kuroto say this, he didn't find any sign of pity in his tone, and couldn't help but ask with an awkward expression, "Kuroto-san, don't you think Naruto is going through a bit too much? On top of what he goes through, if there is another pressure like this, he might just give up everything." Kuroto shook his head. No, he won't give up no matter what. Shursui was surprised by Kuroto's confidence in Naruto, and couldn't help but ask, "What makes you so sure?" Kuroto chuckled, "Because he is Uzumaki Naruto." In the classroom. As Naruto learned that he came last, he was frustrated and directly challenged the person who ranked first. "Sasuke, fight me." "I am not interested in fighting the person who came last," Sasuke contemptuously said to Naruto, then shushed him, "Now shush," and walked away. Seeing that Sasuke didn't accept his challenge, Naruto changed his target and went to the person who came second, Neji. "I want to challenge you." Neji gave no reply to Naruto and walked away while ignoring his challenge. Seeing that both Sasuke and Neji ignored his challenge, Naruto shouted, "You two, how dare you to ignore me?" Rock Lee saw Naruto's frustration. He walked over, patted Naruto's shoulder, and said, "Naruto-kun, although we're not as talented as them, we don't have to give up. Guy-sensei told me hard work can overcome the lack of talent and help us catch up with the geniuses. So, don't give up and work hard." Although happy that someone was willing to console him, Naruto was dissatisfied that Rock Lee called him talentless. "Bushy brow, don't put me in the same category as you without asking me." I am not talentless. White Snake Sage and Ichikishima said that I am a rare genius. They won't lie to me, he said, and then ran away from the classroom. Principal's office Ariad updated stiris at n/vel/bin.com. A few seconds after Kuroto came to his office, Niji walked in with a frustrated expression. Seeing Niji's expression, Kuroto couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" Niji bowed to Kuroto, and said in a guilty tone, "Sensei, this time I embarrassed you and the Hyuga clan, please forgive me." In the exam this month, Niji lost to Sasuke because of a small mistake. This was beyond many's expectations. Even Niji didn't expect that he would lose to Sasuke, therefore, he is very guilty. Kuroto was stunned by Niji's actions, and sighed, "Niji-kun. I have already told you several times, the result of 1 or 2 matches at this early in the game is irrelevant. You don't have to worry about this defeat, nor do you have to take it to heart, and you certainly didn't disappoint me or the Hyuga clan." Niji didn't lift his head and said with a sullen tone, "You don't have to comfort me, Sensei, I know I have disappointed everyone this time." If he had lost to Sasuke because of differences in their strength, Niji wouldn't be so depressed. However, that's not the case. He lost, not because of the difference in their strength, but because of the small mistake he made, so Niji is unable to accept this defeat. Looking at Niji's attitude, Kuroto shook his head and chose to remain silent. Kuroto is clear that this is also the result of his actions. Because of the system he has introduced in the academy, the current Ninja Academy is no longer the same. The system of publicly publishing the result and posting it on the bulletin board with the possibility of the entire village seeing it puts a lot of pressure not only on all the students but also on the people behind those students, that is their parents or their clans. Kuroto is very clear, almost all the shinobi clans are getting strict training from their clans just so that those children don't affect the reputation of their clans. It won't even be wrong to say that these children have now become the face of their families and clans, and when they are competing in the Academy's monthly exams, they aren't just competing for themselves, but also to save the reputation of their clans. After all, no clan would want the children of their clan to perform badly, because this will affect their reputation when the results are posted for the entire village to see. This is also the reason why Naruto was defeated by Akimichi Choji and Inuzuka Kiba. If not for their clans giving them strict training, there was no way they could have managed to defeat Naruto. This defeat of Niji, Hyuga clan, at the hands of Sasuke, Uchiha clan, is likely to become a hot topic of discussion amongst the villagers, and this is also the reason why Niji took this defeat more seriously than Kuroto wanted him to. After a while of silence, Kuroto broke the silence. "If you feel guilty, then train hard and perform better in the next exam. The next exam is going to be a real-world simulation." Chapter 732, Upcoming Exam. "The next exam is going to be a real-world simulation," muttered Niji, and asked in confusion, "What kind of exam will that be?" Kuroto shook his head. "I won't give out the exact details, but I guess you can imagine this exam as what shinobis go through during real missions, if that makes any sense to you." Niji's eyes widened. "Does that mean it will also involve combat? Like the actual combat?" Kuroto smiled, and explained, "I won't say that this exam won't involve the combat component, however, don't think that that combat would be the only thing. All the trainees will be evaluated in more than just one aspect." Niji nodded and said, "Sensei, I will work hard and do my best to make you and the Hyuga clan proud of me." Kuroto nodded as if suddenly remembered something, so he added casually, "Oh, and by the way, the dates of this exam are coinciding with the upcoming 5 Kage conference, so this exam may also serve as a source of entertainment for the 5 Kages. Everything all the trainees do during the exam will not only be seen by the elite shinobis of Konoha, but also by the 5 Kages and their respective elite guards. Keep this in mind while you do anything." Hearing this sudden information, Niji was taken aback, but then his eyes lit up in fighting spirit, and excitement filled his heart. Seeing Niji excited, Kuroto nodded in appreciation, and added, "The formal announcement will be made about this exam by the end of this week. You have learned about this in advance because you were my disciple, and now that you have got a general idea, you should start preparing yourself." Niji nodded with a bow. "I understand, Sensei." Kuroda smiled, and said, I look forward to your performance. Niji nodded, I won't disappoint you. Then left the office. As Niji left his office, the corner of Kuroda's lips arched in a smile, as he thought to himself, this entire exam was personally designed by me, although the main purpose is to check Naruto and Sasuke's progress so far. However, I truly am looking forward to your performance as well. Let's see how you would fare in this exam. Ninja Academy, Teacher's Lounge. Kabuto sat at his desk in a gloomy mood as he muttered to himself, why is Orochimaru-sama not responding to any of my messages? Even Tenzo doesn't seem to be able to contact him. Did something go wrong on his end? This sit in Velbin, CM for you ovals. It's been several days since Kabuto last communicated with Orochimaru. In the last message from Orochimaru, Kabuto learned that Orochimaru was making preparations to take over Shimura Danzo's body, but now there is no news, no rumor, and nothing of Orochimaru. This makes Kabuto a little uneasy. What could have happened? As Kabuto was ragging his brain, he suddenly sensed someone approaching him. Realizing this, Kabuto immediately stopped his thought and softened his expression. Not long after this, the door of the teacher's lounge opened, and Naruto walked in. Kabuto was surprised by Naruto's sudden visit, and asked, Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? It's almost time for you to go home. You should go, otherwise, you will be late. Of course, Kabuto is a little nervous when meeting Kabuto alone, because as always there are several eyes on Naruto. If something unnecessary slipped from his or Naruto's mouth, then his cover will be blown immediately. Naruto shook his head, it doesn't matter if I am late, there is no one waiting for me at home anyway. Then with a tearful expression, he asked Kabuto, Kabuto and I-chan, can you please train me? I promise I will work hard in my training. I don't want to come last again. Uchiha clan, Shirsui's house. I am home. Oh Sasuke, you are just one time, the dinner is almost ready, can you do me a favor and call Itachi? He is at Shirsui-kun's place. Got it, mother. Sasuke nodded and quickly ran out of his house. On the way to Shirsui's home, he had a proud expression on his face as he wanted to tell his elder brother Itachi about his performance in the Ninja Academy. I am going to tell brother about it. Heh. I am the same as him now, the best and most talented in the entire academy. In all of the assessments that have been carried out in the academy, Sasuke has always maintained a top rank along with Niji. However, this time, Sasuke even beat Niji in rank first. Because of this, he is extremely happy and wants to inform Itachi of this news. The thought of getting Itachi's approval and his father's praise makes Sasuke more and more excited. As soon as he arrived at Shirsui's house, he was able to hear the sound of shuriken and kunai being thrown at wooden targets and knew that as usual, Itachi and Shirsui were in Shirsui's backyard. So, he immediately went there and called out, Ni-san, Shirsui and I-san. As Itachi and Shirsui saw Sasuke coming over, they both tacitly stopped their conversation about the Hashirama cell's implantation operation that Itachi will be going to undergo in the near future and started talking about some gibberish and unimportant stuff. Sasuke, as innocent and young as he is, didn't realize and quickly came over to Itachi's side and said, Ni-san, in this month's exam, I ranked first in the entire academy. Now I am the same as you, the best in the entire academy, and looked at Itachi with a now praise me expression. Itachi obviously understood Sasuke's thoughts. He ruffled Sasuke's hair with a smile and nodded, yes, I know, Shirsui-san told me about this. You did very good, Sasuke. Shirsui also nodded with a smile, well, our Sasuke is indeed talented and strong, he even defeated Hyuga Niji this time, which was very surprising. Sasuke pursed his mouth in dissatisfaction at Shirsui's use of surprising, and said, Shirsui and I-san, what was surprising about that? Humph, obviously, I am stronger than Niji, that's why I defeated him. Both Itachi and Shirsui smiled and shook their head helplessly, yes, you are right. Sasuke folded his hands over his chest, then said to Itachi, Ni-san, I am going to maintain the title of the strongest and become just like you. At this Itachi shook his head and chided Sasuke, Sasuke, don't get overconfident lest you may be overtaken by others. I have heard there are many talented shinobi in this year's batch. Shursui suddenly remembered what Kuroto proposed to Hokage-sama at the Konoha conference and said to Sasuke, I agree with Itachi, Sasuke-kun. The next exam is probably going to be extremely difficult. Sasuke was curious, and asked, what are they going to test in the next exam? Shursui shook his head helplessly, even I don't know that at this point, but what I can tell you is that the entire exam will be designed by the principal himself. Just knowing this I can tell that it won't be easy, so you should probably work hard on your training, otherwise. It doesn't matter how difficult it is going to be. I am still going to defeat everyone else like I did this time, said Sasuke in excitement. Now he is really looking forward to the next exam. Both Itachi and Shursui noted Sasuke's eagerness and smiled. Let's see how things will progress. Chapter 733, Preparations for Assessment. A few days later, Ninja Academy, Principal's Office. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, Shursui walked and informed Kuroto, Kuroto-san, they have arrived. Kuroto nodded. I see. Then he put the documents he was reading in the drawer of his desk and instructed Shursui, bring them in. Shursui nodded, all right. Then fully opened the door. As the door was opened, several people walked in, bowed to Kuroto, then lined up before him. In total there were 9 people, namely Umino Irika, Mizuki, Suzume, Fanino Daikoku, Akame Iwana, Namishi Rado, Shireno Igenma, Iwashi Tatami, and Suzumi Sarugaku. After looking at the 9 people for a while, Kuroto broke the silence. All the information I wanted to convey was already written in the scroll delivered to the 9 of you. I am sure all of you have read it. All 9 nodded, yes. Kuroto nodded and asked, does anyone has any question in regards to this mission? Hearing Kuroto's question, Irika showed a hesitant expression on his face. Of course, Kuroto noted Irika's hesitation and asked him, Irika-san, do you have anything to say? After a while of silence, Irika sighed and asked, Kuroto-sama, about this assessment, does it really have to be this extreme? How can those children fight against us? Kuroto raised his eyebrow and questioned, Irika-san, why do you think these children can't fight against the 9 of you? Irika answered, Kuroto-sama, the 9 of us, we are Chunins, those children are only trainees. How can trainees hope to win against Chunin in fights? Kuroto smiled and asked, Irika-san, you have taught them for the past year, you have watched their growth for the past year, every time you would talk about them you would praise them, but now that the matter came to their assessment, you feel they aren't up to it? Don't you have even a little bit of confidence in those children? Irika was speechless. He didn't know how to respond. At this time, Genma patted Irika on the head and said, don't worry, Kuroto-sama, we perfectly understand your intentions behind this assessment. We won't disappoint you. Kuroto nodded, very good. And added, I would like to remind the 9 of you to not underestimate these children by thinking that they are mere trainees. I won't be surprised if they by some chance might end up defeating any of you, so take this mission very seriously. Because if any of you were to be defeated by them, that would be very embarrassing. Rado was dissatisfied. Kuroto-sama, now you are just underestimating us. Kuroto shook his head, whatever. I am just warning you all in advance, just don't let your guard down. Mizuki smiled, we assure you, we will give these children a good lesson. Kuroto looked at Mizuki and nodded, in that case, I look forward to all of your performance. Although some were a bit dissatisfied that their strength was underestimated by Kuroto, nonetheless, they all nodded, okay, and left the principal's office. After Irika and the others left the office, Shursui asked, Kuroto-san, I somewhat agree with Irika-san, wouldn't it be a little too much to make official Chunins join the assessment? To Shursui's words, Kuroto asked a simple question, answer me Shursui, when you were of their age what kind of people you used to fight? What about Itachi? What about Kakashi? Each of you used to face much more dangerous people at their age. Shursui was stunned, and couldn't help but nod. Indeed, as Kuroto said, back when he was their age, encountering Chunin and Jonin on missions was a common occurrence. Seeing Shursui silent, Kuroto turned to look at the window of his office and said, although the times are changing, the danger of shinobi is still as prevalent as ever. The only difference is that instead of wars with other nations for resources, power, and wealth, now we are at a war against an organization whose methods as well as ideology are different from ours, and their objective is our doom. Just think about it, Iwagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, was nearly destroyed overnight. There is hardly anyone in this world who is not vulnerable in the face of Akatsuki's threat. Although I am willing to wait, Akatsuki isn't going to wait forever. That's why these children have to grow up quickly just like we did. Hearing Kuroto's words, Shursui deeply understood Kuroto's thoughts and apologized. Please forgive me, Kuroto-san, I didn't think about it this carefully. Kuroto smiled and said, don't worry about it. Then he took out a bunch of scrolls from the drawer of his desk and said, now deliver these scrolls to all the people on this list. This is for the final preparations of the assessment. Shursui was taken aback. Wait, other than involving those Chunin, are there going to be more arrangements? Kuroto nodded in an obvious tone. Yes, those Chunin are part of the real test. They are just the appetizer. Shursui took the list from Kuroto's hand, and after reading the names on it, he couldn't help but sigh. Kuroto-san, you can't be serious. Kuroto smiled. Just wait and see. Hokage office. Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen, Elder Koharu, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were present in the meeting room as Sandaime placed the scroll on the table and said, this is the case. We have finally received contact from the Tsuchikage. Elder Koharu asked, what's his status? Hiruzen sighed and said, although he seems to be doing fine now, the fact that he lost one of his legs in an attempt to save his life is unchangeable. Tsunade muttered thoughtfully, although losing a leg won't have such serious effect on his strength since he is not a taijutsu-type shinobi, still. Hiruzen nodded, yes, so he hopes that you and Chio can create a prosthetic leg for him, although it won't be as good as his original leg, it will be better than nothing. Tsunade agreed, all right, I will see what I can do. Read lat stch pictures on n/v/l/b/i.cm. With that, the topic turned and Elder Koharu questioned Hiruzen about that Akatsuki member we captured recently. Did Yamanaka Patriarch and Ibuki manage to obtain any substantial information from him? Hiruzen sighed as he shook his head. No, the person inside that white thing was already dead by the time, and as for that white armor thing, we have tried everything, but nothing is working on him. Sigh, it's really difficult. Tsunade, what about you? Did you find anything about that white thing? Tsunade nodded and answered, firstly, it doesn't seem to be a living creature. Maybe it was made by a jutsu or maybe through bioengineering. I can't say for certain. Here she took a pause and added with a difficult expression, what I can say for sure is that it has my grandfather's cells. Both Hiruzen and Koharu had heavy expressions hearing this. One after another people are popping out with Shodaime Hokage-sama's cells in their bodies, and without a doubt, all of them are turning out to be Konoha's enemies. Hiruzen sighed, this is really not good. If it is the result of bioengineering, then we can't know how many such things exist in the hands of Akatsuki. Tsunade thought about it for a while, then said, Sensei, about that dead person who was inside that white thing, I want to study him. I have a feeling we will discover something important if I study him. Hiruzen nodded, very well, you have my permission. Tsunade nodded, thanks. Then said, there is nothing else, I will leave. Then she got up and left. Both Hiruzen and Koharu sighed and sat in silence. Chapter 734, Grouping Teams. Ninja Academy, Class A, Children of Focus. The location of the assessment is going to be in a small part of the Forest of Death. All the trainees will enter the forest from different entrances in teams of 3. And you are all going to stay in the forest for half a day. All of you are free to engage in battle against any other team that you may encounter. Explained Irika, then looked at the students and questioned, does anyone has any doubts so far? Find new Tories on nov/elbin.com. Haruno Sakura raised her hand and asked, Ano. Irika-sensei, how many scrolls will we have? Irika nodded. I was coming to that point. And added, all the teams will be given 3 scrolls, 1 for each member, and throughout the duration of the assessment, you will have to protect your own scrolls, as well as snatch scrolls of other teams. By the end of the exam, the team that has lost all the scrolls will be eliminated, and the team with the highest number of scrolls in their possession will be considered the winner. Keep in mind that for any team to win, they must have at least 2 of their original scrolls in their possession. Any team with less than 2 of their original scrolls, although they won't be eliminated, will lose the opportunity to become the winner, even if they manage to gather most scrolls. Also, note that a team can only once defeat another team. This also means that any team is only allowed to take 1 scroll from any other team. If any team takes more than 1 scroll from another team, they will be eliminated. Hearing the rules in regards to gathering scrolls, all the students were somewhat surprised, and couldn't help but mutter, that means to gather more scrolls we will have to defeat more teams. And this is not enough, we have to have at least 2 of our original scrolls in order to win, otherwise, defeating other teams is pretty much useless. Irika nodded lightly, yes, and asked, does anyone has any other doubt? Everyone shook their heads, no sensei. Irika nodded, and said, all right then, since no one has doubts, we can proceed to the next part, which is deciding on the teams. As I already mentioned, a team is going to be of 3 members, so now we have to decide on the teams. Hearing this, all the students became somewhat nervous and excited. If they can form teams with strong students, their chances of winning will be higher. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at the top 2 students in their class. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Anyone who is in their team will have the most chance of winning, and many even went as far as to shout out loud, Sensei, I want to be in Sasuke-kun's team. I want to be in the same team as Neji-san. Among all these shouts, Sakura and Ino were at the top, as they even started to argue among themselves about being on Sasuke's team. Sasuke, who was sitting at the back, folded his hands over his chest. Of course, he noted everyone's eager gaze to form a team with him. However, he didn't care. For him, it doesn't matter who is on his team. Sasuke has the confidence of single-handedly winning against all the other teams. It doesn't matter who they are. Compared to Sasuke, Neji was a more thoughtful expression. Neji knows that he and Sasuke have similar levels of strength, so having useful teammates would be very helpful, as he can work with them and easily defeat all the other teams. At the same time, he also understood that if his teammates are useless, then his chances of defeating other teams might decrease. Although not the same level of attention as Sasuke and Neji, Shikamaru, Sai, and Shin were also targets of attention. All 3 of them are considered highly skilled in their class, so other students were willing to form a team with the 3 of them too. Seeing that the classroom was getting more and more chaotic as everyone was trying to form their own team, Irika announced, you cannot make the team of your own choice, we are going to draw lots. This will also ensure that everything is fair and square. Hearing this announcement, many calmed down, and the intellectual ones understood, so it's going to depend on luck. At this time, Shikamaru raised his hand and questioned, Sensei, but how are you going to allot all the students? We are short of 1 person. At this rate, 1 team will have only 2 members. Hearing Shikamaru's words, most of the class looked at Naruto. Almost no one wanted to be in the same team as him. Oh, there was one exception, that is the young and shy Hinata. With blushing red cheeks, she sneaked glances at Naruto from time to time, hoping that she can be on the same team as him. Of course, Naruto realized everyone's intention and looked down with a lonely expression. Why does it have to be me? Irika noted the situation getting worse, and immediately said, don't worry, all the students are going to be in teams. A child from another class is going to be joining you guys. With that student here, the number of students will be okay, and all teams are going to have 3 members. As this news was announced, the entire classroom became noisy. Who is it? Is it a girl or a boy? Are they strong? Everyone wanted to know the identity of that person. Irika turned towards the gate and said, Shimuzumika, you may come in. At Irika's call, a girl named Shimuzumika walked inside the classroom. She stood on the podium beside Irika and introduced herself to everyone. I am Shimuzumika. I like sweets. Please treat me well. After that, Without caring much about what the students thought of her, she walked to the empty seat she could find and sit on it. Everyone looked at Mika weirdly, given how indifferent she is towards all of them, but then again, if they think about how Mika is from a different class, this is not too surprising. Iruka coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention to himself, and said, "Well, now that all the trainees are here, we can focus on making the teams. As I said earlier, teams will be made by drawing lots. The trainees who get the same number on the slip they draw will be in the same team." Then added after a pause, "So, all of you, one by one come to the podium and draw a slip from this box." All the trainees did as asked by Iruka, and drew lots from the box. After 10 minutes the result was displayed. Teams are as follows: Uchiha Sasuke, Kurama Yakumo, Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Kiyomi, Rock Lee. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Hyuga Hinata, Cheyenne, Shimizu Mika. Shin, Sakura, Sai. Inazuka Kiba, Ten, Aburame Shino. Fu, Kagon, and Yoro. As the teams were announced, some people were satisfied, and some were neither happy nor unhappy, some were worried, some were sad, and then there was Naruto who stood up, and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Why do I have to be in the same team as Sasuke?" Iruka said with a dark face, "Obviously because you drew the same slot as him. Now sit down and let me continue." Sasuke said mockingly, "Naruto, don't hold me back." Naruto snorted and sat back, still dissatisfied. Although he had such an expression on the outside, internally, Naruto was actually very happy that he is in the same team as Sasuke, and thought to himself in a determined tone, "I am definitely going to prove that I am not useless." On the other side, after seeing the team, Niji breathed a sigh of relief. "With this team, I am definitely going to win." Although Rock Lee is also very weak, he is still very good compared to Naruto, and Uchiha Kiyomi is undoubtedly among the most talented in their class. Overall, Niji believes that their team is the strongest and therefore has the highest chance of winning. Chapter 735 Is Deidara really Dojin? Somewhere on the border of Konoha. Standing on the back of the giant clay bird, Kurenai sneaked glances at Deidara from time to time. It was as if she wanted to ask something from Deidara, however, she was hesitating, not sure what to do. As Deidara noticed her sneaking glances, his face darkened and he said in an uncomfortable tone, "I have already told you, I am not Dojin, and I have nothing to do with that damned Amatsukami organization, so can you please stop staring at me?" Kurenai quickly said, I have no intention of trying to obtain Amatsukami's secret information or anything. I just wanted to ask something about Fujin. How has he been? Did he recover from his injuries?" Deidara scowled, and said in an irritated tone, "Do you have some problem with your brain? Didn't I already say that I am not Dojin? Why the heck would I know anything about Amatsukami?" At this time, Inoki, who was sitting on a chair at the front, turned back and said, "Young girl, Deidara isn't lying. I can assure you that he really has nothing to do with Amatsukami." Initially, Inoki also suspected Deidara to be Dojin of Amatsukami. However, after he heard the exact timing of Dojin's appearance in the shinobi world, Inoki quickly ruled out all the possibility of Deidara being Dojin. The reason is simple. At the time when Dojin appeared and fought against the Akatsuki organization, Deidara was in a Wagakure learning dust release under his guidance. After what Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki said, Kurenai still seemed to want to say something. However, at this time, Kakashi placed his hand on Kurenai's shoulder and shook his head. "All right, Kurenai, let's not talk about this for now. Escorting Tsuchikage-sama back to the village for the 5 Kage conference is the mission of our team at this time, and we should focus on it." Kurenai sighed and nodded. "I understand, Kakashi-kun, and I am sorry for making the situation difficult for you." Kakashi smiled lightly. "It's quite all right." With Kurenai silent, Inoki looked at Kakashi and asked, "I take it that the other Kages have arrived, right?" "Yes, Tsuchikage Dano. I have received confirmation from Hokage-sama that Reikage Dano, Mizukage Dano, and Kazekage Dano have smoothly reached the village. As soon as our party arrives as well, the 5 Kage conference can begin," answered Kakashi. Inoki nodded lightly, I see. And added, in that case, we should also speed up. At his words, Deidara speeded up the clay birds. A few hours later. After escorting Inoki and Deidara to the venue of the 5 Kage conference, Kakashi and Kurenai left as per Jiraiya's instructions, who told the two of them to rest for now. On the way to their homes, Kakashi couldn't help but question, Kurenai, how are you adjusting to your new life? Kurenai frowned, what do you mean Kakashi-kun? Kakashi sighed, and said, I was just wondering if you are facing any problems with how things have changed. Until a few days ago you were an Umbu, just like me, but now we are regular Jonin. We have to perform missions as a regular Jonin does, and we have to adjust to being in the light, unlike before. Kurenai thought about it and answered, I don't think I am uncomfortable with this new life. The frequency of missions is less compared to before. We don't have to be so covert and mindful of all our actions, plus the darkness we used to interact with on a daily basis has also decreased, but most of all, I get more time for myself to train and become stronger. This is a good thing, so I guess you can say that I am adjusting quite all right, and I am quite happy. Then asked after a pause, what about you Kakashi-kun? Do you find adjusting to this new life uncomfortable? Kakashi shook his head, nah. I am good, same as you, I get more time to train. Kurenai nodded, and the two continued to walk in silence. After a while, Kurenai looked down, then she suddenly turned towards Kakashi and asked, say Kakashi-kun, do you really believe that Deidara is Dojin? Kakashi thought about Kurenai's question, and replied, based on my observations so far, if we compare their temperament, they don't seem to be the same person at all. Deidara is just too, how should I put it? Weird I guess? His unusual obsession with art. I don't think the Dojin we interacted with before had such an obsession with art. Hearing Kakashi's reply, Kurenai couldn't help but ask doubtfully, if that's the case then why do you believe that Deidara is Dojin? Is it because of the explosion release Kekei Jinkai that they both have and because of the similar explosive clay that both of them use? Kakashi nodded, that's just one point, the second point is dust release. Dust release is not something that can be mastered so easily, countless people have tried and failed, the only reason being that they don't have an understanding of how it works. Up until a few months ago, no one other than Tsuchikage Dano could use dust release, then suddenly, someone appears and uses dust release. Naturally, the two should be connected in one way or another, right? And it just so happens that Deidara has that connection with Tsuchikage Dano. On top of being that old man's disciple, he uses other similar jutsu as well, and his fighting style matches with Dojin, so the two of them should be the same person, otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Kurenai nodded, I see, and said, if he really is Dojin, then this clearly highlights how good he is at fooling others and disguising himself. At the same time, his non-reliable nature and artistic obsessive personality can't be trusted at all. Everything he puts in front of us is likely to be nothing more than a facade. In Kurenai's perspective, Kakashi might as well be right. She personally believes that the Amatsukami members are often closer to them than they think. Just take Fujin for example, he is somehow related to the Hyuga clan, yet he is unidentifiable. Kurenai knows this fact, therefore, it's indeed possible that Deidara is Dojin. With such thoughts in their mind, both Kurenai and Kakashi went to their homes. While Kakashi and Kurenai were having a discussion about the possibility of Deidara being Dojin, a similar discussion was happening in the ongoing 5 Kage conference. I banged the wooden table, and said in an impatient tone, all the evidence is pointing at you Deidara, how long do you plan to fool us? Shut it Reikage. Deidara coldly snorted, and said, I already told everyone that I have nothing to do with Amatsukami, no matter how many times you ask me, my answer isn't going to change. Inoki added from the side, I can assure everyone that Deidara is not Dojin because, at the time when Dojin made his appearance, Deidara was in Iwagakure. It's impossible for the same person to be present at two places at the same time. I questioned, it's not impossible. Firstly, he could have used clay clones, which are difficult to identify, and second, there is a possibility that Deidara might have mastered your nine-named Tsuchikage Mu's fragmentation jutsu. With that, he can be present at two places at the same time. Inoki shook his head, and said in a certain tone, "No, it couldn't have been a clay clone." And added, "And as for Deidara mastering the fragmentation jutsu of my predecessor, this is impossible. I have neither told him about that jutsu nor have I ever given him the scroll." Reikage was dissatisfied. "Your answer is flawed. What do you mean that you haven't told him about that jutsu? What if he learned about it from somewhere else? What if Amatsukami told him about that?" Inoki was silent. He didn't know how to refute Reikage's words. "That is indeed a possibility." Hiruzen stared at Deidara, and asked the most important question, "Deidara, have you mastered Dust Release?" F0 low new hapters at NOV/EL/bin/com. At this question, everyone stared at Deidara with a questioning gaze. Feeling everyone looking at him, Deidara's mood became gloomy, but he answered anyway, "Yes, I have indeed mastered Dust Release. But I am not that damn dojin. Heck, I am the person who wants to know most as to who that guy is. He is trying to copy my art. If he falls in my hands, I am going to show him that the original is always original. Fakes can never equal original." Hearing that Deidara has indeed mastered Dust Release, I said, "See, he has even mastered Dust Release. Who else could be dojin but him?" "Deidara, it's about time you stopped pretending. Are you all right in your head, old guy? I have said countless times that I am not him. Just think about it. If I were dojin, why would I let the Akatsuki organization destroy Iwagakure? Wouldn't I immediately inform all the members of Amatsukami about Akatsuki's attack and call for backup?" said Deidara in a defeated tone. When Deidara put forward this point, everyone was silent. Nobody had an answer to this question. Yes, if Deidara really is dojin, why didn't Amatsukami arrive to save Iwagakure? Seeing that nobody had an answer, Sandaime said, "Well, regardless of whether Deidara is dojin or not, let's stop this topic here. Nothing is going to happen if we continue to press him. If Deidara is really not dojin, then it's useless to force, and even if he is dojin, then also it's useless to force him because we can't do anything to him. So, let's put this topic aside for a while, and discuss the matter for which the 5 Kage conference was organized." Everyone nodded with a defeated expression, and the topic was successfully changed. Soon, under the guidance of Sandaime Hokage, the focus of the 5 Kage conference shifted to the siege and suppression of Danzo. Because of Danzo's terrifying strength, Reikage proposed to form a coalition of elites in order to hunt him down effectively, and nobody opposed his proposal. In everyone's eyes, Danzo is a menace who threatens the entire shinobi world. The sooner he is dealt with, the better for everyone. The only problem is, they haven't been able to determine Danzo's whereabouts, so they don't know when and where to start. Seeing that this topic wasn't progressing, Tsuchikage brought the threat of Akatsuki to the table. No doubt, Akatsuki is also very threatening to the entire shinobi world. They want to deploy countermeasures against Akatsuki. The problem is, Akatsuki is too strong. Even if all the villages combine together, there is really nothing they can do against Akatsuki, so this topic couldn't be carried any further. When the topic shifted to Amatsukami, nobody knew what to say. Some could only look at Deidara, but other than this, nothing could be said. The existence of Amatsukami is the biggest mystery in the shinobi world, and nobody seems to know anything about that organization. Again, the topic couldn't be continued and stopped halfway. The 5 Kage conference was going nowhere, and after a while, everyone started to mentally feel exhausted. Seeing everyone getting more and more uninterested, Sandaime announced, "Well, let's end the discussion here for today, and we will again begin tomorrow. In the meantime, everyone can think up possible solutions and propose them in the next discussion." Everyone nodded and was about to get up and leave, when suddenly, Pakura asked Hiruzen, "Hokage Dano, I have heard that the Ninja Academy of Konoha is organizing a real-world simulation assessment for their trainees, and both Fu and Uzumaki Naruto are also participating in it. Is that correct?" Hiruzen nodded, "Ah yes, that is the case," and said, "If anyone is interested, they can watch the assessment being carried out." Chapter 736, Start of Assessment. Early morning. As the morning light of the fresh day sprinkled the lands of Konoha, the always deserted entrance of the Forest of Death became inexplicably lively. Normal Konoha shinobi, members of different shinobi clans, as well as ordinary villagers, flocked here invariably. Standing on top of a temporary high platform, Kuroto muttered with a dissatisfied expression, "Many of the population gathered here don't even have the power to protect themselves should a creature of Forest of Death suddenly attack them. Sigh, now we have to deploy people to make sure that this doesn't happen." With a single glance, Kuroto even spotted many vendors in the area, pushing their carts and selling snacks to the population gathered there. Shursui, who was standing beside Kuroto, said with a smile, "Well, you can't blame them, Kuroto-sen. Something like a real-life simulation assessment for trainees at the academy has never happened in Konoha before, so people are curious, and because of so many things that you have done in the academy since you became principal, every assessment carried out by the academy has become an important thing in the village. All the parents and clans worry about their children, and the impact their performance in the assessment is going to cause." Sometimes Shursui can't help but admire Kuroto more and more. No matter what Kuroto involves himself in, it becomes a really big thing. Just consider Ninja Academy, for instance. Although the academy was always important because of the role it played in Konoha, it was never a topic of such big attention from all parties. The only time academy received any attention at all was during the enrollment of the new batch and graduation of the oldest batch. Other than these times, no one paid much attention to what happened in the academy, but now? Each and everything happening in the academy is a matter of concern for all parties, whether they are ordinary civilians, general shinobi, or the elite class of Konoha. Visit N0VL/BIN. For the best novel reading experience. As the trainees saw more and more people gathering, they started to get a bit restless. "Father, what are you doing here, random trainee A?" "Mama. I am here, random trainee B." "Oh shit, my old man is also here. What do I do, random trainee C?" As more and more trainees spotted their parents or relatives in the crowd, they reacted in various ways. Some were happy, some were excited, some were nervous, and some were dissatisfied. The young Haruno Sakura is also one of the children. As soon as she spotted her parents excitedly waving at her, she was embarrassed and sighed, "Don't they have anything better to do? They are putting so much pressure on me. Mother, father, watch me as I make both of you proud." Yakumo muttered to herself as she looked at her parents in the crowd. Naruto held his hands at the back of his hands and said with a smirk, "Parents and all, they are so troublesome, good thing that I don't have them." Of course, this was just him putting an indifferent front on the outside. Internally, his heart was crying. He too wanted to be in the same embarrassing situation as the rest. Of course, Naruto wasn't the only one with such a thought. Even Cheyenne was saddened. She missed her mother. But Cheyenne was happy that Yui and Kuroto were there for her. Sasuke sneaked glances in the crowd from time to time, hoping to find his parents as well, and soon he spotted his mother and Izumine waving at him, his brother smiling at him, and his father looking at him with expectations in his eyes. Sasuke swore in his heart, "Oda-san and Nii-san have come to see me. I swore I won't disappoint them. Today I will let the entire Konoha understand just how amazing and powerful the Uchiha clan is." Just as Sasuke spotted his family, Neji also spotted his father, Patriarch, and the young Hanabi in the crowd, and swore to protect the glory of the Hyuga clan. As the two young children swore to shoulder the reputation of their respective clans, they subconsciously turned to each other with imaginary lightning crackling between them. For Neji, Sasuke is the biggest obstacle to ranking highest in this assessment. He is not really worried about anyone else. Neji has the confidence to defeat them all, but he is not so sure about Sasuke. Sasuke had the same thoughts as Neji and believed that Neji was the biggest obstacle standing in his way. Watching the exchange between two top trainees in their class, the other trainees also realized that this was going to be serious. Standing on Neji's left side, Uchiha Kiyomi pumped up her fists and said with a smirk, "Neji-kun, even if he is my Nichan, we are still going to defeat him. Because I want to win." Standing on Neji's right side, Rock Lee clutched both his hands and said with tears of excitement, "Neji-san, I promise not to hold you back, so let's work together and try to win this." Neji withdrew his gaze from Sasuke and said to his two teammates, "Sasuke, I will take on myself. For the others, I will leave them to the two of you." Suddenly, there was a burst of noise and loud cheering from the entire crowd. No matter how far or near, everyone was exclaiming in surprise and shock, and it attracted the attention of all the trainees. Listening to the murmurs of many people in the distance, Ino muttered doubtfully, "Is Hokage-sama here?" Choji, with Chip's crumbs on his face, muttered, "It seems so." Shikamaru thought about it and shook his head. "No, that can't be it. If it was only Hokage-sama, the cheering wouldn't have been this ostentatious." Mika nodded from the side. "I heard my aunt tell me the other day that the Kages of other great shinobi villages are also in Konoha. It's very likely that they are also here." Hinata couldn't help but question, "But why would all the 5 Kage come to watch the assessment?" Shikamaru shrugged, "Beats me." Although he shrugged it off, however, internally, he did have some thoughts that might explain this unusual situation. Don't tell me this is all being done in order to raise the morale of the village. Shikamaru felt that his guess was pretty spot on, therefore, he couldn't help but sigh in tiredness. What are the adults thinking? So troublesome. The actions of Danzo and Akatsuki have caused a lot of destruction in the past few months, and this has greatly affected the morale of the entire village. This is why the information about the 5 Kage conference was not so classified and the rumors about it were circulating. This is done in order to assure the populace that the management is working. As Mika expected, the 5 Kages soon climbed on the temporary high platform. Looking at the supposedly 5 most powerful shinobi in the world, all the trainees became nervous and excited. Neji and Sasuke were no exception as they looked at the 5 Kages in awe and amazement. It was at this moment that the dreams of several young trainees took shape, especially the dream of Uzumaki Naruto. Up until now, he used to shout out that he wants to be Hokage and whatnot, but he didn't truly understand what being Hokage would mean. Of course, he still doesn't understand, but one thing he has fully understood is that if he wants to be accepted and loved by everyone, then he has to become someone like them, someone like those 5 people. "One day, I too am going to stand there," muttered Naruto with a determined expression. Anyway, after the crowd calmed down, and the 5 Kage spoke a few words for the crowd, Kuroto, the principal of the academy and the organizer of the assessment, announced, "That concludes the explanation of rules that you will have to adhere to for this assessment. Before we officially begin the assessment, I want to emphasize one point. Do not treat this assessment just as a regular assessment. Anyone not being careful and acting recklessly might end up dying. Keep this in mind." All the trainees, whether nervous or excited, nodded. "With that out of the way, without wasting any more time, let's start the assessment," said Kuroto as he waved his hand. Immediately, staff members who were waiting on the sidelines came forward and led the different teams to the different entrances of the Forest of Death. Watching the trainees disappear in the Forest of Death, Kakashi came beside Kuroto and asked lightly, "Kuroto, what you said just now, you weren't serious, right?" Kuroto raised his eyebrow and questioned, "What do you think?" At this time, Shursui came over and said, "Kuroto-san, Asuma-san, and the others have arrived." Kuroto nodded. "Perfect timing. Tell them to wait for a while. I am coming in 5 minutes." Shursui nodded. "All right." On the side, as Kakashi heard Shursui mention Asuma's name, Kakashi was taken aback and asked curiously, "What are Asuma and the others going to do?" Kuroto patted Kakashi's shoulder and said, "You will find out." At the same time, somewhere deep in the Forest of Death, wearing a mask, Obito stood on a tree branch and looked at the liveliness on the other side. While Obito was observing the distance, Zetsu protruded his body out of a tree and said, "I wasn't able to find Deidara. He is probably hiding somewhere else." Obito looked at Zetsu with a thoughtful expression on his face under the mask and nodded, "Leave it." Then questioned, "What about Tobi? Did you bring him?" Zetsu shook his head. "Tobi is dead." Obito nodded. "I see," then looked back in the direction of people. As for Tobi, Obito didn't care all that much. Chapter 737 Akatsuki appears? Seeing Obito looking in the direction of the crowd gathered far away, Zetsu followed his gaze and said, "Your informant seems to be very dedicated to the Ninja Academy. I have heard that the academy has undergone numerous reforms since he became the principal." Even now, he seems to have organized a real-world simulation assessment for the trainees at the academy. With the way he is doing things, do you think he wants to train those children to fight us? Obito snorted in disdain. Humph. Does it really matter? No matter how much he trains those kids, at the end of the day, they are still kids, and what can mere kids do to us? The future of the shinobi world is doomed. Zetsu smiled. That is the case. And said, so how about we take advantage of this opportunity? I have heard that Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is also participating in this assessment. This may be our opportunity to kidnap him. Zetsu's words tempted Obito. This is indeed a very good opportunity. However, after thinking it over, he shook his head. Iwagakure was destroyed by us not long ago. Only a few days after that, Konoha is hosting such a high-profile event, in which the 5 Kage are present, and even the Jinchuriki of 9 Tails is also participating. This in itself is quite strange. Moreover, the fact that this information is common public knowledge makes it all the more strange. I have a bad feeling about this. As if grasping something, Zetsu asked, are you worried that this entire event might be a trap prepared by Amitsukami? We can't deny the possibility, said Obito with a deep sigh, and said, you were there both the times when Nagato lost to Yama. The strength of that guy is not something we can take lightly. It would be best if we continue to stay hidden and covertly capture all the tailed beasts. Recalling the memories of the battle between Nagato and Yama, Zetsu couldn't help but shiver in fear, and said, Yama can summon meteors from outer space, and even Geto's statue can barely resist those meteors. Nagato's injuries have yet to recover from that battle. If we're to encounter him, it would be game over for us. Obito nodded. That's the case, so we better be careful. Then added, it won't be very long. We have already captured 3 tailed beasts. As long as Sasori's transformation plan succeeds, Akatsuki's strength will increase and we will be able to fight Amitsukami. Until then, we should stay on guard against Amitsukami. Zetsu nodded. Yes, it won't be very long. Then said, but it's a pity. This time it seems only 2 academy trainees will be present with Uzumaki Naruto. This was a very good chance to capture him. Obito weighed Zetsu's words, and after thinking about his ability to escape any situation, he said, we can give it a try. If there is a chance, we will immediately capture him and run away. On Kuroto's side. After dealing with all the immediate affairs on the stage, Kuroto came to the backside and met with Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, Shiranuigan Ma, and Namishi Rado. Seeing Kuroto come, Asuma immediately asked, Kuroto, what do you want us to do? Kuroto didn't waste any time in nonsense. He directly took out several outfits from a sealed scroll and passed them on to the 5 people, and said, put them on. Anko and the others were taken aback when they realized that the outfit he has given them is a black turtleneck cloak with a red hood pattern, and couldn't help but ask, Kuroto, this outfit is, what the hell are you planning? Could it be? You want us to pretend to be members of the Akatsuki organization in order to scare those children? Asked Anko with a doubtful expression on her face. Kuroto nodded with a smile. Correct. Kurenai said with a frown, Kuroto-kun. I think this is a bit too much. They are just a group of children. They haven't graduated from the academy. You have sent those Chunin. That is already more than enough. Now if we go too, that would be deliberately scaring those kids. And added, the children of major clans are also participating in the assessment. If the children perform too poorly, the reputation of those clans will be affected, and by doing this you would be offending a lot of people. Don't forget that 5 Kages are also watching. What would be their impression of these children? Kuroto glanced at Kurenai and said with a light smile, that might be the case. However, I am not afraid of offending anyone. Then he looked at Asuma and questioned, what about you? Are you afraid? In the presence of Kurenai, Asuma obviously couldn't back away, so he did what was natural, and said with a smirk, don't be an idiot, I am not afraid of anyone. Kuroto patted Asuma on the shoulder, and said, as expected of someone from the Sarutobi clan, you people are really built differently. On the side, Kurenai was speechless. Forget it. Kuroto-kun is a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan. while Asuma-san is the next head of the Sarutobi clan. Obviously, both of you are indifferent to these matters, so it's useless to talk to you about it, so let's get back to what you were talking about. Anko agreed with Kurenai, and excitedly asked, Kuroto, what do we have to do after wearing these Akatsuki cloaks? As he passed on the cloaks to the 5 people, Kuroto explained, you don't have to appear in front of everyone, just focus on the trainees of Class A, fool them into thinking that the 5 of you are real members of the Akatsuki organization, and make them feel the pressure of facing life and death enemy. Kurenai asked, what about those Chunins, have you told them about us? Kuroto shook his head, no, they haven't been told, so the 5 of you will be members of Akatsuki for those Chunin too, and you will have to deal with them accordingly to make everything appear more realistic for those children. Everyone nodded, but Asuma was a little uneasy and questioned, Uzumaki Naruto is also among the trainees, what would happen if he suddenly loses control of the 9 tails? The reason Asuma didn't mention Fu and the 7 tails is because he is unaware that Fu is the Jinchuriki of 7 tails. Only the 5 Kages and a few selected individuals are aware of this secret information. For Asuma's question, Shursui, who has been silently standing beside Kuroto, raised his head and said with a confident smile, don't worry Asuma-san, if Naruto-kun loses control, I will personally deal with the 9 tails. So, nothing would happen. Asuma sighed, if Shursui takes charge of the situation, then there is nothing to worry about, but Kuroto, is this all really necessary? Among the children of Class A, 2 are from the Hyuga clan, one of whom is your disciple, then there is also the daughter of the former Miko from the land of Demon who lives with your family. He paused and asked, I am just saying that putting so much pressure on those children it's just that. Kuroto interrupted Asuma, Asuma, if we continue to treat them as children, they will never grow up. Don't forget, for scrap iron to become a fine weapon, it has to undergo a lot of pressure, heat, and beating. Just raw iron doesn't become a fine weapon. The ones you are calling children are the future of Konoha, they are the ones who are going to become the pillars of Konoha and protect the village from its enemies. As such, I want these children to grow out of the mindset that being a shinobi is all fun and games. Each and every one of them must understand the implication of being a shinobi or kunoichi before they graduate from the academy. Hearing Kuroto's words, Asuma nodded helplessly, all right, fine, just make sure that security is optimal, we don't want any accident that might lead to some trouble. Find PDTES on in/vln.cm. Kuroto nodded, don't worry, everything has been taken care of. Seeing Kuroto's confidence, Anko smirked and said, well, if that's the case, then let's go and show these children what death is. In the place where the crowd was gathered, several viewing screens were created. This was done not only so that the crowd and the 5 Kage can watch those kids live in action, but also for security purposes. The Forest of Death is a dangerous place for many children who aren't strong enough to protect themselves from the dangerous animals. Additionally, there will also be injuries from battles. If the injured are found immediately, they can be given timely medical treatment to avoid any permanent injury. And finally, the most important part is the safety of the 2 Jinchuriki. Naruto and Fu are participating in the assessment, so everything related to their safety has to be considered. Moreover, there is also the possibility of them losing control because of some unforeseeable reason that has to be taken care of as well. To cope with all the aforementioned security problems, thousands of cameras were placed in the Forest of Death. In addition to thousands of cameras, a vast majority of Umbu were also stationed in the Forest of Death, so that they could immediately rush to the scene of the emergency, and let's not forget the most important thing that was done. Both Naruto and Fu were marked with Kakashi's flying Raijin seal, so if any accident were to occur with the 2 of them, Kakashi would be able to immediately teleport them to safety. Chapter 738 Are kids so arrogant these days? Kuroto looked up and down at the 5 people who had changed into the black turtleneck cloak of the Akatsuki organization that Kuroto gave them. Feeling something amiss, he immediately took out 5 masks and passed them to the 4 people, put them on as well. While taking masks from Kuroto, Asuma couldn't help but mutter, I remember that members of Amatsukami are the ones who wear masks, not the members of Akatsuki organization. Kuroto brushed his hand, don't sweat the small details, as long as those kids recognize you to be members of Akatsuki, there's no problem. And don't forget about that masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, he wears a mask as well, so there is no problem with the 5 of you wearing a mask as well. Kurenai thoughtfully looked at the mask for a while, then asked Kuroto, won't your disciple Niji see through the masks? I can't really say for others, however, I have met him quite a lot of times, and he would instantly recognize me through this disguise. Before Kuroto could say anything, Shursui shook his head, and explained, don't worry Kurenai-san, that won't happen. These masks and cloaks have been engraved with special seals that inhibit any perception jutsu or visual jutsu to see through the disguise. Even I am no exception to this rule, as even with my Sharingan I can't see the color of your chakra while you are wearing this cloak. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. What? All 5 of them were taken aback, and Anko couldn't help but question, doesn't that mean these masks and cloaks are very similar to the masks and cloaks that Amatsukumi uses? Kuroto waved his hand, and explained in a casual tone, maybe, though I can't say for sure. To be honest, just blocking the perception and visual jutsu isn't that difficult. Anyone with good enough knowledge and mastery of Fuinjutsu can accomplish such a feat. Asuma shook his head. That's easier said than done. Accomplishing such a feat requires a high level of Fuinjutsu mastery. Kuroto, I didn't expect that you have such high attainment in Fuinjutsu. Anyway, said Kuroto, put these masks on and you'll all be ready to go. Then continued, I have reported the information about the 5 of you to Hokage-sama, so there won't be any problem from the Umbu stationed in the Forest of Death. Anko nodded, all right, and asked, is there anything else we need to worry about? Kuroto said, as mentioned previously, the students in the assessment are unaware of the 5 of you, as such the 5 of you will have to deal with them accordingly to make the entire situation appear more realistic. Don't forget, your main task is to stimulate the kids, and you are allowed to do anything for that. Asuma and the others nodded, understood. Forest of Death. The trio of Ino Shikacho quickly shuttled through the trees, their faces were unprecedentedly solemn, and even the lazy Shikamaru appeared to be very serious. After a while, the 3 of them stopped on top of a tree. Shikamaru took out the map from the shinobi bag on his waist and spread it on the tree, then he crouched down and said, this is the map given to us by the teachers. We have to remain within these marked areas for the entire duration of the assessment. Let's see, currently, we are in Zone B, Sasuke's team should be in Zone A, Niji's team is in Zone C, Mika's team is in Zone D, Sai's team is in Zone E, Shino's team is in Zone F, and Fu's team is in Zone G. Ino asked, so what should we do? Should we move ahead and go to different zones, or should we remain in our zone for the time being and go to other zones after a while? Shikamaru replied after putting some thought into it, I think we should remain in our zone, not only for the time being but for the entirety of the assessment. Ino was taken aback, eh? But why? Shikamaru explained, our primary focus is to protect our scrolls. As long as we have those in our hands, we won't lose. Second thing, we should focus on defeating the teams in our zone and not clashing with other teams in our class. This way, we can stay longer in the game and stand a better chance of ending the assessment with better rankings. What do the 2 of you think? Choji said, I have no problem. Tusen said that I should try not to get eliminated too early. Ino also nodded, since Shikamaru has thought of this, then I have no reason to doubt you. Anyway, my Oda-san also said that I should try to perform well. Shikamaru folded the map and said with a smile, since everyone agrees, then we will stay here and hunt down the weaker teams. Anyway, we don't need to rank highest in the assessment, that's Sasuke and Niji's thing, they were the ones who would aim to rank at the top. It was just as Shikamaru had expected. As soon as the event started, Sasuke and Niji's team started to hunt down other teams in their zone. When facing these 2 teams, no other team stood a chance. On the side of 5 Kage. As the screen showed Team Uchiha easily defeating another team, the Godame Kazekage Pakura couldn't help but praise, Uchiha Sasuke of the Team Sasuke is really something. Yonde Mizuki Yagura added from the side, Hyuga Niji from Team Niji isn't bad either, his combat skills are very neat and targeted, not something you would expect from a child his age. As the assessment progressed, suddenly someone from the crowd exclaimed, "Look, aren't those the Chunins, the special team of the assessment?" Yes, they seem to be rushing towards Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, look at that, several other teams are also going in that direction. Oh my god. I feel there will be a big battle soon, it will be like a battle royal. Even the Kages intently looked at the screens, they wanted to see how the situation would develop. In the Forest of Death. After passing another scroll that he had won to Yakumo, Sasuke asked, "How many scrolls do we have?" Yakumo answered, "Aside from our 3 scrolls, we have 9 scrolls." Naruto cheered, "Hey Sasuke, we have got a lot of scrolls, so you think we are at the top?" Sasuke shook his head, "It's still too slow, Niji's team can't be underestimated. Kiyomi is also on his team. We have to speed up if we want to win this thing." Naruto protested, "Sasuke, we can't go any faster, Yakumo-chan might be tired." Sasuke looked at Yakumo, a bit hesitant to ask. Yakumo smiled, and shook her head, "Don't worry Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, thanks to both of you, there was no need for me to do anything up until now, so I am completely fine. I can continue, let's win this thing." Sasuke and Naruto nodded, yes, then looked at Yakumo and said, "In any case, we should rest for a while." Yakumo smiled at the kindness of her 2 teammates and nodded, "All right, if the 2 of you insist." Just as they were going to find some hidden place to rest, the 3 kids spotted several people rushing toward them and exclaimed the Chunins. Seeing the identity of the visitors, Sasuke became excited, "Heh, so they have come to us." Mizuki stood on top of a tree and said, "Team Sasuke, if you peacefully hand over your scroll, we will allow you to run away without a fight." Yakumo whispered lightly, "What should we do Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun?" Eager to battle, Sasuke stood in front of Yakumo and replied to Mizuki with a smirk, "Thanks but no thanks, we have no intention of handing our scrolls. Nor do we plan to run away." Naruto nodded, "Yes, only cowards run away, we are going to fight." Iruka ignored Naruto and advised Sasuke, "Sasuke-kun, don't act foolishly. If you fight us, not only will you lose your scroll, but you will also get tired, and this will affect your future battles against the other teams." Sasuke activated his Sharingan and said, "How can you be so sure that you will definitely defeat us, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto pumped up his fist, "You said it, Sasuke." Yakumo questioned, "Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, are we really going to fight Iruka-sensei and the others?" Iruka looked at Sasuke and asked, "Yes, Sasuke-kun, are you really sure you want to fight us?" "Heh, I remember that by defeating a Chunin we will get a red scroll. And each red scroll is worth 10 normal scrolls, that's another reason to fight," replied Sasuke. His meaning was completely clear. Ebisu couldn't help but mutter in surprise, "Are the trainees so arrogant these days?" Mizuki said with a smirk, "In that case why don't we show these kids why we are Chunin?" A few hundred meters away, Kiyomi asked, "Which team is it?" Niji replied, "It's Sasuke, Naruto, and Yakumo." Rock Lee asked Niji, "What should we do, Niji-san? Should we help Sasuke-san and the others?" Niji replied, "Well, we do need to take at least 1 red scroll if we want to win this." Kiyomi questioned, "So that means we are going to help Sasuke and Ai-chan and his team?" Niji thought for a while and replied, "Recklessly rushing there won't do us any good. If it was just 1 Chunin, we could have done something, but so many Chunin at once is another matter. I suggest that we wait for a while, when there's an opportunity or any Chunin has his guard down, we will take action." Both Kiyomi and Lee nodded, agreed. Chapter 739 Sensei vs Sasuke. Look at him, he is not running away. You can't be serious, a kid wants to fight so many Chunin, this is unbelievable. It's no surprise. Did you guys forget that he is Uchiha Sasuke, the youngest awakener of Sharingan? Makes sense, he is the genius child from the Uchiha clan. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock and surprise as they saw Uchiha Sasuke taking a fighting stance instead of running away in the face of several Chunin. A child, who is not even 10 years old, didn't even flinch when facing several Chunin is really commendable in this day and age when the wars between shinobi villages are almost non-existent. Perfectly aware of Sasuke's strength, Itachi couldn't help but sigh. If it was just one Chunin, Sasuke would win, no doubt about it, but so three of them at the same time, this battle is going to be very difficult for him. Sasuke's mother, Mikoto, complained with a slightly dissatisfied tone. This kid is getting more and more reckless as he is growing older. Although she complained, there was a smile on her face. Daisuke dated novels on N.O.V/E/Lbin.co. At the same time, Fugaku folded his hands over his chest and said proudly, Sasuke is going to be just fine. This is how Uchiha should be. On the 5 Kage's side. I had assumed that this was going to be a boring assessment, but who would have thought it would suddenly become so exciting, said Reikage, intently staring at the screen in front of him. The Kages didn't just focus on the side of Uchiha Sasuke, they were also able to see the other things happening in the surroundings. They noted the other teams slowly getting closer to the site. The most surprising thing is that the kids didn't rush out like inexperienced fellows, nor did they get scared and run away from the Chunin. Instead, they carefully camouflaged themselves using their surroundings and means, and then observed the battlefield as if waiting for the opportunity to make their move, much like how a real shinobi works. Looking at these young kids in action, the old Tsuchikage couldn't help but feel emotional. Konoha's current generation is terrible enough, and such talented kids are about to graduate within the next few years? No village will stand a chance against Konoha for the next few decades. It's a good thing that war between villages has been suspended. Given how strong Konoha is, we stand no chance against this village. They weren't wrong when they said that Konoha is the cradle of geniuses. Although wars between the 5 great nations have basically stopped and the pattern of the shinobi world has changed into an alliance between the villages compared to the previous enmity because of the threat of the Akatsuki organization and the rapid emergence of Amatsukami, this doesn't mean the 5 great villages have stopped competing against each other. And when Inoki saw the emergence of so many geniuses one after another, he couldn't help but feel envious of Konoha, especially after what happened to Iwagakure only a few weeks ago. Forest of Death. Naruto, Yakumo, while I keep them busy, retreat backward. This battle is not for the two of you, said Sasuke in a deep voice as the black tomo in his scarlet eyes spun. Naruto interrupted, Heh, what are you saying, Sasuke? Don't forget that we are a team. If we are going to fight Sensei, then we are going to fight them together, no matter the result. Yakumo looked uneasy, and said, Sasuke-kun, are we really going to fight the Chunin? They are Sensei. The rules say that as long as we have 2 of our original scrolls we won't be disqualified. We should give them a scroll and avoid this battle. Seeing Yakumo trying to persuade Sasuke, Irika added with a serious expression, Sasuke-kun, you are indeed one of the top 2 trainees of this generation. However, sometimes you should understand the disparity of the situation. Blind arrogance won't do you any good. While putting his hand in his shinobi bag, Sasuke said, Irika-sensei, it's best if you keep the lessons limited to the classroom. This is not a classroom and we are enemies. Irika frowned and still wanted to persuade Sasuke. However, seeing that Sasuke had taken out several shuriken from his shinobi bag, he tacitly shut his mouth and prepared to fight Sasuke. Whyish, cutting through the wind, several shurikens were thrown by Sasuke and rushed towards the 3 Chunin. The other Chunin are spread in different zones and focusing on other teams. As Sasuke took the initiative to attack, the battle between Team Sasuke and the 3 Chunin started. Irika, Mizuki, and Ebisu easily dodged all the shuriken thrown by Sasuke by moving their bodies to the side. However, when the shuriken passed by their side, they realized that the shurikens were tied with wire, and at the end of the wire, a small ball was attached. A smoke bomb, thought Irika as the ball exploded. Poof! As the smoke provided a cover, Sasuke used that moment to rush toward the 3. Not long after, the sound of flesh colliding with flesh, and metal colliding with metal echoed in the forest. Hearing the sound of fighting, the stunned Naruto finally reacted, the fight has already started? Looking at the smoke in front of her, Yakumo also nodded with an uncertain expression, seems to be the case. I can't see anything, they are too fast, said Rock Lee, then looked at Niji and Kiyomi. What about the two of you? Kiyomi shook her head. I can barely make out some shadows. Niji didn't reply. His Byakugan was active and he intently focused on the battle in the distance, his expression extremely serious. Unable to make out anything, Cheyenne asked, Hinata, what's happening? Hinata, who had activated his Byakugan, muttered doubtfully, it seems to me that Sasuke-san is defeating Sensei. Cheyenne was taken aback, really, and muttered, maybe Sensei is not fighting seriously. I don't think Sasuke-kun would be able to defeat all three of them at the same time. Mika shook her head, actually he might. Uchiha Sasuke seems to be stronger than the three of them. Similar to these two teams, several other teams also observed the battle using their own means. Sai's team was spying on the battle from high in the sky using his ink birds. Fu sat on top of a giant tree and looked at the battle while resting her hand on her cheek. Mika-chan seems to be right, Sensei is really not as strong as we had expected. Shino processed the information brought to him by his bugs and muttered, or maybe it's that Sasuke-san is stronger than we had expected. The base of the immediate response team. With the cloak and mask of Akatsuki, Asuma stared at the screen in front of him and muttered in surprise, the three of them are Chunin, right? Kurenai muttered thoughtfully, undoubtedly, he is Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, just as talented as him. Anko was also quite surprised, looks like we have to appear earlier than we had assumed. Asuma put on the mask with a smile, and said, all right then, we should go, even if this Uchiha kid is extremely talented, we can't let him defeat Iruka and the others in public sight, it would be very embarrassing of them to be defeated by such a young kid. If it's us, there would be no problem. Chapter 740 Akatsuki appears. As soon as Asuma and the others moved, their movements were immediately captured by the cameras, as such their figures quickly appeared on the viewing screens. Who are those people? Look at their cloaks, they seem to be members of the Akatsuki organization. Damn, how can they suddenly appear here, and that too in the Forest of Death? We have to do something, at this rate, our children will definitely die. Instantly, the entire crowd burst into noise. People exclaimed in panic, worry, and anger. The matriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto, was closely watching the battle between her son Sasuke and the Chunin for a while and also noticed 4 members of the Akatsuki organization appear in the viewing screen and exclaimed, the direction those people are headed to. It's where Sasuke is. Unlike his wife Mikoto, Fugaku wasn't panicked. Instead, he tried to analyze a few things and glanced in the direction of the 5 Kages. Noting that the 5 Kages were sitting calmly and discussing something with excitement on their faces, he couldn't help but frown. It's strange. The Akatsuki organization is here. If those people are headed towards Sasuke, then their target is undoubtedly Uzumaki Naruto, yet the 5 Kages are so calm? Muttered Fugaku with a frown. Seeing his parents worried, Itachi quickly explained, Ota-san, Oka-san, don't worry, those people are not members of Akatsuki, they are shinobi from Konoha who are pretending to be members of Akatsuki. Earlier Shisui-san informed me that this will be happening. As Itachi informed his parents, Sandaime Hokage stood up on the stage and informed everyone that the 5 people on the screen were Konoha shinobi disguised as members of the Akatsuki organization. The purpose of their appearance is to test the trainees' response to the desperate situation. Hearing Itachi's explanation and Sandaime Hokage's words, Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief and scolded him, Itachi, you should have told us of this earlier, I was almost scared to death. The others in the crowd also breathed a sigh of relief, and their panic also subsided. At the same time, after understanding the gist of things, they admired the person who had the brains and guts to do something so crazy. Mikoto added with a dissatisfied expression, really, Shisui and the others, they are going too far, the children aren't ready to face such a thing. Itachi explained, that's the entire purpose. The principal of the academy hopes to train those children using this real-world simulation assessment and also determine the accurate character of all the trainees. After all, real growth happens only in desperate circumstances, and only in desperate circumstances can a person's true character be determined. So, this is not a normal assessment. This will determine how far those trainees will go in the future. After hearing Itachi's explanation, Mikoto looked at Fugaku and asked in a worried tone, Anata. Sasuke, he will be fine, right? At this point, we can only trust him. Anyway, he is a Uchiha and our son, said Fugake as he folded his arms over his chest. The content of this assessment has surpassed his expectations. Even a shinobi as experienced as him can't say what will happen and how Sasuke will respond in this situation. All he can do is trust in Sasuke. This wasn't just Fugaku's thoughts, all the patriarchs had the same thought. On one side, they don't want their children to get hurt. On the other side, they don't want their children to perform poorly in front of such a crowd, as their performance will affect the reputation of their clans. As Sandaime sat back after announcing this part of the assessment, Tsuchikage said with a smile, "You people of Konoha actually went as far as to make your men pretend to be members of the Akatsuki organization. This is really creative. I want to see how those children will react." Sandaime forced a smile and nodded, "I do too." In fact, even Hiruzen wasn't completely aware of the entire content of the assessment until a while ago. Although Kuroto informed him of a lot of things, Hiruzen didn't know that his son Asuma and the others would disguise themselves as members of the Akatsuki organization and get involved in the assessment. Now that everything has already started, Hiruzen can only hope that nothing goes wrong. Looking at Hiruzen's expression, Godame Kazekage was able to guess his thoughts and sighed, "Really, this is so like him. He can be so cruel when it comes to things he wants." Pakura can only think of one person who can be so creatively dark. In her opinion, the idea is indeed quite creative, but considering how much impact this assessment will have on those children, she couldn't help but feel that her master was really heartless. Forest of Death. As the four masked people wearing Akatsuki's iconic uniform passed by, Obito and Zetsu, who were hiding in the blind spots of camera, couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. What's happening? Did Nagato send someone to Konoha? Zetsu was also at a loss. No, this is not possible. Last I checked, Nagato was training some jutsu in order to defeat Yama, and the others were busy watching over the three Jinchuriki. There is no one in the organization who is free right now, so how could he send someone here so suddenly? Obito asked again, then who are these people wearing the cloak of Akatsuki organization? Is it possible that Nagato recruited someone new to the organization without my knowledge? And since when did anyone from Akatsuki start to weak mask? I am the only one who does that. Zetsu shrugged. I don't know. They are not from our side. And I don't think Nagato recruited anyone new to the organization. They are not ours. Nagato didn't recruit anyone. Then who are they? Muttered Obito, and after a while of thinking, he suggested, let's just follow them and see. Zetsu nodded and dived into the ground. On Sasuke's side. As the smoke gradually disappeared, the figures of Sasuke and the three Chunin appeared before everyone. From one glance, everyone was able to see Sasuke easily dealing with the three Chunin teachers. Discover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. Take this, you arrogant kid, cursed Mizuki in anger, and threw a Fuma Shuriken at Sasuke. Sasuke smirked and jumped up to dodge the incoming Fuma Shuriken. However, at this time, something unexpected happened. Just as he jumped up, Sasuke felt that the soles of his sandals were stuck to something and pulled him back to the ground. He looked down and soon realized that his feet had been stuck to the ground by a transparent liquid, glue. He was taken aback, and quickly pulled out two kunais from his shinobi bag to deflect the Fuma Shuriken. As the Fuma Shuriken was deflected, Sasuke looked in the direction of Iruka and asked, Iruka-sensei, I didn't know that you could use such a jutsu. Iruka replied, well, I have recently mastered this jutsu upon principal's instructions, but anyway, you have lost now, Sasuke-kun, give up. Sasuke smirked, don't be so sure, Iruka-sensei, as his body exploded in a cloud of white smoke. Iruka was taken aback. Shadow clone? When did he weave hand signs? Suddenly a voice came from behind Iruka. As soon as I saw you use that jutsu of yours with my Sharingan, I had already created Shadow clone. Iruka turned around and saw Sasuke coming towards him with a tanto in his hand. Chapter 741 The Fear of Death. Looking at Sasuke's moves from the distance, Rock Lee was stunned. This is amazing. Sasuke-san is so strong, I can't believe we are in the same year. Kiyomi nodded in surprise, even I didn't think that Sasuke and Ai-chan would be so strong. And muttered doubtfully, but when did he create the shadow clone? Neji explained while looking at the battlefield, he created the shadow clone at the moment he used the smoke bomb. Kiyomi nodded in realization, he used the smoke as cover, no wonder I didn't notice, but you noticed because of the Byakugan. So, Sasuke-san used Shuriken's attack to divert Sensei's attention and created a cover of smoke, then using the cover of smoke he switched place with a shadow clone? This is the two-layered tactic that Shisui-sensei talked about. Sasuke-san can already do that, muttered Rock Lee, really surprised. Neji said in a flat tone, Lee, this is a very normal tactic when facing a strong foe with unknown jutsu. Even if I was there instead of Sasuke, I would have done something similar. Kiyomi said in a speechless tone, Neji-kun, this isn't normal at all. Not everyone can use shadow clone jutsu which you and Sasuke and Ai-chan can use. If it was Lee-kun, or me there instead of Sasuke and Ai-chan or you, we would have been stuck to the ground because of that jutsu and completely vulnerable to Sensei's attacks. Rock Lee nodded in a serious tone. Hearing Kiyomi's words, Neji nodded with an embarrassed expression, yeah. I forgot, sorry. At the same time he thought to himself, even if I couldn't use shadow clone jutsu, nothing would have happened to me, as I can protect myself using revolving heaven that Sensei taught me. In order to let Neji overcome the shadow of his defeat at the hands of Sasuke in the previous assessment, and to prepare him for the next assessment, Kuroto taught Neji revolving heaven at Neji's request. Revolving heaven is a jutsu that is limited to the members of the main family. However, Kuroto had mastered this jutsu back in his teenage, so teaching Neji was not a problem for him. In fact, even if Kuroto hadn't taught him, Neji could have learned this jutsu himself. Kuroto's teaching only speeded up the time it would have taken Neji to master it. With revolving heaven in his arsenal of jutsu, Neji believes that he has perfect defense and there is no problem in defending against Sensei's attack. As for whether this is true or not is something only time can tell. On the battlefield, Sasuke placed kunai on Iruka's neck and said, Iruka-sensei, the rule says that if any team defeats the Chunin team, we can get a scroll from you. Well, now's the best time to hand it over to us, don't you think? Well, that is indeed the rule, said Iruka, then added, however, that's only the case if any team does defeat us. As he finished his words, his body suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke. Poof! What? Shadow clone, muttered Sasuke in surprise. You aren't the only one who has mastered the shadow clone jutsu. Iruka's voice came as he appeared from the back of a tree, and he added, Sasuke-kun, you shouldn't underestimate your teachers, we are your teachers for a reason. Sasuke's face sank, and he looked at the other two from the corner of his eye and noticed that they seemed to be doing fine as well. At this moment, Sasuke realizes that there is no problem in facing any of the three individually. However, when fighting against all three of them at the same time, defeating them becomes difficult as his attacks are getting scattered. This is still under the circumstances that the three sensei aren't going all out against him. If the three of them go all out as if facing a real enemy, then the chances of winning will completely dim. Am I still not strong enough? Thought Sasuke as he glanced at Yakumo and Naruto. They aren't strong enough to help me in this fight. Sigh, if it was Neji this fight would have been over long ago. Alas, that's not an option. It seems retreat is the only option that I have at this time. Just as Sasuke started thinking about how to escape without losing any scroll, suddenly, the sound of people approaching them reached his ears, and as soon as he looked in that direction from the corner of his eyes, Sasuke's pupils shrank and his entire body shook, aka Akatsuki organization? At the same time as Sasuke, the three Chunin sensei also noticed the approaching people and exclaimed in shock and fear, Akatsuki, what the hell are they doing here? Not far away, Naruto and Yakumo's faces also changed in shock. They were so scared that both of them collapsed on their butts. As soon as the three students and three Chunin sensei identified that the people approaching were the members of the Akatsuki organization, they were fearful and their bodies shook in terror. The fear and terror of the Akatsuki organization has been rooted in the shinobi world. Child as young as 2 or 3 and people as old as 100 are aware of the Akatsuki organization and knows that these are extremely dangerous and cruel people who want to destroy the entire shinobi world. Seeing the 5 people dressed in the iconic black turtleneck cloak with red cloud prints approach them, Mizuki gritted his teeth in fear. Damn, what the heck are these people here for? Ebisu said in a serious tone, no matter what these terrorists are here for, we have to protect the children, nothing should happen to them. Iruka rushed to Sasuke's side and hurriedly ordered, Sasuke-kun, today's assessment is suspended, take Naruto-kun and Yakumo-kun with you and run towards the village while we hold them back. Hold us back? Just 3 of you, don't try to overestimate yourself, said Asuma, who was acting as the leader of this small group. Hearing Asuma's words, Iruka gripped the kunai and shouted, Uchiha Sasuke, what are you still doing here? Take your teammates and run, this is an order from a Chunin. Hearing this shout, Sasuke's mind shook, and only now did he realize that this was not some jinjutsu, but a reality. The members of Akatsuki had really appeared here. As this realization dawned on him, and he wanted to escape from here as per Iruka's order, Sasuke's body didn't listen to him, his legs became numb, his entire body started to shiver in fear, and his mind had only one thought, if I don't escape, I will die, and the flashback of all his dark memories started to appear in his mind. The encounter with Amatsukumi's leader and Homosubi in his childhood. The time when that woman named Otoyumi almost kidnapped him. His defeat against Kimimaro. His days at the base of the Akatsuki organization. Is this what a real battlefield is like? Facing a real enemy, I am incapable of lifting even a finger? Sasuke was shocked and angry at himself. He always thought that he was a ninja cut above the rest, best among the best. However, today it became clear that he is nothing special, he is afraid. While the entire crowd was frozen, Kurenai quickly weaved hand signs and activated her Jinjutsu. Thump! The Jinjutsu quickly acted on the entire crowd and made them see what Kurenai wanted them to see. Although Kurenai isn't as good as Shisui and Itachi, however, she is also considered one of the best Jinjutsu users in Konoha, so naturally, 3 Chunin and 3 Academy students were not able to put much resistance and started to see what she wanted them to see. As the Jinjutsu part was set up, Asuma, Anko, and the others started to act. The first target was Ebisu and he was stabbed to death by Asuma. As a sword pierced Ebisu's heart, he coughed up blood and collapsed on the ground with a muffled sound. Plop! Witnessing the death of Ebisu again made Iruka realize that they couldn't take these members of the Akatsuki organization lightly and shouted at Sasuke, La test NOVLS on, N, vel by / ko. Sasuke-kun run. After this, he rushed towards Sasuke. He had to make sure that at least the children could remain safe. But the problem is, Iruka is only a Chunin, in no way he can take on someone like Asuma who is one of the strongest elite Jonin of Konoha. Iruka did his best, he tried to put up a fight but was defeated in just 3-4 moves. But unlike Ebisu, Iruka wasn't killed, he was only severely wounded. Mizuki swallowed in fear as he saw that both Ebisu and Iruka had been dealt with. My life is more precious than those children, I can't let myself die here. I don't care what those Akatsuki members are here for, this entire matter has nothing to do with me. With such a thought in his mind, Iruka took a deep breath, then turned around and fled without looking back. Saw. However, he had only taken 10 steps, suddenly countless snakes swarmed him. As Mizuki was dealt with, the snakes retreated back into the cuff of Anko's sleeves. Dead, all of them dead. Sasuke, Naruto, and Yakumo muttered with stunned expressions. Chapter 742 Sasuke's Reasons. Oh, it seems that the fear rooted in Sasuke's heart is acting up, this is not good. Muttered Uchiha Matriarch with a distressed expression. Being his mother, Mikoto understands Sasuke better than anyone, this is why she is also aware of the fear that lies deep within Sasuke, although Sasuke is generally not affected because of that fear. However, when he faces a life and death situation where he is completely helpless, the childhood trauma left to him by Yama and Homosubi starts to affect him. Uchiha Patriarch narrowed his eyes and looked at Sasuke. He also noticed that Sasuke was afraid. The picture on the monitor is not very clear, therefore, it's somewhat difficult for the general audience to notice the trembling of Sasuke's body. However, that is the case only for the general audience, not for Fugaku, who could clearly see the fear in his son's heart. However, Fugaku didn't think anything was wrong with it. Because even if it was him in place of Sasuke, facing several members of the Akatsuki organization, he wouldn't have been much different from Sasuke. What's important is to be able to overcome this fear. If Sasuke can once again overcome the fear in his heart, he will make progress, and that's what Fugaku wants to see. He wants to see his son Sasuke overcome the fear in his heart with courage and face the enemy head-on. Compared to Makoto's worries and Fugaku's expectations, Itachi had a very calm expression as he observed the battlefield. Originally relaxed, 5 Kages subconsciously leaned forward and turned their full attention on Sasuke, who seemed to be the prime target of Akatsuki organization members lurking in the Forest of Death. From the beginning of the assessment to this point, considering his young age, Sasuke's performance has been impeccable. Anyone can foresee that as long as Uchiha Sasuke grows up smoothly, he will become as famous as White Fang, Yellow Flash, and Silver Hunter. The potential of Uchiha Sasuke has been recognized by the 5 Kage. Precisely because they understand Sasuke's limitless future, they are very interested to see how he would deal with this desperate situation. The 3 children have already seen that the 3 Chunin Sensei are powerless against the members of Akatsuki. Knowing this, what will the 3 of them do? What will Uchiha Sasuke do? Will he back down and run away, or will he stay where he is and face the enemy? Godame Kazekage Pakura asked other Kage's opinion. What do the others think? What do you think, Hokage Dano? Will he run, or will he fight? Hiruzen stroked his beard, and said with a thoughtful expression, whichever will it be, one thing is very clear, his response here will determine his future. We will soon get to know whether he really has what it takes to become a real powerhouse. For Sasuke's response, Sandaime is also very curious. What will the young Uchiha choose, his own life, or the life of his companions? At the same time, Hiruzen was very angry at Mizuki. The guy didn't even attempt to fight against the Akatsuki members, he just turned around and fled, leaving behind the 3 students at the mercy of the enemy. Thinking of Mizuki's embarrassing performance, Hiruzen made up his mind. He is not a good example for the students. I will transfer him out of the academy. Forest of Death. Kiyomi and Lee clutched their sweaty palms and asked Niji in hushed voices, Niji-san, what should we do? Niji-kun, we can't run away. Sasuke and Ai-chan is in danger. We have to help them. Niji looked at the distant battlefield with a nervous expression. The sudden appearance of Akatsuki startled him. It's quite obvious that children like him and Sasuke don't stand a chance against Akatsuki. That's why he is really afraid of coming out. However, he can't let Sasuke face the enemy alone. What should I do? What should I do? Equally tangled up are Cheyenne, Hinata, and Mika, who are hiding not far away. Naruto-kun, Yakumo-san, Sasuke-san, muttered Hinata in a worried tone. Holding the little bell in her hand, Cheyenne stammered to herself, Oka-san said that a day will come when I will have to remove the seal of this bell, but... Mika was also afraid, and thought to herself, it's clear that we can't defeat them. I don't know what their purpose is, but we have to somehow deliver the message to the village that Akatsuki is here and call for reinforcement. On the other side, as Fu saw the members of Akatsuki, her heart shuddered. She quickly hid inside the crown of the tree and secretly observed their every move. Are they here for me? Or for Naruto-kun? Of course, she hasn't been told about Naruto's status of being a Jinchuriki. However, being a Jinchuriki herself, she can feel the presence of a tailed beast inside Naruto, and because she is aware of the fact that the Akatsuki organization is targeting tailed beast, so she quickly came to a conclusion that the Akatsuki is here probably for her and Naruto. What to do? Floating in the sky, Sai quickly opened his notebook and started drawing something. One after another small ink birds started to come out from the notebook. Curious, Sakura asked, Sai-kun, what are you doing? Shin answered instead of Sai, Sai is trying to inform the village about the situation in the Forest of Death. Sakura said, but aren't there so many cameras in the Forest of Death? I am pretty sure the people in the village would have noticed them by now. Shin nodded. Yes, they should have. However, what if the Akatsuki is interfering with the cameras with some jutsu? We can't ignore this possibility. Just to be on the safe side, we have to inform the village. After all, Akatsuki is not something we academy students can deal with, so we must hurry up and inform the higher-ups about them infiltrating the village so that even if something happens to us, Hokage-sama and the others can at least protect the village. Sakura asked in a confused, but why would anything happen to us? We are high up in the sky. Sai smiled and said, Sakura-san, you don't think that we are just going to watch, right? Sasuke-san is in danger, we have to help him. Sakura's eyes widened in shock as the ink bird dived down. Facing the indifferent gazes of the 5 masked men of the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke's heart thumped. Run! If I resist, I will definitely die. This voice kept resounding inside him, continuously asking him to either back down and run away or surrender and get captured. He has experienced being captured once, and Sasuke is pretty sure that he would probably survive if he surrendered. No! If I run away, Oda-san, Ni-san, Oka-san, and the entire Uchiha clan will be disappointed in me. I will be shaming the name of the Uchiha clan. As an Uchiha, how can I do something so humiliating as running away and tarnish the prestige of my clan, he muttered, and added, rather than facing the disappointment of my family, I would much rather die while fighting. With such words, Sasuke motivated himself, all test and OVL on novelben/cm. Compared to the fear of death, Sasuke cares more about the reputation of his clan and how disappointed his family would be of him if he did something so unshinobi-like. As a result, Sasuke put both of his hands in his shinobi bags, and after taking out a kunai in each of his hands, he jumped forward while shouting at the top of his lungs, Naruto. Yakumo, run away, leave these people to me. Chapter 743, We Are a Team. Naruto. Yakumo, run away, leave these people to me, roared Sasuke at the top of his lungs. After shouting out these words, he felt a sense of relief and joy that he had never felt before, and all the pressure on his body instantly receded. At this moment, Sasuke was no longer cowering in fear, rather, he was itching for war and death. That is, Asuma and the others felt the sudden change in Sasuke's temperament, and soon they noticed 2 black tomos circling in Sasuke's Sharingan. His Sharingan evolved into 2 tomos Sharingan? This was a surprise for everyone. They didn't think that Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan would evolve in such a manner. Sharingan is known to be a dojutsu that evolves from losing loved ones, but this doesn't seem to be the case for Sasuke, because his Sharingan seems to evolve from his resolve to protect. Understanding this, the 4 people couldn't help but think that Uchiha Sasuke is not simple, at least he is different from any typical Uchiha they know. As the 5 members of the Akatsuki organization observed Sasuke silently, Sasuke also looked at the 5 enemies that he had to face now. He is ready to face them alone. However, what surprised him is that Naruto and Yakumo didn't run away as he ordered them to, rather, they stood beside him and took their fighting stance. You two, what are you still doing here? Stunned, Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Naruto gulped nervously, then said, Sasuke, we are a team. Meaning we are not going to let you face the enemy alone. Don't be crazy, Naruto, you will die if you stay here. Sasuke retorted, and said, run away. Naruto shouted back, you are the idiot here, Sasuke, a team stays together no matter what. Have you forgotten what Iruka-sensei taught us? At the same time, Yakumo placed her hand on Sasuke's shoulder and said with a smile, Sasuke-kun, we know the danger, but we still want to stay. After all, we are a team. Idiots, muttered Sasuke under his breath. Although he mocked them, internally, Sasuke felt inexplicable warmth. He can clearly see that both Naruto and Yakumo are afraid, their shivering legs clearly tell this, yet they choose to stay with him and fight even if it means death. Understanding Sasuke couldn't help but swear to himself, can't let anything happen to the 2 of them. Ads by PubFuture. After that, Sasuke looked at the 2, and whispered lightly, don't worry guys, nothing would happen to us, there are cameras everywhere in the Forest of Death, even now, Our image is being captured by cameras. This means that the village is aware of Akatsuki's every move, and they must be on their way. As long as we hold on for a while, the reinforcements will arrive. Great, then let's do that. Yes, let's keep them busy, both Naruto and Yakumo said. Standing opposite them, Asuma said with a chuckle, good analysis. I will give you that. However, do the three of you really believe that you can hold us until the reinforcements arrive? We won't know if we don't even try, said Naruto while folding his arms over his chest. Asuma chuckled, bring it on then, let's see what you three are capable of. Sasuke lightly whispered to Naruto and Sasuke, whatever skills the two of you have. Use them now, if we don't do our best, we will really die. You got it, Sasuke, shouted Naruto, and then without any hesitation, he hit the thumb of his right hand and weaved the hansings. But before Naruto could complete it, suddenly someone came in front of him and kicked him fiercely. Naruto was taken aback, and before he could react, he felt an impact in his chest. His body flew in the air for a few moments, then hit the tree. Naruto! TCH, damn it! Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance, and quickly weaved hand signs as he exhaled fire from his mouth, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Boom! Instantly, the fire took the form of a giant sphere and rushed towards Asuma, who kicked away Naruto. Slightly shocked at the size and heat of the fireball created by Sasuke, Asuma didn't care about it and quickly moved aside and made way for the fireball to pass, then rushed toward Yakumo. Seeing Asuma coming towards him, Yakumo was taken aback and hurried activated a Jinjutsu. The Jinjutsu stunned Asuma for a second, however, he quickly recovered and rendered her unconscious with a chop at the back of her neck. Seeing that both Naruto and Yakumo were dealt with in less than 5 seconds, Sasuke was frustrated. TCH, he is really strong. Sasuke had expected that Asuma would be strong, however, the strength of the other party was still higher than what he expected. The enemy is so fast that Sasuke can barely see his movement and react. This is why he wasn't surprised when Naruto and Yakumo were knocked out by the other party. In fact, he is very clear that even if it was him in place of Naruto and Yakumo, the result wouldn't have been any different. He would have been knocked out too with just a single move. Seeing Sasuke's cautious expression, Asuma chuckled, haha, your speed and strength are not bad for your age, however, you are still too far from reaching my level. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke tried to identify the 4 members of Akatsuki in front of him. Just who are they? He has read a lot of information about the Akatsuki organization and its members, however, no matter how much he tried to recall, he couldn't recognize anyone among the 4 people. Are they new members of the Akatsuki organization? But why are they wearing masks? Isn't it a norm that only members of the Amatsukami organization wear masks? Are they really members of Akatsuki? One after another, doubts started to flood Sasuke's heart. While busy thinking, Sasuke suddenly felt the change in the flow of air behind him and came back to God. He tried to dodge the attack, however, his speed was too slow as he felt something strong and heavy slam his back, throwing him off the ground. Not good. Enduring the pain with gritted teeth, Sasuke threw 2 kunai tied with metal wire to 2 trees and pulled himself towards the tree using the traction force. But just as he got closer to the tree, the wires were cut and Sasuke lost his balance, slamming heavily on the stem of the tree. Thud! After dealing with Sasuke, Asuma revealed himself and sneered coldly, hey, that's not even a minute, and you guys are already finished? Damn it! Sasuke smashed his hand on the ground with a frustrated expression. Asuma walked closer to Sasuke, and after squatting down, he said, this is life, kid. Some get to live longer, but some don't. You and your batch of wannabe shinobi kids are going to be part of the later ones, the ones who wouldn't get to live long. Then he drew out a blade, and while wiping it clean, he asked, are there any last wishes? Is there really nothing we can do? Muttered Sasuke with a frustrated expression. No last wishes, I suppose. Muttered Asuma and began to cleave off Sasuke's with the blade. Just as Asuma's blade had touched Sasuke's neck, suddenly the sound of wings fluttering echoed in the forest. Hearing this sound, hope rekindled in Sasuke's heart. Are reinforcements here? Up-to-date OVLS on O.V.L. bin. CM. Asuma and Sasuke raised their heads in the direction of the sound and found countless white birds coming toward them. Seeing this, Asuma shook his head and answered, "Reinforcements indeed, but not the people you were hoping to see." Chapter 744 Kids Counterattack. Asuma raised his head and while looking at the countless ink birds swarming him, he laughed mockingly. "Have you kids come here to die as well? Do it now!" At this shout, all the ink birds circling Asuma and the others flew away, and suddenly a swarm of insects attacked the 4 members of the Akatsuki organization. The swarm of insects dyed the battlefield in a darker tone. At the same time as Shino swarmed the battlefield with his insects, Tintin unfolded her giant scroll and shot countless kunai toward the other 3 members of the Akatsuki organization. The sudden appearance of ink birds, insects, and kunai made the battlefield chaotic. Although Asuma and the others were psychologically prepared to face such a situation upon Kuroto's prior warning, however, when they saw it really happening, they were taken aback. They had to admire the guts of these young kids, for they dared to raise their weapons against enemies they couldn't possibly hope to win, and the best part of all of this is their combined effort. But even if surprised, they are Jonin, special Jonin, and highly experienced Chunin, after all, so, as soon as they saw insects, ink birds, and kunai coming towards them, each of them waved hand signs and used their respective jutsus to deal with the kids' attack. Asuma used his fire-style jutsu to bond all the insects, and Anko dealt with the incoming kunais using wind-style jutsu, while Genma and Rado used their kinjutsu skills to cut down all the ink birds attacking him. At the same time, darkness covered her and the world around her changed. Seeing this change of scenery, Kurenai smiled. "Using Jinjutsu on me?" Being a Jinjutsu specialist, she immediately realized that someone was using Jinjutsu on her, and being aware of the identities of all the children in the vicinity, she easily guessed who the person was. "So, you still have some fight left in you, the little girl of the Kurama clan," said Kurenai as she flared up her chakra and broke out of it. After breaking out of the Jinjutsu, Kurenai dashed towards Yakumo. Her most powerful Jinjutsu was so easily broken by Kurenai. Yakumo was tired and vulnerable at this moment, and seeing the member of Akatsuki coming towards her, she panicked, not good, and closed her eyes, in fear, afraid that she would die. But the expected pain did not come. Confused, she opened her eyes and saw Kurenai standing still with something pink wrapped around her, restricting her movements, and as she turned around to look at the person responsible for this, she noticed Mika standing behind her with her hair stretching out and tying Kurenai. Kurenai looked at Mika with a thoughtful expression under her mask and asked, "So I take it that you can stretch your hair?" Mika snorted, "I can do more than just stretch my hair." Then raised both her hands and transformed into giant swords. "Transforming your hands into swords," muttered Kurenai with a shocked tone. "What kind of jutsu is this?" Mika said, "It's my Kekkei Genkai. I can transform my body into anything inanimate." Then pounced on Kurenai. Genma saw Kurenai in danger and wanted to come over to help her. However, before he could make any move, he noticed that he couldn't move at all. What the? Confused, he looked down and noticed countless ceiling symbols around him. Fuinjutsu? Seeing that Genma couldn't move, Cheyenne revealed herself from behind a tree and said, "My Oniai-chan has taught me countless Fuinjutsu. Try to break one of them, and I will use a stronger one to bind you again. Humph, stupid Akatsuki member." Seeing that Kurenai and Genma were trapped, Anko licked her lips in excitement as she muttered, "Asuma-san, it seems to me that we are being underestimated. These kids still don't know that things aren't so easy in a shinobi's life," muttered Asuma. Then he looked in the direction of Yakumo and Mika, and said, "I will free Kurenai." Anko smirked, and while looking at the haughty Cheyenne, she said, "In that case, I will deal with Kuroto's little sister. As his teammate, I suddenly feel like wanting to educate this cute little thing." Both nodded and rushed toward their respective targets. While dashing toward Cheyenne, Anko raised the cuff of her sleeve and several snakes sprang out of it and attacked Cheyenne, many hidden shadow snake hands. Seeing the snakes, Cheyenne was scared, and shouted, "Aya snakes! Hinata-chan, do something!" Just as the snakes were about to approach her, Hinata appeared in front of her. "Don't worry, Cheyenne-chan, I have got you," and used 8 trigrams vacuum palm strikes to destroy the heads of all the snakes. At the same time, Sai and Shin jumped down from the flying ink birds and attacked Anko with their swords. "Hinata-san, please be careful," muttered Niji to himself, as he looked at Asuma, and said to his teammate, "Kiyomi-san, Lee, are you ready? Lee, you and I are going to attack that guy, and while we do that, Kiyomi-san, you help Sasuke." Read latest T chapters at no.v.e.l.bin/.c/o/m only. Rock Lee nodded, "Got it, Niji-san." Kiyomi nodded, "I understand, Niji-kun." "Tenten, Shino-san, Sai-san, cover us." Niji shouted towards Tenten as he and Rock Lee jumped out of bushes and attacked Asuma. Tenten and Shino nodded and once again used their respective methods to cover Niji and Rock Lee. Rock Lee came from below and made a low kick which was easily dodged by Asuma by jumping up in the sky, but the moment Asuma jumped up, Niji used 8 trigrams vacuum palm while in midair and attacked Asuma, keeping him busy and not giving any opportunity to rush forward. In doing this, Rock Lee assisted Niji to the best of his abilities. And while Rock Lee and Niji kept Asuma busy, Kiyomi came towards Sasuke and helped him get up. "Sasuke and Ai-chan, are you alright?" "Kiyomi," muttered Sasuke, slightly surprised at the sudden turn of events. As Sasuke had the chance to get up again, Niji jumped to his side and asked, "Sasuke, you can still fight?" Niji's thoughts are extremely clear. He knows that although many students are there to help them out, no one is strong enough. Therefore, the only possible method they can use to stall Akatsuki long enough is when he and Sasuke work together. Therefore, Niji questions Sasuke if he can still fight or not. Before Sasuke could reply, someone appeared on his other side and said with a chuckle, "The prodigy of the Uchiha clan won't be defeated so easily, right?" Niji and Sasuke looked at the person, and it turned out to be Mika, the girl from Hinata and Shien's team. Surprised, both of them looked in the direction of Kurenai and found that Yakumo, Kiba, and Sakura were keeping a watch over her by pointing their kunai at her. Mika flicked her fingers to attract Niji and Sasuke's attention back to her, and said, "So what do you two say? Shall we work together to defeat them? Both of you know as well as I do that we stand a better chance of defeating him if the 3 of us work together. After all, 3 of us are the strongest here." Sasuke and Niji couldn't see the depth of Mika's strength, however, they could feel that she was indeed as strong as she said, so both of them nodded, "Yes, let's defeat them together." Chapter 745 Real Akatsuki? Outside the Forest of Death. Visit N0.V.L/B.I.N. for the best novel reading experience. When the audience saw the young children risking their lives to save Uchiha Sasuke from the Akatsuki, they all got emotional and cheered for the kid's bravery. Mikoto said with a smile, "Sasuke has good friends." Itachi nodded, "Yes. I am happy that Sasuke is able to make good friends, something that I was never able to do while I was in the academy." Even the stern Fugaku showed a rare smile. Sasuke overcame his fear and risked his life to save his teammates, and then his friends risked their lives to save Sasuke. This is something that touched Fugaku's heart. Whether as Sasuke's father or as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku is extremely happy to see such a scene. These actions of innocent and ignorant young children prove that the Uchiha clan is truly part of the Konoha village. On the other side, the Hayashi and Hizashi brothers also smiled as they discussed something with helpless expressions on their faces. Hinata's and Niji's act of putting their companions' lives over their own is something the elders of the Hyuga clan wouldn't be very happy with and will definitely fuss over. However, here and now, in the presence of so many Konoha villagers, shinobi, and the 5 Kage, their actions are very honorable, something that earned the respect and support of the entire audience. Similar to the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, the parents and guardians of other children also felt proud of the actions of their children. Although they are also very angry that their children did something so dangerous, however, they are also happy and proud of their children and happily boast to the surrounding crowd. The only ones who weren't smiling and sighing instead were the patriarchs of the Ino Shikacho, as they saw their children still limiting themselves to their own territory and not willing to move to other zones. "Sigh, we can't blame our children, they are doing what the mission required them to do," muttered Inoichi helplessly. On the five Kage's side, admiring the companionship of the young children of Konoha, Yandame Mizukichi praised Sandame Hokage in a sincere tone. "The education system of Konoha, it's really impressive." Sandame chuckled. "Every Konoha shinobi feels the same for his companion. We in Konoha always emphasize the value of companionship. This is the philosophy passed down from the time of Shodame Hokage-sama." Although he said this with a smile on his face, internally, Sandame was really glad that the children didn't do anything to embarrass the village's reputation, and thought to himself, "I guess I have to praise Hyuga Kuroto for the kid's performance." Yet Konoha played the most role in creating the Akatsuki. "It's ironic, isn't it?" muttered Yandame Reikage in a sarcastic tone. Sandame chose to ignore Reikage's comment and focused on the show before him. Umbu Monitoring Room. At the same time as the assessment was progressing in the Forest of Death, a Konoha Umbu keeping an eye on all the activities in the Forest of Death suddenly pointed at one of the screens and exclaimed, "Kuroto-sama, look there, are those two also part of your plan?" Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Kuroto shook his head. "No, other than Asuma and the others, I didn't send anyone else," meaning, those two are really member of Akatsuki organization. Everyone muttered the bitter truth. Obito and Zetsu didn't realize that their presence had been noticed by Konoha, the reason being that the camera that captured their presence was hidden inside a beehive. Perhaps, Obito and Zetsu didn't expect that such an inconspicuous place could also hide a surveillance camera, so they mistakenly let down their guard and mistakenly allowed Konoha to notice them. Staring at the two people who are really members of the terrorist organization Akatsuki, Jiraiya couldn't help but tighten his fists. Damn it, are they targeting Konoha again? Iwagakure suffered not long ago, will it be Konoha's turn this time? Tsunade folded her hands under her massive bust, and asked with a thoughtful expression, "The masked one is the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara with the Manjikyu Sharingan that allows him to use space-time jutsu, while the other one is the strange creature that can travel through the earth, right?" The Umbu on the side nodded. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Both of them are very good at mobility. Are they here to scout the situation in advance?" muttered Jiraiya doubtfully. Someone asked from the side, "What if they are here for the Akatsuki member that we captured not long ago?" Tsunade muttered, "It's possible. If that's their objective, then it's bound to fail. That person is already dead." Then added after a pause, "Moreover, if that was their objective, they wouldn't be wasting their time in the Forest of Death." Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, the fact that they are in the Forest of Death means they are more interested in something else, and we all know what that is." As Tsunade and Jiraiya concluded the purpose of the two Akatsuki members, Kakashi looked at Obito on the screen with a complicated expression. If not for the possibility of risking the entire Konoha and the shinobi world, Kakashi would have immediately teleported in front of Obito. But right now, they have to worry about the safety of Naruto and Fu. The sudden appearance of two real members of Akatsuki really threatened all the kids in the Forest of Death, especially Naruto and Fu, so everyone, including Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shisui, Yui, Shizune, Izumi as well as all the Umbu members in the monitoring hall looked at Kuroto. This entire assessment was planned by Kuroto. He is the person responsible for all the things concerning the assessment, therefore, even Jiraiya and Tsunade have to consider his opinion. Although they can overrule Kuroto's authority and issue orders considering the emergency situation, however, they chose not to do so immediately. They wanted to listen to Kuroto's opinion on the matter. Who knows, there is always a possibility that Kuroto may provide a good solution that will help them resolve the situation with the least losses. Under everyone's gaze, Kuroto looked at Obito and Zetsu on the monitor with a thoughtful expression. "Obito and Zetsu? What the hell are these two doing in the Forest of Death at such a critical time?" Chapter 746 Testing Akatsuki. Both Obito and Zetsu are difficult enemies that can't be killed, especially Zetsu. That thing has been roaming the shinobi world for over a millennium. Therefore, if not really necessary, Kuroto really doesn't want to fight these two guys. After analyzing all the possibilities and angles, and considering all the possible reasons behind Obito and Zetsu's purpose of coming to Konoha, Kuroto said, "I think, their original intention of coming to Konoha wasn't capturing Naruto-kun or Fuchan. Jiraiya asked with a confused expression, "What makes you say that?" Kuroto held his chin and explained, "This is just my thinking, but I believe that the real reason both of them are in Konoha is probably Deidara. They want to capture him. They attacked Iwagakure with the very same purpose. Capturing the Jinchuriki of 4 tails and 5 tails turned out to be the byproduct of their actions, but their purpose was something else. I think their intention is the same this time. They are here to capture Deidara, whom they believe to be the newest member of Amatsukami. This does make sense if we think about it," nodded Kakashi. Kuroto added, "Additionally, I think both of them also wanted to know the status of their comrade that we captured not long ago." Tsunade said, "But he is already dead." Kuroto nodded, "Yes, and I think they have learned of this information." And added, "Apart from failing to save their comrade, they also failed to capture Deidara, and were probably about to leave Konoha. However, just before that, they must have heard the details of the real-life assessment being held in Konoha, and planned to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly capture the Jinchuriki of Konoha, that is Naruto." Jiraiya agreed with Kuroto's analysis. "Yes, that's what I thought too. It's quite likely that they are targeting Uzumaki Naruto." Shizen immediately said, "We should immediately suspend the assessment and focus on protecting Uzumaki Naruto. Protecting Naruto is fine, however, suspending the assessment immediately after we noticed their presence and assumed their purpose wouldn't be a very good decision in my opinion. It would send the message that we are really afraid of their attack. This can also be interpreted as we no longer have the support of Amatsukami," suggested Kuroto. Kakashi nodded, "Yes, we can't make any wrong move in haste. The only reason they sneaked inside, instead of openly attacking Konoha, is probably because they fear that Amatsukami will appear and intervene. Therefore, we have to pose a strong front in front of Akatsuki in order to give a message that we aren't afraid, otherwise, they might figure out the details about what Sandaime-sama told us about, and if that were to happen, it would be a disaster. Konoha would probably become the next Iwagakure." "I didn't think about it in this way," muttered Shizen apologetically. Tsunade cut her off, and asked Kuroto, "Then what do you suggest we do? We can't just turn a blind eye to them, right?" Kuroto thought for a while, then said, "How about we test them?" "Test them," mumbled Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi in confusion, and asked doubtfully, "Test those two?" "But how?" Kuroto said with a smile, "Leave that up to me. I will go in front of them and test their reaction to something. It would be really interesting." Shursui immediately thought of something, and said, "Kuroto-san, I will come with you." Kuroto shook his head, "No, you stay here." Shursui was taken aback, and asked, "What? But why? I can be of help." "Yes, I know, however, you would be of more help here," said Kuroto, then added after a pause, "We have only guessed that only 2 of them are here to secretly capture Naruto. What if that's not the case? What if the entire Akatsuki has appeared around Konoha and is planning to make another attack on Konoha?" "This," muttered Shursui in shock, he didn't think to this extent. "Of course, this is only a possibility, but if it's true, then you need to be here to protect the Jinchuriki," said Kuroto, and added, "You and Kakashi should work together to protect the tail beasts and their Jinchuriki." "I understand," nodded Shursui. "I will do what you instruct." Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and noticed that both of them were incredibly surprised after witnessing the scene before them. There were 2 reasons behind their surprise. The first is the fact that Uchiha Shursui seems quite obedient to Hyuga Kuroto. This is quite incredible, considering Shursui is the strongest power on the side of Konoha and the 5 great nations. I mean, they don't think that Uchiha Shursui would be so obedient to them. How could Uchiha Shursui be so obedient to Hyuga Kuroto? This is the thought that popped up in their heads, but obviously, this is just a momentary thought and neither of them gave it any more attention than necessary. Now, the second reason behind their surprise, it's the fact that Hyuga Kuroto is willing to come face to face with 2 members of Akatsuki. What's more, the shocking thing is that Kuroto is quite casual about this, not at all afraid. It must be known that the terror of Akatsuki runs deep in the nerves of all shinobis, yet Hyuga Kuroto isn't scared to come face to face with them. This is really worth commending, and both of them couldn't help but ask Kuroto, going out there alone to test them? Wouldn't that be too foolish? Kuroto shook his head, and said in a casual tone, "Nah. I think I will be all right." Of course, just because Kuroto was calm about this doesn't mean the others were okay with it as well. The one who objected first was naturally Yui. "Kuroto-kun, are you planning to die?" "They are Akatsuki." Looking at Yui objecting, Kuroto just tapped her forehead and whispered something in her ears which quietened her. With the done, he looked back at the crowd, and said, "So, as I said earlier, I will be fine." Seeing that Kuroto was really determined, and no one was objecting to him going there, Jiraiya nodded, and asked, "How do you plan on testing them? You must explain this to us, otherwise, we won't approve." Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Kuroto said while taking out a scroll from his cloak, "Well, it would have been more fun if this came as a surprise, but meh, it doesn't really matter." Then without wasting any time, he unfolded the scroll and took out something from it that looked like disguises. After that, he weaved the hand signs and created 4 shadow clones. He and the 4 shadow clones wore the disguises he took out earlier and stood in front of everyone. As Kuroto finished disguising, everyone was looking at him wide-eyed. "Those cloaks, those masks, they are of Amatsukmi members," muttered Jiraiya, and asked, "Why do you have those?" Kuroto shrugged. "While I was creating Akatsuki uniforms for the assessment, I also created several Amatsukami uniforms. I didn't have an exact idea, but I plan to use these uniforms in the next assessment." "Makes sense," muttered Tsunade, and questioned, "So, you intend to pretend to be someone from Amatsukami and appear before Akatsuki members in order to figure out their intention?" Kuroto nodded. "Yes, I want to see if Akatsuki is really afraid of Amatsukami, and how they would react when they see all the members of Amatsukami together." "But what would happen if Amatsukami learns of your actions?" asked Kakashi with a worried expression. "It doesn't matter, these are mere disguises," said Kuroto in a casual tone. "What can Amatsukami do? Isn't he the leader?" Chapter 747, The Man Who Will Become Hokage. Nobody except the people in the monitoring room were aware of the fact that 2 real members of Akatsuki had appeared in the Forest of Death, and all of them nervously looked at the screen as Kuroto as well as his shadow clones made his way to the Forest of Death. On the battlefield, Mika, Sasuke, and Neji stood side by side. As the 3 of them united together, the other children breathed somewhat relieved sighs. Sasuke and Neji are known as the monsters among the geniuses, and Mika also has a Kekkai Genkai that allows her to change her body into any weapon that she wants. Mika's abilities are quite useful and fearsome when on the battlefield. After all, as long as she has enough chakra, she will never run out of unique weapons with which she can surprise her enemies. Prepared for the fight, Sasuke, Neji, and Mika glanced at the other battlefields. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. On the other side, Kurenai had freed herself. Now she and Anko were standing back to back as they faced a lot of children, including Cheyenne, Hinata, Yakumo, Shin, Kiba, as well as Sakura, who seemed to be protecting the unconscious Naruto. Although the kids were putting up a tough fight, they were obviously not enough, as the 2 members of Akatsuki had started to overwhelm them. Seeing this, Neji said to Lee and Kiyomi, "Both of you go and help them out. I, Sasuke, and Mika-san will take care of this one." Both Rock Lee and Kiyomi nodded, "All right," and went to assist the other kids. On the other side, Sai, Shino, Tintin, and Fu kept Genma and Rado busy. "Now the only one remaining is that guy," muttered Sasuke. Mika added from the side, "He is probably the strongest among the 5 of them." Neji said, "As long as we hold him for a while, the reinforcements will arrive from the village." Both Sasuke and Mika nodded, "Yes." After reaching a consensus, all 3 looked at Asuma with determined expressions. Asuma cracked his knuckles upon seeing the children's intent to fight and shouted with a loud laugh, "What are you 3 waiting for? Come on!" Sasuke, Mika, and Neji shot together. the target was Asuma. And just as these three launched an attack on Asuma, the other children also launched a fierce offensive against the other members of Akatsuki. Instantly, chaos broke out on the battlefield. As the sound of rapid metal collisions sounded on the battlefield, the figure of Sasuke with kunai in both hands and Mika with the ends of her hair transformed into dozens of small blades continuously attacking Asuma was revealed. Neji, who was behind, saw chakra gather in Asuma's mouth with his Byakugan and immediately signaled, "Come back." Both Sasuke and Mika followed Neji's instruction and appeared on his side, as a dragon of fire was breathed out by Asuma. Seeing the fire dragon coming towards them, Neji took his stance, and used, Revolving Heaven, to defend, then immediately used, 8 trigrams Vacuum Strike, to attack Asuma as the battle once again heated up. Sasuke and Neji have excellent combat skills, and Mika has the versatility of attacks that always provide a surprise element. The combination of the three always kept Asuma on his toes, and he didn't seem to be able to care about the others, otherwise he would get injured by a bunch of children and that would be very embarrassing. Cheyenne, who was somewhat free, and only assisted from a distance using her Fuinjutsu, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Sasuke, Mika, and Neji fight the fourth member of Akatsuki. I didn't expect that Mika-chan would be so strong. Then she looked at Hinata on the side, and asked, "Hinata-chan, how is Naruto-kun doing?" "There are no injuries, but Naruto-kun is unconscious," said Hinata worriedly as she tried to help Naruto regain consciousness. Cheyenne nodded, "He will be fine," then looked back at the trio of Neji and muttered, "Well, the three of them are really strong and reliable. They can keep him busy for a while." In her opinion, the situation has developed quite well. All 5 members of Akatsuki are currently engaged in combat, and as long as they hold on for a while, the reinforcements from the village will arrive. "Kuroto Oniai-chan, why are you taking so long? I am in danger, shouldn't you come quickly and rescue me?" Cheyenne folded her hands over her chest and muttered in a dissatisfied pout while sucking on a lollipop. The next moment, Tintin, Shino, Sai, and Fu also fell down from the tree. Tintin and Fu immediately lost consciousness, while Shino and Sai barely managed to remain conscious. Immediately afterward, hissing sounds of snakes resounded on their side, and all the children who were helping them protect Naruto had snakes wrapped around their bodies, while their minds were trapped in Jinjutsu. Seeing this sudden change, Cheyenne's expression froze, and the lollipop she was sucking fell to the ground. A few moments before, there were a dozen of them, and now, only 5. After dealing with the children around her, Anko and Kurenai looked at Cheyenne and Hinata menacingly. Feeling that gaze, Cheyenne's hair stood up, and she said in a stutter, stay away from me, otherwise, my Oniai-chan, he will definitely not forgive you." "Ha ha ha." Anko chuckled evilly and said while licking her kunai, "I don't see any Oniai-chan here." Mika noticed the change on Cheyenne and Hinata's side and wanted to help her teammates. However, this desire of hers caught her off guard for a second, and Asuma didn't waste that second, and slammed a heavy punch in her gut, causing her to fly out and collide with a tree. As Sasuke and Neji looked at their companions falling one by one, their faces became gloomy. All the children still conscious looked at Sasuke and Neji with hope in their eyes. The 2 of them were the only ones left who stood any chance. However, it didn't take more than a few seconds for Asuma to crush this last hope. Bang! Bang! As Asuma's heavy punches landed on the 2, their body flew out and crashed into trees with a muffled sound. After dealing with Sasuke and Neji, Asuma chuckled, "Was that all? Or do you guys still have some fight left in you?" Sasuke, Neji, and Mika couldn't only glare at Asuma, they didn't have any strength to even stand up again. "Seems like this is the end, huh?" muttered Asuma as he took out a kunai and started walking toward Mika. The other children felt despair as they saw the defeat of Sasuke, Neji, and Mika. Just when everyone felt that they were going to die, Naruto finally regained consciousness and stood up. "Naruto-kun," muttered Hinata, happy that Naruto was all right, but worried at the same time that they might die today. The other children also shook their heads in defeat. Even people like Sasuke and Neji are helpless against Akatsuki. What can Naruto do? Ignoring others' expressions, Naruto threw a shuriken toward Asuma and shouted, "Stop!" Asuma caught the incoming shuriken and muttered in a surprised tone, "Oh, you are still here? I thought you would run away while I was busy dealing with your friends." "Run," muttered Naruto, as his gaze swept over his friends and teachers. Seeing their state, anger took over him and he shouted, "Listen up, whoever you are behind that mask. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will become the greatest Hokage. I don't abandon my companions." Asuma chuckled, "Before dreaming of becoming Hokage, I think you should dream about surviving this battle." "You don't scare me," said Naruto, and added, "The one defeated will be you guys." Then he bit his thumb and started weaving hand signs as he shouted, "Kuchios no Jutsu. I am sorry, Kabuto Inai-chan, although you instructed me to not use this jutsu. In order to save my friends and sensei, I have to break the promise I made to you." Poof! Chapter 748, Summon and Senjutsu. Poof! As a large amount of white smoke emerged in the forest, everyone felt goosebumps. No one could figure out why or how, but everyone's nerves tightened as if feeling an instinctual fear. As the smoke dispersed, the view became clear. However, darkness and shadows still remained. The smart ones quickly figured out that something was blocking the light and looked up. As they did, they saw a humongous eye looking at them. Some children were scared and asked while pointing at that thing with shaky hands, What is that?" It looks like a snake," another child replied. "For a snake, it's really big." The size of the snake was so big that just by lifting 1/3 of its body it was already towering over all of them and covering the sky. "It's a summoned snake. However, it's not an ordinary snake, it's probably one of the biggest snakes in the world," Asuma muttered, looking at the giant snake in a cold sweat. "It's not just one of the biggest, it's also one of the most dangerous ones out there," muttered Anko as she gulped nervously. She could sense the bloody aura of the giant snake, and it even shook her, someone who was quite used to interacting with snakes. Anko could tell that this summoned snake is probably as strong as Orochimaru's Manda. And Manda is not someone even shinobi as strong as Jonin would want to mess around with. The same goes with the red snake, it is not something they can easily deal with. "But, how did it get here?" muttered Genma, and soon something caught his attention. Not only Genma, but the others noticed it as well. It was the presence of Uzumaki Naruto on top of the giant snake's head. Naruto stood there proudly, with his hands folded over his chest and looking at all the people with a smirk on his face. After noticing Naruto on top of the giant snake's head, Asuma looked at Kurenai beside him and asked with a stutter, "Kurenai, is this a Jinjutsu or something? Or did that kid Naruto really summon this giant snake?" Asuma had long lost all his calmness. This entire situation before him seemed too absurd and weird to him. Asuma couldn't understand how someone like Naruto managed to get in contact with such a creature, and even if he did, how could he manage to make a summoning contract with such a creature? If it's a Jinjutsu, then we are all victims to it," said Kurenai with a nervous chuckle, looking at the terrifying face of the red giant snake. Even at the time she was kidnapped by Orochimaru, she didn't see Orochimaru calling out something so big. In fact, this is the first time she has seen such a giant summon. Not only the 5 of them but even the trainees were taken aback. Cheyenne looked at the giant snake and murmured while rubbing her eyes, "Is this a dream?" Cheyenne wasn't really as scared or nervous of the giant snake as others because she knew the horror of Morio the demon. Compared to the demon, the snake didn't seem so scary to her. Sai looked at the giant snake in admiration. "It's so big, this is the first time I have seen such a giant summon." He wanted to draw a sketch of the giant snake, and couldn't help but think, "I wonder if Naruto-kun will allow me to make a sketch of this snake." Different from Cheyenne and Sai, Sasuke seemed numb, especially after noticing Naruto standing on top of the giant snake. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke felt that he couldn't recognize Naruto at all. He looked so unfamiliar and unreal. All the children had their own thoughts. Perhaps the only one who looked afraid was Niji. With his Byakugan, he could see the enormous chakra of the giant snake, and that amount of reserves scared him. Moreover, other than chakra, Niji could feel a different type of energy that wasn't chakra inside the giant snake as well. He couldn't quite put it in his words, however, he felt that that energy was too dangerous. Viewing area, outside the Forest of Death, Konoha Village. The appearance of the giant snake caused a sensation, and the entire viewing area became noisy. The sudden change was beyond anyone's expectations. The Uchiha matriarch was taken aback. What's going on? How could such a summon appear in Konoha? N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin co/m. It seems to have been summoned by Minato's son, muttered Fugaku with a deep frown on his face. Truth be told, Fugaku was really shocked. Even as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku has never had the opportunity to come in contact with such a top-tier summon animal. He couldn't understand how Naruto signed a summon contract with such a snake. After a while of thinking, he couldn't help but think, I don't think it can be found anywhere other than the Ryuchi cave. Was it because of Orochimaru? Itachi also looked at the screen with a worried expression. The appearance of this snake wasn't in the plan Shui told him, so he is a little worried and not sure if the appearance of this snake is a good thing or a bad thing. On 5 Kage's side. As the giant snake appeared on the screen, all the Kages stood up in shock. The Godame Kazekage Pakura was the most shocked. She vaguely remembers that her sensei, Sandan Kazekage in his younger days used to have a summon, and this giant red snake oddly resembles that snake, if not for the difference in eyes. Her sensei's snake had 2 eyes, while this one had only 1. It is possible that both of them are the same, she muttered and added, it is really Garaga? Sandan Tsuchikage seems to recognize that giant snake, and chuckled, to have signed a summon contract with that Garaga at such a young age? That child Uzumaki Naruto, he is not easy. Inoki didn't question how Naruto managed to make Garaga his summon. Something must have happened that led to this result, however, to be able to form the contract, and then have the ability to summon Garaga is a really big deal in Inoki's eyes. That kid! Reikage looked at Naruto on the screen and clenched his fist, no doubt about it, you are his son. To be able to complete such a feat at such a young age, he is really something. Even Yagura commented in admiration of Naruto. Unlike other Kages, Sandan didn't praise Naruto. Instead, he called one of the Umbu station nearby and hurriedly ordered him, quickly, tell Hyuga Kuroto to immediately stop the assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was really panicked at this moment. He is not sure if Naruto can control such a summon with his current abilities. After all, even an adult Orochimaru doesn't claim to have full control over his summon Manda, so how can Naruto control Garaga? And given the nature of snakes, it wouldn't be strange if Snake Garaga started attacking Naruto as well as the children in the Forest of Death. Hiruzen can't take such a risk. Those children are the future of Konoha, and he can't allow the future of Konoha to be destroyed. Now let's get back to the battlefield. Garaga exhaled a large amount of hot smoke from his nostrils and spoke in an angry tone of voice, Naruto. I was sleeping, why did you summon me at such a time? Sorry Garaga, but I needed your help, apologized Naruto. Then he pointed at the 5 people wearing Akatsuki organization's uniform along with strange masks, and said, those people, those bad guys are going to kill me and my friends. I don't want my friends to die, please help me defeat them. Hearing Naruto's explanation, Garaga angrily glared at Asuma and the others. After staring at them for a few seconds, Garaga said in a displeased tone, Naruto, you called me just to fight those weak humans? Who do you think I am? I have my arrogance, I won't fight such weak people. Naruto pleaded, Garaga, please help us, they are members of a terrorist organization named Akatsuki, they are causing problems everywhere. Not long ago, they destroyed Iwagakure, and before that, they attacked Konoha too. They are the enemy of the entire shinobi world. What? Destroyed Iwagakure and attacked Konoha, really? Garaga felt incredible. He didn't feel that the 5 of them were so strong to be able to accomplish such a feat. He felt that Naruto might be exaggerating things, but he chose not to point that out and said generously, fine. I will help you today. Really? Thank you Garaga, exclaimed Naruto as he jumped up in joy. Gaaraga chuckled at Naruto's behavior, and just as he was about to focus his attention back on the four enemies, he suddenly noticed something, and asked Naruto, "Say Naruto, why aren't you in Senjutsu mode?" That. Naruto was helpless. He scratched the back of his head and explained, "It takes a lot of time to absorb natural energy here, so I am unable to enter the Senjutsu mode. I have tried a lot, but it doesn't work at all." "Idiot," muttered Gaaraga, and said, "You need more practice." Then added after a pause, "Fine, this time I will pass you some Senjutsu chakra, don't waste it." Some Senjutsu chakra from Gaaraga's body was transferred to Naruto's body, and Naruto immediately entered Senjutsu mode. Yosha! Now I can fight them as well. Chapter 749 Uzumaki Naruto vs Akatsuki. Yosha! Now I can fight them as well. Having successfully entered the Sennin mode, Naruto cheered and raised his hand in excitement. His temperament has undergone a complete change, his originally blue pupils have turned into serpent-like eyes, and traces of snake scales are also visible on his face. "Yes, now fight," roared Gaaraga in a war cry upon feeling the change in Naruto's temperament as he entered Sennin mode. Naruto saw that Gaaraga was ready to pounce his gigantic body on the 5 members of the Akatsuki organization. Naruto hurriedly said, "Gaaraga, except for those 5 people, please don't harm the others, they are my companions." "Naruto, you are so annoying," complained Gaaraga in a dissatisfied tone. However, his body was moving as per Naruto's requests, carefully avoiding any of Naruto's companions. As Asuma noticed the giant snake moving forward to attack them, he as well as the other 4 shuddered in fear, cold sweat gathered on their back, heck, even the thought of revealing their identity appeared in their minds. But before they could do anything, Gaaraga moved his tail and swept the 5 members of the Akatsuki organization. Bang! 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 As Gaaraga's tail moved, a rumbling sound echoed on the battlefield, all the trees along the way were rooted out, and a mini-storm overwhelmed the battlefield, causing the uprooted trees, mud, and stones to slide along with the storm. We don't stand a chance against something like this. The sheer pressure and speed of Gaaraga's tail made Asuma and the others realize the difference in their respective strength. In the face of such a fast and violent tail sweep, Asuma and the others had no choice but to immediately raise an earth wall in defense, but even that proved to be fruitless as the tail directly smashed through the earth walls and swept them. Damn! Gritting their teeth, they barely raised their hands in front of them to protect their vitals. Boom! In the face of Gaaraga's tail, Asuma and the others were like small rats. They were violently blown away and heavily slammed into the trees with a loud bang. Shit! At this rate, those children will, muttered Asuma after coughing out a mouthful of blood. Even a jonin like him is nothing in front of that giant snake. Those children will definitely suffer severe injuries and die under the giant snake's attack. Kurenai, Anko, and Genma had the same thought, so as soon as they recovered their breaths, they looked at the battlefield with worried expressions. As the dust settled, the scene of the battlefield became clear, and all 4 of them were taken aback upon noticing that no one was present on the battlefield. Children, unconscious teachers, all of them were gone. "Where did they all go?" muttered Asuma with a frown. "They must have been blown away because of the storm," said Reito as he looked around. However, he didn't find a single trace of anyone, whether trainees or the Chunin. "What the hell is going on?" asked Genma. "That snake didn't eat them all, right?" asked Anko with a worried expression. Having known that Orochimaru summoned Snake, Manda always demanded sacrifices from Orochimaru. She couldn't ignore the possibility that this snake also takes sacrifices. Just when everyone was confused and not sure about the situation, suddenly, Naruto jumped from the head of the giant snake and pressed his hands on the ground upon landing. Boom! As Naruto pressed his hands on the ground, it suddenly came to life, and all the people that were missing until a few seconds appeared back on the battlefield. It turns out that before Gaaraga had made the tail strike, Naruto had already used Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation, to wrap the ground around all his companions lying on the ground. This technique not only protected all his companions from Gaaraga's attack, but it also allowed Gaaraga to attack without having to worry about restraining himself. As everyone looked at the wriggling ground, they were puzzled. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Even Asuma, an experienced jonin, the son of Professor, couldn't tell what kind of ninjutsu Uzumaki Naruto had used. He has seen a lot of ninjutsu in the past 2 decades, however, this is the first time he has seen something like this. Not only Asuma, but even others like Kurenai, Anko, and Genma were also completely blank. They haven't seen some use such as earth ninjutsu. Sasuke's mind was blank, and all he could do was look at Naruto in a daze, and ask with an uncertain expression, "Naruto? Naruto, was it you?" Naruto turned his head back, and flashed a cheerful grin while raising a thumbs up. He said, "Sasuke, don't worry, I will definitely protect you and everyone." Seeing Naruto's behavior, Gaaraga said in an annoyed tone, "Hey Naruto. Rather than worrying about that kid, worry about the people standing in front of you, they aren't defeated yet." Naruto nodded vigorously. "I understand, Gaaraga." Looking at Naruto's communication with the giant snake, everyone was once again taken aback. Sasuke couldn't believe what he was seeing, Neji had a bitter expression, and even Asuma and the others were highly surprised. That snake is cooperating as per Uzumaki Naruto's demands, and the snake wasn't doing anything to harm the children. Upon realizing this fact, Asuma and the others were not in a hurry to reveal their identities. Instead, they wanted to test Uzumaki Naruto because his sudden performance was way too different from what everyone had expected. They have to test his abilities. After all, this is the main responsibility given to them by Kuroto in this assessment. They have to help the children bring out their true potential by making them experience a desperate situation in a safe environment they would otherwise not encounter. So with such intention, the 4 of them quickly made a plan and rushed towards Gaaraga. Seeing the 4 Akatsuki members coming in, Gaaraga spits out a gray fluid from his mouth. Ne/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin co/m. "Everyone, don't let that fluid touch you," shouted Anko as the 4 instantly split up and distanced themselves from the area where the fluid would fall. Saw. Wherever the fluid fell, whether on trees, plants, grass, or some small animals or insects, everything instantly turned into stone. However, as the attack from the corrosive fluid just passed, suddenly, a small figure appeared in front of them. "You kid, do you still want to attack us on your own?" said Asuma upon discovering that it was none other than Naruto, and raised his hand to attack Naruto in the gut. The honor and confidence of being a jonin didn't allow Asuma to actually face Naruto, so he planned to resolve the kid with just a single attack in the gut. Because of having confidence in his physical strength, Asuma believed that it would be more than enough to knock out Naruto. However, what he expected didn't happen. Instead of Naruto getting knocked out, there was a loud muffled sound, bang. Instead of Naruto getting knocked out by Asuma's punch, he met the attack head-on with his own small fist. And instead of Naruto getting blasted away, it was Asuma who, under the astonished eyes of all the bystanders and viewers, was blasted out because of being overpowered by Naruto's punch. Chapter 750: The Absurdity of Situation. Boom! Crash! Dang! Dang! Thump! Accompanied by loud noises, Asuma collided with several trees, knocking all of them, and barely managed to stop himself by crashing himself to the ground, causing dust and smoke. Cough. Puke. While trying to get up again, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, the edges of his mask were stained red, and a puddle formed on the ground in front of him. How is this even possible? Seeing Asuma's state, not only Sasuke, Neji, as well as the other students of his class, but even Kurenai, Anko, and Genma were taken aback. Asuma-san was actually knocked out by him? Watching Asuma struggling to get up, everyone felt the absurdity of the situation. Although not very clear about Asuma's strength, the children still understand that Asuma is very strong. He is definitely not someone the likes of them can defeat or overpower. Up to now, no matter how many attacks they have thrown at him, Asuma has dealt with all of them without getting any substantial damage. Yet, such a person was overpowered and beaten so badly by Naruto. This is Naruto we're talking about, the kid who comes last in almost all the assessments in the academy, can't perform a single ninjutsu, and is defeated by everyone when it comes to taijutsu, yet today, here and now, he overpowered such a strong member of Akatsuki organization in brute strength. If this isn't shocking, then they don't know what is. After a while of heavy coughing and puking out blood, Asuma took a deep breath and finally stood up. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that I would see such a day. Beaten by a kid, he chuckled as he looked at his deformed arm. Asuma's right arm was bent in an unnatural direction. Your favorite ovals at n/the/l/bin.com. Of course, it wasn't just Asuma who was injured. Naruto's hand wasn't in good condition either. In the small confrontation just now, Naruto's palm also suffered severe damage. Ouch, it hurts! Naruto exclaimed in pain and looked at his swollen red hand. At this time a magical scene happened before everyone. His fist, which was badly bruised, quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within 3 to 4 breaths it returned to the original state as if Naruto hadn't suffered any injury, causing even Naruto to exclaim in surprise, "Wow, it doesn't hurt anymore." Seeing such a thing, everyone was once again taken aback. Especially Asuma, who couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Damn, is he really a kid?" In the small confrontation just now with Naruto, Asuma felt as if he had been hit by a bull. The kid's punching strength is simply unbelievable. Asuma had but one thought in his mind: a kid shouldn't be this strong. Such amazing regenerative power on top of having monstrous strength and contract with a gigantic snake. If not for the fact that Asuma knew Naruto's origin, he would definitely not believe that the blonde kid standing in front of him is not a kid. Phew! As the cold wind blew past the battlefield, causing the leaves and blades of grass to bend and float, suddenly several small snakes pounced on him from behind. Seeing a member of Akatsuki attacking Naruto from behind using snakes, Neji tried to warn him, "Naruto, Beihai." However, before Neji could finish, Naruto had already reacted. It seemed as if he had a pair of eyes behind his head, and after positioning himself out of the trajectory of those snakes, he raised both his hands and punched the heads of snakes, killing all of them in just one attempt. Hey, don't do sneak attacks. So, he has excellent sensory skills too, muttered Anko with a frown as she looked at her dead snakes. Before Naruto could relax his guard, suddenly, he saw countless cherry blossom petals floating around him, causing him to smile and exclaim in wonder, "Wow, they are so pretty." Seeing Naruto's behavior, and a strange chakra entering his body, Sasuke shouted, "Naruto, that's a genjutsu." However, Sasuke's voice didn't reach him, and Naruto continued to behave strangely. Knowing that it is difficult for people who don't have Sharingan or Byakugan to resist genjutsu, Sasuke didn't think that Naruto would be able to fight against this genjutsu user. He tried to get up and help Naruto, however, the severe pain in his abdomen made Sasuke lose his balance and once again collapse on the ground. "Damn it!" "Get up," shouted Sasuke to himself, and looked in the direction of Naruto with a worried expression, only to find something strange that he hadn't expected. Naruto had disappeared from his position, and, boom, the sound of someone colliding into a tree resounded. This was Kurenai. Kurenai held her abdomen and coughed out a mouthful of blood, panting violently and looking at Naruto with a horrified expression. That thing, it's starting to. On the other side, Sasuke was once again at a loss. Naruto doesn't have Sharingan or Byakugan. How did he resist genjutsu? Sasuke's doubt was genuine. Naruto couldn't resist genjutsu, and he was very poor at it. Even in Canon, genjutsu was his weakness. This weakness was often exploited by Uchiha Itachi. However, what Sasuke doesn't know is that the millennium-old fox living inside Naruto is more than capable of resisting most of the genjutsus. And that fox helped Naruto. Although the current Naruto hasn't developed any bond or friendship with the nine-tailed fox sealed inside him, however, the fox is not ignorant of the events happening in the outside world. Kurama knows that the members of the Akatsuki organization are targeting the nine-tailed beasts to resurrect the ten tails. Kurama is also very clear about the fact that several tailed beasts have already been captured by the Akatsuki organization. And now that so many members of the Akatsuki organization are here, in Konoha, attacking a bunch of kids, he naturally assumed that they are here for him and Chomei. Therefore, he is secretly helping Naruto beat the crap out of these members of the Akatsuki organization. As far as Kurama is concerned, although Kushina and Minato sealed him inside Naruto and divided him into two halves, causing him to further hate humans, however, staying sealed inside Naruto is way better than being captured by the Akatsuki organization and returning to Ten Tails. This is the reason why he helped Naruto break out of Kurenai's Jinjutsu. While everyone was confused, suddenly there was a blast, the ground under Naruto's feet cracked, and heavy winds blew as strange and ominous orange chakra started to bubble out of Naruto's body and cloaked his body in the shape of a beast. The fluctuations of this orange chakra shook everyone on the battlefield. Being the nearest to Naruto, Asuma looked at him with a horrified expression. Tailed beast transformation? Knowing what this transformation means, Asuma lost all his calmness. Heck, not only Asuma, but even Gaaraga was also feeling uncomfortable because of the violent nature of the orange chakra bubbling out of Naruto. As for the kids like Sasuke, Neji, Cheyenne, Sai, and the others, they had to put up a lot of struggle just to be able to look at Naruto. Ignorant of the reasons, Sasuke asked in confusion, "What the hell is going on with Naruto?" Neji shook his head with a sweaty forehead. "I don't know. All I can see is violent chakra around Naruto." Cheyenne muttered with a pale face, "He is just like me." While no one was sure of just what was going on with Naruto, and many had assumed that the nine tails inside him had run out of Naruto's control, suddenly, they all saw Naruto looking around in confusion, and asking, "Sasuke, what's going on? What is this?" Naruto's question relieved Asuma, Kurenai, Anko, and Genma. The fact that Naruto didn't roar, or start destroying things meant that although Tailed Beast's chakra is leaking out of his body, he is still in control of his body. But this again raised doubts of many people. Can he control even the Nine Tails chakra? Under only one precedence can a Jinchuriki remain conscious while using the Tailed Beast's chakra, that is when they have gained some degree of control over the Tailed Beast sealed inside them. This is not impossible, however, it is very difficult, especially for a child as young as Naruto. Chapter 751 Restless Higher-Ups. All the kids were again and again surprised by the terrifying power Naruto showed. Seeing that Naruto had the situation under control, Cheyenne sighed in relief and put the bell in her hand back inside her kimono. She was glad that she didn't have to unseal the bell. The bell seals her Miko power. Her mother has warned her to not lift the seal unless Kuroto Oniai-chan permits her. Compared to Cheyenne's relief, Sasuke had some other thoughts in his mind. Although he was glad that Naruto was dominating the battle against the four members of Akatsuki, he felt unwilling upon seeing this. Sasuke just couldn't accept this. He, the genius of the Uchiha clan, can't even provide support to Naruto in this battle. He is just a bystander who has no power at all. Neji had the same thought. Why is it always like this? He too is a rare genius of the Hyuga clan, and he couldn't accept that he doesn't even have enough strength to assist Naruto, let alone defeat the enemy. Neji and Sasuke participated in the assessment with the thought of showing their talent and proving their strength in this assessment. However, they didn't expect that they would become so miserable. On the other side, as the nine-tailed, violent chakra cloaked Naruto's body, the Senjutsu chakra and nine-tailed chakra intertwined together and gave birth to a new type of chakra that was extremely violent, yet calm at the same time. This new type of chakra was extremely majestic and fearsome. With such a chakra cloaked around his body, even if Naruto just stood in his position and did nothing, he still created fierce winds around him that swept the surroundings. What's going on? The funny thing is that Naruto was ignorant of everything. He was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He only felt that his body suddenly gained inexhaustible strength, however, he didn't understand how. Feeling such power and driven by some thought that didn't seem to be his, Naruto looked at the four Akatsuki members and waved his hand lightly. Sha! Immediately, the orange chakra around his hand turned into a 10-meter-long claw and swept everything in its path as it rushed toward the four Akatsuki members. If not for the fact that Asuma and the others had foreseen the danger and immediately retreated as soon as they saw the damage the giant claw could cause, they would have been ripped apart at this moment. In the face of Naruto's attack, Asuma and the other four had completely lost their confidence. Now they were looking for a safe way out of this situation. For a moment, Asuma even wanted to curse Kuroto. Kuroto really put us in a troublesome situation. The entire assessment is messed up now. Anko nodded with a sigh. He must be on his way. We have to hold on for a while. Genma suggested, should we reveal our identities? Kurenai shook her head. I am afraid even if we do reveal our identities, the kid won't believe us unless someone he knows confirms it. Whoosh! At this moment, when Asuma and the others were so desperate, suddenly, Kakashi and Shisui appeared at the scene. Shisui didn't care about anyone on the battlefield. He directly rushed towards Naruto and shouted, Naruto-kun, stop, you'd kill them at this rate, they are not enemies. While Shisui took care of Naruto, Kakashi focused his attention on the other children and took the responsibility of protecting them from Gaaraga. He watched Gaaraga with a vigilant expression, preventing him from running amok and hurting anyone present on the battlefield. Seeing Shisui coming towards him, Naruto hurriedly pointed at Asuma and the others not far away, and said anxiously, Shisui-sensei, thank goodness you are finally here. The 5 of them are from the Akatsuki organization, and they have sneaked into the village. We have to protect the village from them. Upon receiving Naruto's reply, Shisui realized that Naruto hadn't lost control. Knowing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, and said while shaking his head, no Naruto-kun, that's not true. The 5 of them are not really from the Akatsuki organization. They are Konoha shinobi acting disguised as members of the Akatsuki organization under Principal San's instructions. Their task was to evaluate all of you. They are not enemies. Huh? Naruto was stunned. Using this opportunity, Asuma and the others removed their masks and revealed their Konoha forehead protector, indicating that they really were Konoha shinobi as Shisui said earlier. Naruto looked at Asuma, Kurenai, Anko, Rado, and Genma with skeptical and vigilant expressions as he asked, are you people really Konoha shinobi? Shisui knocked Naruto's head and said, Naruto-kun, didn't I say it earlier? But Shisui-sensei, they killed Iruka-sensei and the others, said Naruto, still a little doubtful. Shisui chuckled, that was a genjutsu, Iruka-san and the others were only knocked unconscious, nothing happened to them. Hearing this, Naruto pouted, Kuroto-sensei is really evil. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, with the sound of breaking through wind, one after another people started to appear on the battlefield, and soon the entire area was filled with elite shinobis. The person leading them is naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, all west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/cm. As soon as he saw the appearance of Ninetales chakra through the monitoring screen, he didn't care about anything and quickly rushed to the site assessment with an elite team. In his eyes, the young Naruto can't be able to control the Ninetales chakra. So, if the Ninetales manage to gain control over Naruto's body or if he manages to break the seal, then that would be big trouble, and he must do everything to stop that from happening. Having suffered so many attacks from enemies in the past decade, Konoha isn't in any situation to recover from another nine-tailed fox attack. Therefore, he was anxious and in a hurry to stop Naruto from going into a rampage. Equally anxious as the Sandaime Hokage is the Uchiha Patriarch. He worried about his son's life and rushed here when Naruto unconsciously used the nine-tailed fox's chakra. He knows that besides would release, Sharingan is very effective in controlling tailed beasts, and he is even prepared to reveal his Manjikyu Sharingan to protect his son. Chapter 752 Envy. As Konoha shinobi arrived at the battlefield on the Forest of Death one after another, they felt the murderous oppression of two dangerous entities and immediately became vigilant against both of them. Some were on guard against Naruto cloaked in a strange chakra that seemed to be the combination of Ninetales chakra and Senjutsu chakra, while the others were vigilant against the behemoth-like snake. Resisting the oppression from these two entities, Sandaime vigilantly approached Naruto. As he got closer to Naruto, Hiruzen noted Naruto's clear eyes with no trace of anger or vigilance against him and breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto has really not lost control. And couldn't help but ask Naruto in surprise, "Naruto, what's going on?" In fact, of Hiruzen's question, Naruto could only scratch his cheek with an ignorant expression, as he answered, "I don't know either, Hokage-chan. Suddenly I felt that I have infinite strength and I could defeat all the enemies. Other than this, I don't understand a thing." "That's really strange," said Hiruzen as he observed Naruto. But before he could get a closer look, the Nine-Tails cloak on Naruto's body dispersed, and he had no chance to understand anything. What really happened is that when Kurama learned that this was all just an assessment and the Akatsuki organization wasn't actually here, he naturally retracted all his chakra, leaving Naruto and Hiruzen standing confused on the battlefield. With the disappearance of the Nine-Tails chakra cloak, the Senjutsu chakra that Naruto had absorbed also disappeared. He exited the Sennin mode, and the serpent-like eyes returned back to Naruto's original clear blue eyes. Hiruzen was really confused by the changes he witnessed in Naruto. However, seeing that even Naruto didn't have any idea of what was going on, he could only shake his head helplessly and put the matter aside. But he was really relieved that nothing happened during the assessment. Although the overall effect of the assessment was good, however, the process was like a roller coaster ride, full of ups and downs that frightened his old heart. On the other side, as Hyuga came beside Sasuke, he looked at his son's state with a silent expression and stretched out his hand. Looking at his father's outstretched hand, Sasuke said with a guilty expression, "To-san, I have ashamed the clan." Hyuga shook his head and said nothing, just looking at Sasuke for him to take his hand. Sasuke did, and Hyuga pulled him up as the Irionin beside him took a look at Sasuke. While that was happening, Hyuga turned his head and gazed at the giant red snake present just beside him. From up close, Hyuga felt the real pressure oozed by Gaaraga. The snake's bloody aura seemed to overwhelm even him, a war-hardened person. He has to admit that even for him, defeating this snake would be very troublesome unless he uses his ace, that is, his Manjikyu Sharingan. While Hyuga was looking at Gaaraga, Sasuke turned his head in the direction of Naruto. Seeing that Naruto, who used to come last in the assessments at the Ninja Academy, has now become the MVP of this assessment and is surrounded by dozens of people appreciating his strength, Sasuke felt bitter. "Damn it. I lost to Naruto." As the Hiashi and Hizashi brothers arrived at the battlefield, they hurriedly came to Hinata and Neji and checked their injuries. Upon noting that their children weren't seriously injured, both brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these are just some small injuries and will heal with just a little treatment. After this, Hiashi turned his head and searched for Kuroto. Hiashi is really dissatisfied with Kuroto in regard to this assessment because he believes that it is too dangerous for children. There were even chances that his daughter Hinata might have died in the assessment if the giant snake or Naruto had lost control. He can't believe how someone like Kuroto, who is so level-headed, can organize such a dangerous assessment. The only reason Hiashi hasn't expressed his dissatisfaction so far is that it was Kuroto who organized this assessment. Since Kuroto is also a member of the Hyuga clan, this matter can only be handled within the Hyuga clan. The outsiders must not know about this, else the reputation of the Hyuga clan will be affected, which is not something he would want to see. Hinata noted the dissatisfaction on Hayashi's face. She felt that her poor performance was the reason for her father's dissatisfaction and lowered her head, avoiding Hayashi's gaze. Of course, even if she looked down, her eyes couldn't help but unconsciously glance in the direction of Naruto from time to time. Beside Hinata, Neji glanced at the giant snake with complicated emotion. He had admiration that Naruto managed to make such a powerful creature his summon, bitterness in his heart that the snake is not his summon, and envy that Naruto got it, but not him. Hizashi noted his son looking at the giant snake, and he too turned his attention to Gaaraga. Looking at the behemoth-like existence, Hizashi suddenly remembered the suggestion Kuroto had put forward a long time ago. When Hyuga shinobi face such giant enemies, they are completely helpless. Unlike the Uchiha shinobi who can awaken their Manjikyu Sharingan and fight back using their Susanoo, the Hyuga shinobi have no means to fight back. Such monstrous existence can easily kill them just by waving their claws or sweeping their tails. He was really correct. If I was facing such an existence, what can I do? The Hyuga clan has no means of fighting back against such existences. Such a thought appeared in his heart as he sighed helplessly. Helpless because he knows that this won't change. Those old fools won't give up the traditions and rules of the Hyuga clan, for they fear results. Similar to the Uchiha and the Hyuga, the other senior shinobi present in the Forest of Death also looked at the giant snake not far away from them. Everyone was curious. It's not every day they get to see such an existence. Feeling that he has become some sort of circus pet, Gaaraga felt annoyed and snorted heavily as white mist spewed from his nostrils. Humph! All the Konoha shinobi were taken aback by Gaaraga's sudden action. Perhaps Sandaime could feel that the giant snake had no intention of harming them, so he didn't instruct anyone to immediately run away. Instead, he turned back to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, how did you sign a summoning contract with such a giant snake?" "Hokage-chan, his name is Gaaraga, and he is my friend. I met him in a place called Ryochi Cave where Orochimaru had taken me," said Naruto proudly, and asked eagerly, "What do you think, Hokage-chan? Gaaraga is very powerful, right?" Hiruzen understood the ins and outs of the matter and nodded with a smile. Yes, he is really powerful. Although Gaaraga felt happy that Naruto was praising him, he was also getting impatient because of the humans around, and spoke, "Naruto, since you are no longer in danger, I am going back to my home to sleep," and waited for Naruto's reply. Naruto nodded. "All right, see you later, Gaaraga." Gaaraga nodded, and disappeared with a blast of white smoke. Of course, Gaaraga could have gone without informing Naruto, but he chose not to. His intention was to show Konoha shinobi that he and Naruto are really friends. With the departure of Gaaraga, the vigilant Konoha shinobi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sandaime also exhaled a sigh, then he turned to Shisui and questioned, "Where is Hyuga Kuroto?" Chapter 753 Nervous Atmosphere in Monitoring Room. Somewhere else in the Forest of Death. Time turns back to 5 minutes ago, when Naruto hadn't summoned Gaaraga, and Asuma as well as the other three had just appeared in front of Sasuke and the other kids. Obito and Zetsu were confused by the appearance of the 4 people wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization. They wanted to check out what was going on, and also kidnap Uzumaki Naruto by the way. With such intentions, as they rushed towards the battlefield where the children were fighting someone, they suddenly saw something and came to an abrupt stop. The reason for their abrupt halt was a person sitting on a tree branch. He was wearing the cloak of the Amatsukami organization and had a mask on his face that seemed very familiar to Obito and Zetsu. Seeing this person, Obito couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Dojin," and immediately activated his intangibility. He didn't want to risk exposing himself to danger, knowing full well that Dojin might have spread his explosives around himself. Although he didn't have such an effective means of protecting himself as Obito, however, he was also vigilant and submerged most of his body inside the ground. Seeing Obito and Zetsu being so vigilant of him, Dojin said in a playful tone, well, what do we have here? You are still alive, huh? It seems you didn't die from the gift I left behind for you. I must say, you are like a cockroach, really hard to kill. Humph, the likes of you can't kill me. I am Uchiha Madara, said Obito with a cold snort. Although he showed a cold demeanor on the outside, Obito was very vigilant of Dojin, especially after the other party mentioned gift. Obito knew that the Dojin in front of him was the real deal, not some faker. Read lat.st chapters at no, v-e-l, then /c/o/m only. Hearing Obito mention the name Uchiha Madara, Dojin mocked, "Ah yes, there we have it, the self-proclamation of being Uchiha Madara. Do you think I would be afraid of some wannabe Uchiha Madara?" Then stood up and said coldly, "What you and the people of your organization did to my village. I have to settle it today. After all, you people must understand that Deidara of a Wagakure, is not easy meat." Obito thought to himself, so, Deidara is really, and prepared to fight Dojin. Of course, he knows that it won't be easy, however, when it comes down to it, he is not afraid. However, Before either side took any action, suddenly, Zetsu shouted from the side, "Madara, look there." Obito looked in the direction pointed by Zetsu, and as soon as he did, his eyes widened. Suijin, Homusubi, and Fujin, all three of you are in Konoha. As Obito said, one by one, the figures of Suijin, Homusubi, and Fujin appeared around him. The one at the forefront was none other than Suijin. He looked at Obito and said to his companion, "The three of you have had your turns, now it's my turn. I want to verify if he is really a cockroach as the rest of you say, and if that's indeed the case, then—" Ha ha ha, the last words were left unsaid. Monitoring room. Everyone in the Forest of Death looked at the monitor with solemn expressions. They were really nervous at this moment. The things happening on the side of children indeed require their attention, but compared to the threat of the Akatsuki organization, those are just some trivial matters. Therefore, other than sending Shisui and Kakashi to that side, everyone else continued to monitor the screen, especially Jiraiya and Tsunade. Both of them hoped that Kuroto would succeed in whatever he planned. In the monitoring screen, they can see that Kuroto and his shadow clones have successfully intercepted the two members of Akatsuki, and the two sides appear to be engaged in some sort of conversation. The only problem is that the people in the monitoring room have no way of listening to the conversation between the two sides, as audio is not transmitted, and because both sides are wearing masks, therefore, lip reading isn't possible either. That's why they can only see two people opposite each other with nervous expressions. For a moment, Tsunade even felt that this was a mistake, and was angered with herself. "I should have stopped him, this is ridiculous." Tsunade still feels that Kuroto's approach is way too rash. If the two members were to figure out that he is just a fake and only testing them while pretending to be a member of the Amatsukami organization by wearing a disguise, not only he will die, but the village will suffer from another attack from the Akatsuki organization, which is something neither she nor the village is ready for. Jiraiya said with a sigh, "I know how you feel about this, but perhaps this is the only solution we have, right now. We are not in a position to fight the Akatsuki organization, so we can only trust the kid, and hope that whatever his plan is, it actually works." Tsunade shook her head in anger. How can such a method work? They are not fools. They have fought several battles with the Amatsukami. Won't they feel something off about this entire situation? And added after a pause, "Kuroto, he is still a bit naive. The chances of his approach working is very less, and I can't see him die." Jiraiya stared at Tsunade and said with a serious expression, "Tsunade, that kid, he is not as simple as he appears to be. You know this in your heart as well as I do. And let's not forget that he was Orochimaru's disciple. If not in him, at least have some trust in Orochimaru's judgment." Tsunade sighed. "I hope you are right, Jiraiya. Because that girl, she won't be able to live if something were to happen to him," and looked at Kuroto on the screen with a worried expression, and thought to herself, "Don't do something foolish, kid." Not far away from Tsunade, Yui stared at the monitoring screen with a nervous expression. Her heart was beating fast, and her palms were sweaty as she continued to mutter, "Kuroto-kun, please come back safely." Standing beside Yui, Izumi held Yui's shoulder and said in a soft tone, "Yui-san, Kuroto-sama will definitely succeed. You don't need to worry, just have confidence in him." Yui murmured, "I know, Izumi-chan, but that's Akatsuki organization." Izumi held Yui's hands, and lightly whispered, "It doesn't matter. Itachi-kun once told me that the shinobi world is very fortunate that in such a chaotic era there are exceptional shinobi like Kuroto-sama. I have faith in Itachi-kun's judgment, therefore, I have faith in Kuroto-sama. He will be fine." These are Izumi's genuine thoughts. She has unconditional trust in her lover's judgment. Therefore, even if she is nervous, she believes that Kuroto-sama will not fail. Yui nodded, and silently prayed, "Kami-sama, please protect Kuroto-kun." Chapter 754, Scaring Off Akatsuki. Forest of Death. "The three of you have had your turns of killing him, now it's my turn," said Suijin to the rest of the Amatsukami members present around him. "Moo, this one wanted to kill the Madara wannabe once again," said Fujin with a pout, but seeing Suijin looking at him, he continued with a sigh, "Fine then, this one will compromise since it's Suijin-senpai. Dojin and Homusubi also agreed one after another, all right, but make it quick, we don't want to waste much time on him here, the Land of Iron is our goal, and made way for Suijin to fight Obito. Hearing the conversation between the four members of Amatsukami, Obito's mind was going crazy, his expression under the mask was distorted in embarrassment and anger. As Suijin stated, except for him, Obito has been killed by all the other three members of Amatsukami present here. Homusubi killed him in the basement of the Mizuki's office in Kirigakure during the Kirigakure civil war that he planned to initiate, Fujin killed him in Konoha during the Konoha collapse plan, and not long ago, Dojin killed him again using her clay clone. And this doesn't count how he was helplessly sealed inside a Genjutsu world by the male Homusubi using the Totsuka no Tsurugi and would have perished if not for the fact that male Homusubi had made a mistake and sealed Fujin along with him. Remembering those miserable times, Obito became angry and glared at Suijin. He wanted to kill all the members of Amatsukami before, for they have not only made his life miserable, they have also become a hindrance to his plans time and time again. Zetsu was anxious upon noticing that Obito seemed to be taken over by anger, worried that Obito would lose his cool and make a foolish decision. He quickly appeared beside him and whispered lightly, "Obito, don't make any impulsive move, there are four of them. What's more worrisome is that they know about our base in the Land of Iron, and plan to attack it. We have to warn Nagato and immediately evacuate that base." Whether White Zetsu or Black Zetsu, both of them are inexplicably horrified at this time. The main reason is that they have never seen more than two members of Amatsukami working together. Most of the time, a single member operates. There are instances when two members work together, and rarely three operate at a time, but never has there been any instance of four of them working together. Yet, four members of Amatsukami stand before them. Zetsu feels that there can only be one reason why the four powerhouses are working together. It's because Amatsukami is angry at Akatsuki because of what happened at Iwagakure not long ago. Thinking that they had offended Amatsukami this time by touching their bottom line, Zetsu couldn't help but feel regretful. Inflicting such large-scale damage to Iwagakure was a big mistake. They should have focused only on capturing the two Jinchuriki and should have immediately retreated as soon as they got them. But it can't be helped now. What's done is done and cannot be changed. Now, they have to learn from their mistakes and make sure that no such incident happens again unless they have enough power to defeat Amatsukami. While Zetsu and Obito were feeling the disparity of the situation, suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed in the forest. Both of them turned their head and looked in the direction and were immediately frightened, and stammered in a cold sweat, "Yeah. Yama!" The one and only, chuckled Dojin, and asked, "What are the two of you going to do now?" There was no need for Dojin to question. As soon as Obito and Zetsu noticed Yama, their hair stood up in fright. They didn't care about anything anymore and quickly used their means to escape Konoha. Facing the other members of Amatsukami, they still have some confidence in themselves that even if they can't defeat them, at least, they won't die. However, when it comes to Yama, there is no hope. Even a monster like Nagato with Rinnegan and would release is vulnerable in front of Yama. What can they do? So, without caring about anything any longer, they ran away in panic. Monitoring Room, Forest of Death. Explore new levels on invelby.com. As the people in the monitoring room saw the masked man and Zetsu run away as soon as they noticed the arrival of Yama, they all exclaimed in surprise and cheered. Tsunade looked at the monitoring screen with a stunned expression and muttered in disbelief, "Jiraiya, did you see what I just saw?" Jiraiya rubbed his eyes and nodded. "If you saw the two members of Akatsuki escape with their tails in between their legs, then I am afraid I saw the same thing." Tsunade couldn't help but speak in a stunned tone. "They escaped?" "They actually escaped." Jiraiya was also surprised. Not only did they escape, but the escape was so decisive, as if they didn't even want to stand in front of Yama. Is the fear of Yama so prevalent among the members of Akatsuki? Both the Sanins couldn't believe what they saw with their very own eyes. Such bogus things are very hard to accept. But even if they couldn't believe it, they had to accept that it really did happen before their very own eyes and were very glad that a major calamity was avoided by Konoha, and all the credit goes to Kuroda. Although his method was absurd, and almost no one believed that it would work, it actually worked like a charm. While the two Sannin were surprised at the absurdity of this entire situation, Izumi suddenly jumped up and down and hugged Yui in excitement as she exclaimed in an excited tone of voice, "Yui-san." Kuroto-sama did it. Members of the Akatsuki organization ran away and added in admiration, just as Itachi-kun said. "Kuroto-sama, he is really amazing." "Yes, Izumi-chan. Kuroto-kun is really amazing," said Yui with tears of relief flowing down her cheeks. She was thankful to Kami-sama that nothing happened to Kuroto. Hayate and Hyuga said with smiles, "That's Captain for you. Always full of surprises." Having worked under Kuroto for several years, Hayate and Hyuga know a lot about Kuroto, so they said, "He never disappoints you and always completes the mission in the most unexpected ways." The other Umbu who knows about Kuroto also praise Kuroto one after another. Even if retired from the Umbu department, Kuroto's reputation among the Umbu is second to none for his perfect track record. Hearing so many people praising her Kuroto-kun, Yui couldn't help but be surprised. "Kuroto-kun, unexpectedly, you are so popular, people trust your abilities to this extent." She felt proud of Kuroto and felt pride in being his fiancé. Chapter 755 Aftermath of the Assessment. Forest of Death. "Well, that was unexpected. Am I so scary?" muttered Kuroto as he took off the Yama mask. To be honest, Kuroto was a little unsure of how to scare off Obito and Zetsu. He was considering what to say that would make both Obito and Zetsu run away immediately so that he wouldn't have to waste much time here. Kuroto didn't really think of fighting the two of them for two reasons. First is that except for him, Yama, the other members of Amatsukami around him were just shadow clones that might get exposed, and second, because of the presence of cameras, he couldn't really fight, because that would expose his identity as Yama. So, Kuroto had a headache. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he showed up as Yama, the two of them didn't even dare to wait long enough for him to speak anything, and immediately ran away. "It seems that the effort I have put into building Yama's invincible identity is not for nothing," said Kuroto with a smile. After confirming that both Obito and Zetsu were really gone, and there were no other members of the Akatsuki organization in the vicinity, Kuroto released the shadow clones, then turned around and looked towards a distant forest with a thoughtful expression. A while ago, he had sensed a very strong and violent chakra fluctuation from that direction. This chakra fluctuation wasn't unknown to Kuroto, but because of being busy dealing with Obito and Zetsu, Kuroto had no time to take care of it at that time. Thinking of the cause, Kuroto couldn't help but be a little worried. "Are Asuma and the others okay? I don't think any of them can handle a violent Naruto." And disappeared from his place with a quick body flicker. Soon, Kuroto arrived at the site from where he sensed Ninetales' chakra. Seeing Kuroto, Shursui hurriedly came to his side and asked in a low voice, "Kuroto-san, is that matter resolved?" Kakashi also appeared by Kuroto's side, waiting for his response. Kuroto nodded with a smile, "Yup. As I had guessed, they were only here for reconnaissance, and there was no plan to make any big move. So, when they saw so many members of Amatsukami at the same time, they turned their tails and immediately ran away." "Phew, thankfully, your method worked, Kuroto," said Kakashi with a relieved sigh. Shursui also nodded. Of course, I knew that the matter would be easily solved since it's you." Because the two of them hurriedly came to stop Naruto after noticing the Ninetales chakra leaking out, they were really worried about Kuroto. Akatsuki is a far bigger threat than Naruto, and Kuroto was handling such a dangerous matter alone. If Kuroto had failed, the situation would have become extremely dangerous. Thankfully, Kuroto's plan worked, and they won't have to worry about an attack from Akatsuki for the time being. With that matter aside, Kuroto looked around the mess and asked, "So, what's going on here?" "I sense Ninetales' chakra, and came here in a hurry." Shursui immediately explained the entire situation on this side, and praised Naruto. "Naruto-kun seems to have gained some control over the Ninetales chakra, also, he can use Senjutsu as well. I was really surprised when I sensed Senjutsu chakra in him. It's really surprising that Naruto can master Senjutsu, that too at this age. this is perhaps the first time anyone has achieved such a feat," said Kakashi in surprise as he looked at Naruto in the distance surrounded by his classmates. "No doubt he is the son of Yellow Flash and Red Hot-Blooded Habanero," said Kuroto, not too surprised. Unlike Shisui and Kakashi, Kuroto knows the ins and outs of the matter. Gaining control over Ninetales chakra, that's impossible. It must have been Kurama helping out Naruto in order to not get captured by Akatsuki. There can be no other explanation. As for Naruto mastering Senjutsu, Kuroto has known this for a very long time due to his connection with Ichikishimaheim and Ryuchi Cave. So, what happened with Naruto might have been very surprising for others. For Kuroto, this is all within his expectations. Kuroto is very clear on the matter that Naruto has the highest potential among all his classmates. After all, he is the son of the prophecy. While Kuroto, Kakashi, and Shisui were talking about things, Asuma, Kurenai, Anko, and Genma came to them after getting their injuries treated. Waiting the arm wrapped in bandages, Asuma complained to Kuroto, "Kuroto, my sacrifice is not small. Don't forget that I deserve a big treat from you." Kuroto said sarcastically, "What sacrifice?" "Asuma, you were beaten by a bunch of kids despite being a jonin, and you dare ask me for a treat. Where is your self-respect?" Asuma retorted, "Are they ordinary kids? None of them is ordinary, especially Naruto. He can summon such a giant and powerful summon, he can use Senjutsu, and he can also use Ninetales chakra. This is not normal, he is a monster. Have you seen any other kid in your life who is so strong at such a young age?" Hearing Asuma's retort, Kuroto chuckled, and said while patting Asuma on the shoulder, Okay. I get it. I will definitely give all of you a big treat after this entire matter is dealt with. I will be waiting," said Asuma, and then walked away while waving his arm. Anko, Kurenai, and Genma said their own things and they also left. With everyone gone, Kuroto quickly dealt with all the things, then he came to Sandame's side and presented a report that summarized the entire event. After reading the report, Hiruzen said with a sigh, "Thank you for your hard work." For Kuroto's approach of fooling Akatsuki, Sandame had nothing to say because their running away is the best result for Konoha and the 5 great shinobi villages. After all, the shinobi world isn't yet ready to go to war with Akatsuki. As for the assessment, although it ended earlier than it was supposed to because of interference of Hiruzen and the others after Naruto used the Ninetales chakra, there was no helping it. Overall, Hiruzen is still very content upon witnessing the growth of the children. After everything was handled, Kuroto and the others returned to the village and noticed villagers gathered outside the Forest of Death, happily talking about Naruto's performance in the assessment. Unexpected summoning of Gaaraga, or the special orange chakra mode Naruto used, people discuss these topics excitedly. Witnessing such things is very rare for ordinary villagers, therefore, they were very excited after seeing these things for the first time in their lives, and it can be expected that for the next few weeks and months, they will never forget what they saw. Another topic of discussion is the bravery and fearlessness Naruto displayed in protecting his companions. He was the MVP of the assessment, and his actions in the assessment changed the opinion of many people about him. In this way, a few days passed by in a flash. The influence of the assessment was still fermenting. When the final results of the assessment were announced, everyone was surprised to find that the winning team turned out to be Team Inoshikacho. They collected most scrolls by the time the assessment ended. This was a surprise for many, considering that they were nowhere to be seen during the confrontation with the Akatsuki. Other than the winning team, there was special praise for Uzumaki Naruto, whose performance was the best among all the candidates. This further elevated Naruto's reputation, and soon, he became famous in Konoha. Unlike earlier, this time his reputation was positive, and people started to see him in a good light. The other shinobi villages also decided to pay more attention to the ninja academy of their village. They have learned a lot after watching the assessment, and they want to implement their learning in their village. Kuroto was happy to see these changes. New strize at n/vel/b/i/n co. But his happiness didn't last very long as he received an unexpected notice from the Hyuga clan, a clan meeting at such a time. Chapter 756 A Worrisome Hisashi. Hyuga District Uptoda DFRM nose/V/E/LB IN.C/O/M. On the way to the mansion of Patriarch's house, Kuroto couldn't help but curiously ask Hisashi, why did Hayashi-sama hold a clan meeting at such a time? It makes no sense. Am I missing something? Unless something major happened, or there was a rare event, there would be no clan meeting where all the clan members would gather. Therefore, Kuroto is not sure. Hisashi looked down, and said lightly, I am not too sure either, just be careful, I have a bad feeling about it. Bad feeling? Kuroto was startled by Hisashi's reply. He noted the solemnity on Hisashi's expression and asked again, did something happen? Hisashi was silent for a while, then he sighed tiredly, and said, I don't know the specifics, I have only heard that the main family seems to be a little dissatisfied with Niji's performance in the assessment. Huh? Kuroto was more shocked, and asked with a frown, dissatisfied with Niji's performance? What do you mean, Hisashi-sama? Niji's performance was very good in the assessment. Although he wasn't the MVP of the assessment, he still performed very well. He tied with Uchiha Sasuke's team for the second position in the assessment. Haha, yes he did. Hisashi chuckled while looking at Kuroto and said, Kuroto-kun, the more I converse with you, the more proud I feel of the decision I made back then. Kuroto was confused. What do you mean, Hisashi-sama? Nothing. Hisashi shook his head, and then without explaining anything he became quiet since the Patriarch's mansion was already in front of them. Glancing at the crowded hall, Kuroto had a thoughtful expression on his face. The scale of this meeting is somewhat beyond his expectations. Jonins, special jonins, chunin, jinins, and retired shinobis, almost all the shinobi of the Hyuga clan present in the village have gathered in the hall to attend the meeting. What the hell are these old men from the main family planning, thought Kuroto with a pout as he took his seat on the futon beside Hisashi. Not long after all the people were settled, people from the main family walked into the hall. There were 4 members, except the Patriarch, and there were 3 other elders from the Elder Council of the Hyuga clan. These 3 elders have quite a grip on the Hyuga clan. As the Patriarch and the 3 elders took their respective seats, the meeting officially began. In the meeting hall, the Patriarch sat silently. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any intention of speaking anything. Hayashi's silent behavior caused the rest of the Hyuga clansmen to present in the meeting hall to look at each other in dismay. Cough! While no one was sure of what to do, one of the elders coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, and spoke in a rigid tone, the purpose of holding today's clan meeting is to discuss what happened in the recently held Ninja Academy assessment. To discuss what happened in the assessment? Is it about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Is Elder Fukiage interested in discussing the Senjutsu thing used by the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? Maybe it's about the giant beast that Uzumaki Naruto summoned. It really was massive. I wonder how strong it is? As soon as the Elder Fukiage spoke, the Hyuga clansmen in the meeting began to discuss various surprising things that happened in the assessment. Elder Fukiage was annoyed at the mention of Uzumaki Naruto. He immediately raised his hand to quieten the crowd, then spoke, the matter related to the Jinchuriki of Nine-Tails has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan, and I haven't called everyone here to discuss anything about the Fox Demon. The reason all of you are here, it's related to the actions of a child named Hyuga Niji. Everyone frowned at the mention of Niji. One of the jonin perhaps realized something, and asked doubtfully, Elder Fukiage, what do you mean? Hyuga Niji's performance in the assessment was very good. He did nothing to embarrass the reputation of the clan. Although he didn't attract as much attention as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, he still performed very well, especially when he and the other children acted together against the fake Akatsuki. That was very good. Several others agreed with Jonin's opinion. Yes. Niji's team almost ranked second in the assessment. There was a difference of only 1 scroll with the team Inoshikacho. Humph! Another elder sitting beside Elder Fukiage snorted coldly. The cold snort of this elder caused everyone to shut their mouths. Elder Fukiage coldly glanced at all the members of the branch family, and said in a stern tone, from the perspective of a Konoha shinobi. Niji's performance was indeed very good and worthy of praise. However, don't forget that before being a trainee of the Konoha shinobi system, he was a member of the Hyuga branch family, and the mission of his very existence was to protect the main family, which is something he not only failed to do, he didn't even try to do. Rather than protecting Hinata, Neji focused on protecting the reckless Uchiha Sasuke, which caused Hinata to fend for herself and risked her life. Fortunately, this time the enemy was fake. However, what if the enemy was real? Hinata would have surely died. At this time, the third elder named Hyuga Sada stood up and asked coldly Hisashi, "Hisashi, I am very curious, is your son mentally retarded that he can't even understand the basic purpose of his existence, or is it because you didn't teach him well?" Elder Sada's words caused the branch family members to swallow nervously. In the eyes of Elder Sada, the entire purpose of the existence of the branch family is to protect the main family. The members of the main family should be put above everything, be that love, parents, friends, or village. Faced with Elder Sada's question, Hisashi lowered his body in a dajiza, and while touching his forehead on the ground, he apologized, "Elder Sada, Elder Fukiage, Elder Aoyama, and Patriarch Hayashi-sama, please forgive me. I am the entire reason behind Neji's failure. It's not that he is retarded or anything, the only reason he didn't protect Hinata-sama is that I didn't teach him well, so rather than it being my son's fault, it's my fault." Looking at his younger brother apologizing while bowing his head, Hayashi had a complicated expression. Considering his love for his younger brother, Hayashi didn't want to see the scene before him, but as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and the head of the main family, he has to safeguard the interest of the main family and keep the traditions in check. Therefore, even if this entire meeting goes against his intention, he has to see this through. Chapter 757 Submission. Elder Sada, Elder Fukiage, Elder Aoyama, and Patriarch Hayashi-sama, please forgive me. I am the entire reason behind Neji's failure. It's not that he is retarded or anything, the only reason he didn't protect Hinata-sama is that I didn't teach him well, so rather than it being my son's fault, it's my fault. Apologized to Hisashi, taking the entire blame upon himself, hoping that his apology would quell this matter and Neji wouldn't have to bear the anger and dissatisfaction of the elders. Hisashi's apology and submission didn't dispel Elder Sada's dissatisfaction. While keeping Hisashi in the dajiza position, Elder Sada waved his hand toward an attendant beside him. The attendant hurried forward and after pouring a cup of tea for Elder Sada, he retreated back. Elder Sada raised the filled cup of tea, and after taking a sip, he spoke to Hisashi, "Hisashi, you must understand your mistake. If you of all people were to forget the purpose of the existence of a branch family member, then no matter how good you are, there is no meaning behind your existence. Nu rise at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. A layer of sweat appeared on Hisashi's forehead as he understood the meaning behind Elder Sada's words, and he quickly nodded, "Yes, I understand." Elder Sada added, "Very good. I do hope that your son will also understand." Hisashi nodded hurriedly, "Yes. I will teach him in order to make sure that he doesn't make any such mistake in the future." Because of the existence of the caged bird curse seal, the people of the main family hold the life and death of the members of the branch family in their hands. It is well understood by the branch family that no matter how strong they become, they can never escape the influence of the caged bird curse seal. So, when Elder Sada mentioned no meaning behind your existence, Hisashi immediately realized that Elder Sada was not using metaphor, it was a death threat. Although there haven't been many instances of execution of branch family members inside the Hyuga clan, it has happened a few times in the history of the Hyuga clan for Hisashi to know that Elder Sada didn't issue an empty threat. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely quiet and depressing as other than Hisashi, several others also understood the meaning of Elder Sada. Looking at the silent hall, where even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard, the heads of all the branch members were bent slightly downward and no one dared to even look at them. The three elders nodded to themselves. This is the result that they wanted to see from this meeting. This is how the members of the branch family are supposed to live. In their opinion, all the members of the branch family must remain submissive to the main family. They should never question the traditions, nor should they question their purpose. They should just follow what they have been told to do without questioning anything. As the three elders swiped their eyes through the hall, Elder Aoyama suddenly noted that one head was still not down. He was looking at everything with an expressionless face. Different from the rest of the members of the branch family, his eyes were still very clear with no trace of fear, anger, or any intent of submission. Elder Aoyama narrowed his eyes. Hyuga Kuroto. As Niji's sensei, you two hold equal responsibility behind Niji's failure. Other than that, why didn't you report the entire assessment plan to the Patriarch in advance? How dare you hide the exact details from the council? Have you forgotten your purpose? As soon as the name of Hyuga Kuroto came up, everyone's eyes turned toward the expressionless Kuroto. Almost all the members of the branch family were looking at Kuroto with worried expressions. Some people sitting beside Kuroto signaled him to apologize. They believed that elders won't embarrass him too much considering that he was the principal of the Ninja Academy and had a lot of prestige in Konoha. But Kuroto paid no attention to them and remained expressionless. At this time, one of the members of the branch family, a guy with a very weak presence named Aoki, also looked at Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Aoki is very curious about how Hyuga Kuroto, a young and high-spirited man, will respond to this situation. Feeling everyone's gazes on him, Kuroto sighed and slowly stood up. Seeing Kuroto's actions, Hisashi's expression changed in panic. He wanted to persuade Kuroto to not make any rash move. However, it was too late as Kuroto had already stood up. Looking at Kuroto's expressionless face, Yui, who was sitting in one of the corners of the hall, felt nervous. Just by looking at his expressionless face, Yui knew that Kuroto had no intention of apologizing or submitting. She knows Kuroto's personality very well. Kuroto may seem peaceful and calm most of the time, but in reality, he is a very assertive person who would never submit to anyone, especially in unreasonable situations such as this one. But at the same time, she also fears that no matter how powerful Kuroto is, he can't resist the influence of Caged Bird Cursed Seal. That's why she is worried. Perhaps Kuroto felt Yui's panic. She briefly looked at her with a reassuring smile and worded silently, "Trust me." After hearing him, Yui nodded lightly and hardened her expression. She is going to see this thing through, no matter the result. Seeing Kuroto ignoring him, Elder Aoyama frowned. "Hyuga Kuroto, how dare you? Instead of submitting and apologizing for your failure, you are being disrespectful." In Elder Aoyama's opinion, the only thing Hyuga Kuroto should be doing at this moment is begging for his forgiveness, but here he is ignoring him. This is beyond insulting. Hearing Elder Aoyama's words, Kuroto turned his head and scornfully looked at the old man. Feeling Kuroto's contempt, Elder Aoyama was angered. "How dare you?" Kuroto laughed menacingly, "Ha ha," and approached Elder Aoyama. What are you trying to do?" asked Elder Aoyama with a puzzled expression. For some reason, an ominous premonition appeared in Elder Aoyama's heart as Kuroto took his first step. Chapter 758 Kuroto's Indifference. What are you trying to do?" asked Elder Aoyama as an ominous premonition appeared in his heart when he saw Kuroto's smirk. He feared that Hyuga Kuroto wanted to rebel, and if that were to happen he may not be able to fight back. But upon thinking of the Caged Bird Cursed Seal implanted in Kuroto's forehead, the fear in his heart subsided and anger surged. How dare Hyuga Kuroto, a member of the branch family, dare to be so disrespectful to us? With such a thought, Elder Aoyama raised his hands in order to activate the Caged Bird Cursed Seal. Whoosh! However, before he could weave even the first-hand sign, he felt Hyuga Kuroto appearing in front of him with a ghostly speed that he couldn't keep up with and slammed his gut. Bang! This was all Elder Aoyama could exclaim before he collapsed on the ground, as if lifeless. Of course, he was neither dead nor unconscious. Kuroto made sure that Elder Aoyama remained conscious so that he witnessed everything. "What are you doing? How dare you?" The other two elders exclaimed and wanted to activate the Caged Bird Cursed Seal. However, before they could, Kuroto stretched his hands, grabbed both of them by their necks, and yanked them into each other. Bang! While crushing the head of Elder Aoyama with his right foot, and holding Elder Fukiage and Elder Sada by their necks, Kuroto looked at the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have something to say, Hayashi-sama?" Hearing Kuroto's question, Hayashi, who was about to subconsciously activate the cage bird curse mark to restrain Kuroto, lowered his hands silently. His intuition told him that if he tried to activate the cage bird curse mark, an unpredictable disaster would befall the main family of the Hyuga clan. As a result, he remained silent and didn't dare to stop Kuroto from doing what he was doing. Seeing Hayashi's silence, Kuroto mocked, "As I thought, you really don't have the courage to go through with it. Always staying under the protection of the branch family, you have lost all your edge." Even in the canon, when faced with the village's decision to surrender the person who killed Kumo's representative in order to quell Kumo's anger because Konoha didn't want to continue the war, Hayashi didn't have enough courage to stay rigid and accepted the village's decision that led to the unneeded sacrifice of his younger brother Hisashi. Later, when it came to Hinata's marriage after she married Naruto, Hayashi broke the centuries-old tradition and didn't implant the caged bird curse seal on Hinata and Hinata's daughter Himawari. While still stepping on the head of Elder Aoyama, Kuroto said to Hayashi in an indifferent tone, "For the people who have any opinion in regards to my disciple's actions, I am going to be straight with you. I see nothing wrong with what he did. His decision may not have been the best, and it may not have been well thought out. However, I am proud of his decision, because he had the courage to face an enemy whose mere presence is more than enough to cower the likes of you. And if you care so much about the life of Hinata, then why even send her to the Ninja Academy? The very meaning of sending her to the Ninja Academy means she isn't going to be part of the main family in the future, she is going to be part of the branch family, isn't that right? So why care about whether Niji protected her or not?" Hayashi seemed to want to say something, however, he found that no words came to his mouth. Kuroto snorted at Hayashi's silence, and continued, "I know that the main family of the Hyuga clan only wants some obedient and submissive dogs who don't have their own thought process so that they can be controlled easily. I agree that this system may have worked in the past, however, it won't work in this era, because times are changing. I don't care what are the opinions of you old folks, but my opinion is different, and I believe that under the leadership of arrogant fools like you, the proud Hyuga clan has become nothing more than hollow, and doesn't even have enough power to protect itself." Hearing Kuroto's words, Elder Fukiage, who was held by Kuroto, tried to argue, "That has nothing to do," but his words came to a stop as Kuroto tightened his grip around Elder Fukiage's neck. "I don't remember giving you permission to speak, so stay quiet," said Kuroto in a cold tone, and threw Elder Fukiage aside. Bang! Elder Fukiage crashed into the wooden wall of the hall with a loud bang and collapsed on the ground. It seemed several bones in his body were broken. Get the latest CH pictures on n/Velbin.com. Still conscious, Elder Fukiage again tried to use this opportunity to activate the caged bird curse seal. However, he was horrified to find out that he couldn't even mold his chakra, my chakra, and this wasn't the end, as the very next moment, a sudden pain appeared in Elder Fukiage's heart that caused the old man to wail in pain. Kuroto smirked, looking at Elder Fukiage's state. At this time, Hayashi took a deep breath to calm the fear in his heart, and asked Kuroto, "Kuroto-kun, are you trying to destroy the Hyuga clan?" Kuroto shook his head, and explained with a smile, "Don't be foolish, Patriarch-sama, why would I do something so foolish? All I am doing is just giving a warning to the main family to stay within their limits, otherwise." Elder Sada, who was still held by Kuroto, spoke, If something were to happen to the main family, the Hyuga clan will disappear as well. The branch family is nothing without the main family." Kuroto looked at Elder Sada and stated, "That's your misconception, because the way I see it, it's the other way around. Even if something unfortunate were to happen to the main family, the branch family would continue to exist. In fact, the Hyuga clan would prosper more in that scenario. However, if the branch family were to disappear, the main family would be destroyed as well, because there would be no one to protect you fools. And to be honest, the way things are going, I would be very willing to see that happen. What do you say, Patriarch-sama? Would you want me to try and verify my conjecture, whether the branch family can really survive and prosper in this shinobi world after the sudden and unexpected disappearance of the main family?" Hearing Kuroto's gentle but cruel words, the hearts of everyone in the meeting hall were frozen, especially the elders and patriarch from the main family. They were horrified. Even Hayashi didn't expect Kuroto to be so indifferent toward the clan. And what's more surprising is that no one from the branch family stepped forward to stop Kuroto. Chapter 759 Fear? At this time, Elder Fukiage tried to prop himself and roared fiercely, "What on earth are all of you doing? Neutralize him. Hyuga Kuroto is rebelling against the Hyuga clan. He must be punished immediately." However, there was no movement. The only response he got was silence from all the branch members who completely disregarded his order, and looking closely, he noted joy and relief in the eyes of many as if they were happy to see whatever Kuroto does. "You all?" Seeing everyone's reaction, Elder Fukiage was taken aback. For the first time in his life, Fukiage realized that if not for the fear of Cage Bird Cursed Seal, none of the members of the branch family would follow the orders of the main family. Such resentment has accumulated in their hearts. At the same time, the seed of fear sprouted in his heart. What would happen if the entire branch family really initiated a coup d'état? If what Fukiage feared really happened, then even if the Cage Bird Cursed Seal could control the life and death of the branch family members, it would be useless, and the main family wouldn't have any power to resist the branch family. Perhaps Hayashi also realized the seriousness of the matter, and finally said, "Kuroto-kun, I think it would be best to stop here. This matter, if it continues to escalate, would cause irreparable damage to the entire Hyuga clan, which is something I believe both of us don't want to see, right?" Kuroto snorted, "As you wish, Patriarch Sama," then removed his foot from the top of Elder Aoyama's head, and said, "I just wanted to let some old men know that they aren't invulnerable, so it would be best that they stay within their limits, and try not to step out, because if they try to annoy me, then I won't stay in my limit, and that would be very bad for the entire Hyuga clan." The three elders were ashamed and angry when they heard Kuroto's words. If eyes could kill, they would have already killed Kuroto countless times. Not caring about their murderous intention, Kuroto turned around and walked towards the exit of the hall. "Unlike some worthless old men who have nothing better to do in their life, there are a lot of things I have to take care of, so I will be leaving." As Kuroto left the hall, Elder Aoyama finally got up and hysterically shouted, "Hyuga Kuroto, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the protection of Hokage. That protection can be taken away in a moment." In the eyes of Elder Aoyama, the only reason Hyuga Kuroto dared to jump around so much in front of them is that he is part of the Hokage faction, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to favor him. But if that protection is taken away, then Kuroto would be nothing more than a jonin. Hearing Elder Aoyama's shout, Kuroto stopped and shook his head with a sigh. What Elder Aoyama doesn't know is that the only reason Kuroto dares to do whatever he wants is that he has the power to do so, not only personal strength but even political strength and influence. Elder Aoyama roared, "Branch family exists to protect the clan. This is tradition, and the way Hyuga clan exists. Only the weak ones need protection. The strong ones don't. They are the ones who provide protection," said Kuroto indifferently, then disappeared from the hall. Looking at Kuroto's disappearing back, the three elders looked at each other and saw similar emotions reflecting in each other's eyes. A trace of fear was clearly visible in all of their eyes, not afraid of Kuroto's strength, but of Kuroto's reaction. Even after he humiliated them in front of so many members of the branch family, there was no trace of a sense of accomplishment or triumph on Kuroto's face. It was as if whatever happened was nothing surprising. What's more troubling is the indifference Kuroto showed towards them the entire time. Angry, the three elders looked at Hayashi and questioned, "Hayashi, why didn't you activate the cursed seal to punish that ungrateful bastard?" "Sigh. I don't know," said Hayashi, and added, "Just forget it." "Forget it?" Elder Aoyama raised his voice, and spoke angrily, "How do you expect me to forget all of this? The majesty of the main family has been trampled by someone from the branch family. Am I supposed to sit back and do nothing? So, what do you expect me to do now? Punish him the same way it was done with the last one?" Ever thought of Sandaime-sama's response? Not just Hokage-sama, there are a lot of people in the village who wouldn't let the matter slide. And have you thought of what other clans and villagers will think of us? If he is touched, then the entire Hyuga clan will be affected, and I don't want that." After saying these words, Hayashi got up and left. Hayashi didn't worry too much about the elders. He had known them for too long, and he could see that they really don't have the courage to do anything against Karuto. Thinking of this, Hayashi thought of himself, and chuckled, "Who am I kidding? Let alone them, even I don't seem to have the determination to do anything to him." Maybe Kuroto-kun is correct, the people of the main family really don't have enough courage. With such thoughts, Hayashi noted his elder daughter Hinata training in the courtyard of the mansion. Looking at his daughter, Hayashi couldn't help but think of his daughter's performance in the assessment. Despite being less than 10 years old, Hinata had the courage to pounce at a member of the Akatsuki organization without any trace of hesitation while being fully aware of the threat, and couldn't help but think, "It seems my judgment about our daughter was incorrect." Hinata is not weak or mediocre when fighting for the people she cares about. Hinata shows no signs of hesitation. I might need to reconsider my decision. A few days later, Konoha Ninja Academy. Seeing Naruto being the center of all attention, Sasuke felt strange and left out. Normally it would be him surrounded by people. At that time, Sasuke didn't like all that attention and felt annoyed, but now he feels a little uncomfortable. At this time, Neji approached Sasuke and asked, "What are doing here all alone?" Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b/n/co/m. Sasuke folded his hands over his chest and said, "I am tired of hearing Naruto's bragging." Neji said, "He does deserve this honor." Sasuke said with a pout, "But much of what he is speaking didn't even happen." Neji chuckled, "I guess that's true, but we should let him be." Sasuke shook his head, "Whatever." At this time, Neji asked, "Want to have a duel?" Sasuke shook his head, "Not today." Then got up to leave. Surprised at Sasuke not accepting the challenge, and seeing him go home, Neji asked, "You are going back home so early? Are you going to skip today's training?" While walking towards the gate of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke said, "Yeah. I won't be training today. I have to go somewhere. I am going to go to the Nekishu domain to choose a summon. See you later, Neji." Chapter 760 A Summon? "You are going to the Nekishu domain to choose a summon?" asked Neji in a surprised tone. "Yes," nodded Sasuke as his gaze subconsciously shifted toward Naruto. A few days ago, Sasuke asked his elder brother Itachi the reason why Naruto suddenly became so strong and was able to overwhelm Asuma and the others. It was Shisui who answered Sasuke's doubts and told him that the reason was Senjutsu, which Naruto seemed to have learned. Read lat.st chapters at no, v, e, l, bin/c/o/m only. When Sasuke learned from Shisui that there is a very rare form of ninja art known as Senjutsu, which seems to have been mastered by only 3 shinobi as per the knowledge of Konoha and the other shinobi village, and Naruto has learned the same ninja art, he was shocked. How could Naruto, who always comes last in the class, master such a rare form of ninja art? Such a doubt appeared in Sasuke's heart, and he too wanted to learn that ninja art, believing that if Naruto could master it, then perhaps he too, but Shisui denied with the reason that currently Sasuke is too young for that, and Naruto could be attributed as an exception. Sasuke was obviously disappointed, but he had no choice but to look for other ways to increase his strength to once again become number 1 in their year. As a shinobi of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke wasn't too worried. He knew that his Sharingan would evolve, and as that happened, his strength would also increase. Sasuke believes that as long as he can fully tap the potential of his eyes, even Naruto's Senjutsu would be nothing. Sasuke has confidence in himself, therefore, he doesn't push the matter related to Senjutsu any further. On the other hand, when the talk shifted to the giant snake summon that Naruto used, Sasuke really wanted to have such a powerful summon too, and made a request to his father. Facing Sasuke's request, Fugaku was a little helpless. The Uchiha clan does have a lot of summons, however, none of them seems to be as powerful as the giant snake that Naruto summoned. When he didn't know what to do, Shisui offered to take Sasuke to the Nekishu domain, where he met Fufuwa and Kuroka, and learned Senjutsu. There are a few powerful Nekomata in the Nekashu domain, and Sasuke might be able to form a summon contract with them. Hearing Shirsui's offer, Fugaku readily agreed, and today is the day when Shirsui will take Sasuke to the Nekashu domain. Realizing that it was almost time, Sasuke hurriedly bid farewell to Neji and left. Seeing Sasuke eagerly leaving to get himself a summon, Neji felt envious. Similar to Sasuke, Neji also wanted a powerful summon just like Naruto's. Unfortunately, the Hyuga clan only specializes in gentle fist art and never focused on summons. Therefore, when Neji mentioned the matter of finding a powerful summon, Hisashi helplessly replied that there was nothing he could do. Uchiha clan. Immediately as Sasuke returned home, he went to his father's study and eagerly asked, "Oda-san, I am back, when can I go?" Fugaku replied without raising his head, "As soon as Shirsui and Itachi arrive, although it may take some time." Sasuke pouted, but then he quickly reverted back and asked, "Oda-san, what kind of summon is it going to be?" Fugaku thought about what Shirsui's Fuwa is, and replied, "They are cats, I think," and added, "But they seem to be different from normal cats. Nekomata is what I believe they are called." Nekomata? Different from normal cats? Muttered Sasuke excitedly, and asked, "Oda-san, are Nekomata as strong and big as Naruto's summoned snake?" Fugaku folded his hands with a thoughtful expression, and said, "I am not sure. I have never been to the Nekashu domain. Shirsui did say that there are a few giant Nekomata there." Then he looked at Sasuke with a solemn expression and added, "Regardless of whether there really are such giant summons or not, what I want you to know is, do not get complacent because of the strength of your summon. Make sure to continue with your training, else any summon will be useless to you." "I understand, Oda-san." Sasuke nodded readily, then asked, "By the way, Oda-san, what kind of summon does Nisan have?" "Itachi uses ninja crows," said Fugaku. Sasuke asked, "Crows? Are they good?" Fugaku nodded. "The way Itachi has blended crows with his fighting style, they are really good. However, they won't suit your fighting style, therefore, it would be best for you to go with Nekomata. They seem to be more powerful too." Sasuke's expression dropped a little when he heard Fugaku's style, however, he quickly rejoiced when he heard Fugaku's latter words. While Fugaku was explaining various things to Sasuke, Shirsui and Itachi arrived. "The two of them are here." Shirsui looked at Sasuke and asked, "Sasuke-kun, you ready?" Sasuke nodded, "Yes." Shirsui nodded, then said with a solemn expression, "Sasuke-kun, no matter what happens, do not lose yourself. If you do, you will fail, and know that there is no guarantee that you will be able to successfully form a contract or not. Nekomata seems to be very peculiar and selective." Sasuke nodded, "I understand." With that, Sasuke and Shirsui left the mansion. Ninja Academy, Principal's office. "You want a summon?" asked Kuroto with a surprised expression as he looked at Neji. Neji nodded eagerly, "Sensei. I know my request is very unreasonable, but Oda-san said that you may be the only one in Hyuga clan who might be able to help me find a summon. You don't need to be so reserved, it's just a summon, right?" Chuckled Kuroto, then asked, "So, what kind of summon do you want? Do you have something in your mind?" "Sensei, I want a summon just like Naruto's summon," replied Neji. "Like Gaaraga?" muttered Kuroto. Neji nodded, "Yes." After pondering for a while, Kuroto said, "Gaaraga is one of the most powerful snakes in the world and he lives in the Ryuchi Cave, one of the big 3 unexplored sage regions. If you want a summon as powerful as Gaaraga, it has to be from one of those 3 places as well, but that is very difficult." Neji lowered his head. "I know I am being very greedy." Kuroto remained silent. "It's good that you have some understanding. Don't let greed and envy affect you, because these might become the cause of your downfall." Neji bowed to Kuroto. "I understand, Sensei. Thank you for your time," then turned around to leave. He thought that even Kuroto might not be able to help him. Seeing Neji walk away, Kuroto was taken aback, and hurriedly stopped him. "Wait for a second, kid. I never said that I won't help you. I do have a way." Chapter 761 Opportunity for Niji. Is there really a way? Asked Niji, surprised and hopeful. Kuroto nodded, yes, and explained, I will try to bring you the opportunity to go to Mount Maiboku, a place as famous as Ryochi Cave. There, not only will you have the opportunity to sign a summon contract with a powerful summon, you will also be able to learn Senjutsu if you have the talent and zeal. The fact that Naruto accidentally went to the Ryochi Cave and learned Senjutsu there was a bit unexpected for Kuroto. However, since that happened, it means Mount Maiboku has no one, and Kuroto doesn't think that Mount Maiboku would like to stay so isolated at such critical times. After all, Mount Maiboku has always been deeply involved with the affairs of the shinobi world. When this world was ruled by the rabbit goddess, it was Gamamaru of Mount Maiboku who revealed the situation to the two sons of Kagaya and trained them. This course of action actually led to the birth of the shinobi world. In the following years to come, Gamamaru and Mount Maiboku never stopped paying attention to the shinobi world. Even the arrival of Jiraiya at the Land of Toads, and the birth of the Son of Prophecy, all of this is inseparable from Mount Maiboku. However, Naruto has chosen Ryochi Cave, so Mount Maiboku will need someone else to fill in Naruto's position, such that Mount Maiboku can remain connected to the shinobi world. And here comes Niji's chance. If Niji manages to seize this opportunity, then it will be a mutual benefit for Niji and Mount Maiboku. As for the question, why not just send Niji to the Ryochi Cave when Kuroto already has such a great connection with that place? The answer is very simple. Sending Niji to the Ryochi Cave will reveal his connection with them, and he doesn't want that to happen as of yet. Moreover, Naruto has already become a representative of Ryochi Cave for this generation, and Kuroto doubts whether White Snake Sage will be willing to take another child of the same generation. While Kuroto had such thoughts in his mind, Niji suddenly bowed to him with a grateful expression. Sensei, thank you very much. His eyes were red, and droplets of tears were flowing down his cheeks. Niji was deeply moved. Kuroto chuckled, and waved his hands. Don't be so hasty in thanking me. Although I am bringing you the opportunity, whether you can pass their tests, and successfully get the approval of Great Toad Sage is entirely up to you. Niji nodded with a determined expression. I will try my best. Early morning of the next day before going to the Ninja Academy, Kuroto took the time to find Jiraiya while he was on his way to collect materials for his new novel. After meeting Jiraiya, Kuroto expressed his intention. Hearing Kuroto's request, Jiraiya was a little surprised. How did such a thought come to your mind all of a sudden? Kuroto explained with a helpless smile. Naruto not only learned Sannin mode, but he also obtained a very powerful summon in the form of Garaga. This unexpected reveal of Naruto's strength has stimulated the children, and Niji also personally came to me, hoping to get a powerful summon similar to Garaga. A powerful summon like Garaga is hard to find, and Mount Maiboku seems to be one of the only two places where Niji might be able to obtain such a summon, and when it comes to Mount Maiboku, you are the only person I can contact, therefore I am here. That makes sense. Nodded Jiraiya with an I get it expression as he thought about Kuroto's intention. Seeing Jiraiya's thoughtful expression, Kuroto asked, So, what do you think, Jiraiya-sama? Is it possible? After a while of careful consideration, Jiraiya nodded. Since the village owes you a favor, so, I will take this opportunity to repay you. Seeing that Jiraiya agreed, Kuroto bowed with a grateful expression. Thank you so much, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya shook his head, and said, Don't worry about it, you deserve this. If it was someone else, Jiraiya would have definitely refused. After all, there are thousands of Konoha shinobi who would want to take the inheritance of Mount Maiboku. However, Jiraiya won't choose someone so easily. Even in Canon, he carefully chose his disciple Namikaze Minato, but after that, he didn't choose Kakashi. From this, it can be seen that Jiraiya is very careful in selecting the descendants of Mount Maiboku. The reason why Jiraiya didn't reject Kuroto is because of Kuroto's recent actions. Not long ago, Kuroto took the risk of confusing the Akatsuki organization, which spared Konoha from a major disaster, and for this, Konoha owes a great favor to Kuroto that must be rewarded. Because of the involvement of both Akatsuki and Amatsukami, this matter can't be disclosed to the village, and only selected people are aware of the ins and outs of the matter. Therefore, Sandaime-sama wasn't able to award Kuroto accordingly, so Jiraiya is taking this opportunity to award Kuroto. What Kuroto didn't know is that aside from the reason for awarding, there is one more reason why Jiraiya agreed so easily. In the canon, the prophecy of Gamamaru was still valid and Jiraiya was supposed to find the child of the prophecy, therefore, he was very cautious. However, that's not the case in this world. Because of butterfly effects caused by Kuroto's presence, the importance of child of the prophecy is no more, and Jiraiya is less cautious. At this time, Jiraiya said, I don't think I need to explain this, however, I must. What I can only do from my side is to take Hyuga Niji to Mount Myaboku. As for whether he can get the approval and successfully inherit the techniques of Mount Myaboku, that's not in my hands. It's related to Niji's abilities and the decision of Toads. Yes, I understand, nodded Kuroto. All right then, tell Hyuga Niji all the details, and tell him to prepare. We will be going to Mount Myaboku 2 days later, said Jiraiya. Kuroto nodded, all right, then left the place. The evening of the same day, Hyuga Hisashi came to Kuroto's home. After welcoming Hisashi to the guest room of his house, Kuroto presented him with tea, and asked casually, Hisashi-sama, what's the matter? Your visit is somewhat unexpected. Hisashi slowly took a sip of tea, then thanked Kuroto. Niji told me about the opportunity that you have brought him. I am really grateful. As his father, I am really useless. Visit no, v, 3lb/n, cm for new OVL. Kuroto shook his head. Don't worry about it, Hisashi-sama, it wasn't such a big deal for me. Moreover, I am Niji-sensei, so this is my responsibility, to begin with. Really, Kuroto-kun, sometimes, no, I should say, every time, you amaze me, said Hisashi with a smile, then added helplessly, but about what happened on that day? You were a bit reckless. The 3 elders are very angry at you. After you left the meeting, they did say that they would punish you. Kuroto casually waves his hand with a chuckle. If they had the guts and means to do anything, they would have already punished me by now. Hisashi also understood this, and nodded, you are indeed correct. Then added while pointing at the forehead, but we are part of the branch family, and not everyone in the branch family is capable of protecting themselves from the anger of the main family, so it's better to not offend them too much. I know, Hisashi-sama, nodded Kuroto, then asked, but, you didn't come here with the intention of convincing me to apologize to them, right? If you had the intention of apologizing, you would have already done it by now, I understand this much, said Hisashi with a wry smile, then continued after a pause, the thing is, my brother also learned about the opportunity you brought to Niji, so he was hoping, if you could talk to Jiraiya-sama to take his elder daughter Hinata with him too when he takes Niji to Mount Myaboku, so well. Oh, so Hayashi-sama sent you to convince me, huh, muttered Kuroto. Chapter 762 Sasuke's Request. Oh, so Hayashi-sama sent you to convince me, huh, asked Kuroto. Hisashi didn't need to reply. Just by looking at his expression, Kuroto was able to judge that his guess was correct. Naruto's performance in the recent assessment has brought many changes in Konoha. One of those changes is the understanding of the 3 big unexplored sage regions. The places that remained hidden from the entire shinobi world for over a millennium have now entered the field of vision of Konoha ninjas. The thing is, even if people now have some understanding of these sage regions, going to these places is still very difficult, precisely why, when Hayashi learned that Kuroto had brought Niji the chance to go to Mount Myaboku through Jiraiya, he immediately realized that this is a very good opportunity and should not be missed. But the problem is, the one who arranged this entire thing is Kuroto, and because there is discord between Kuroto and the main family of the Hyuga clan, so it was difficult for Hayashi to approach Kuroto with a straight face. Therefore, Hayashi asked his younger brother Hisashi to come to Kuroto. Seeing that Kuroto guessed the entire thing, Hisashi nodded helplessly, yes. Kuroto said with a chuckle, well, at least Hayashi-sama still understands how valuable this opportunity is. Then nodded, since he wants to send Hinata, then so be it, let the little girl try her luck as well. I will talk to Jiraiya-sama about it. Hizashi was slightly surprised that Kuroto agreed so easily, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Kuroto had no problem with sending Hinata to Mount Maiboku. There are several reasons. For one, Kuroto has a very good impression of her based on her Canon self. Hinata may appear to be shy and weak on the outside, but inside, she is as tough as one can get. Pain's attack on Konoha proved this while everyone watched Naruto from the sidelines and didn't have the guts to step forward and help him. Hinata didn't hesitate for a second and faced Tendo. This bravery to face an enemy she can't defeat alone is commendable. What's more, Hinata is Yui's disciple, so that gives Kuroto another reason to approve of Hinata. Ninja Academy. Although the sun had almost set, several trainees were still present in the training field, rigorously training and polishing their skills. In one of the corners of the training field, Neji and Sasuke were training together. While parrying Sasuke's attacks, Neji couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sasuke, I have been wondering, what's with those scratches on your face?" As Neji mentioned this, Sasuke subconsciously touched his face and replied with a dark expression, "Cats scratched my face." Cats? Neji was taken aback and asked again, "Did you get all these wounds from cat scratches?" It was a little hard for Neji to believe that cats could do so much damage to Sasuke. Sasuke nodded, "Yes, cats, the ones I went to sign the summoning contract with," then hurriedly added, "but they were not normal cats, they had 2 tails, and some even had 4 eyes, they called themselves Nikomata, and they were really annoying." "I see, that makes sense," nodded Neji, then asked, "So, how did it go? Did you get a summon?" Sasuke shook his head weakly. Neji was surprised, and asked curiously, "What happened?" Sigh. With a sigh, Sasuke muttered, "Forget it." Sasuke was not in the mood to talk about it right now. Seeing that Sasuke wasn't interested, Neji didn't pursue the matter and started to pack his things. Today it was Sasuke's turn to be confused. "Our fight isn't finished yet, you are going back home so early?" Discover NW Chapters N0EL by.com. Neji nodded, "Yes, I have to go." And explained, "I have to carry out some special training before the day I go to Mount Maiboku. Sensei has brought me this rare opportunity, I don't want to disappoint him by failing." Sasuke was taken aback when he heard Neji's words, "You are going to Mount Maiboku?" Neji nodded, "Yes." He didn't hide this from Sasuke. Hearing Neji's answer, Sasuke couldn't help but blurt out, "Can I come too?" Neji was surprised. He didn't expect Sasuke to make such a request out of the blue, and shook his head with an apologetic expression. I have to apologize, because it's not in my hands." Sasuke also realized that he shouldn't have made such a request, and apologized, "No. I am the one who should apologize, I was being too impudent." After this matter was sorted out, Neji said goodbye to Sasuke and went to his house. Seeing Neji going home excitedly, Sasuke felt a little envious. Uchiha Clan, Patriarch's house. Back at his home, Sasuke mentioned the matter of Neji going to Mount Maiboku to his father and asked tentatively, "To-san, I also want to go to Mount Maiboku, is it possible?" Fugaku was quite surprised upon learning that Hyuga Neji was going to Mount Maiboku. He didn't expect that Hyuga Kuroto would be able to convince Jiraiya and bring such an opportunity for his disciple Neji. Even as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku can't say that he too can do such a thing. He still remembers the time when Shimura Danzo and Jiraiya had a major conflict over a very similar matter. A few years ago Danzo wanted to go to Mount Maiboku and asked Jiraiya to take him, however, Jiraiya denied Danzo's request immediately without even thinking about it. This angered Danzo and caused a major conflict between the two. And now, Jiraiya agreed so easily to Kuroto's request. This is indeed surprising. Sasuke's question broke Fugaku out of his train of thought. "To-san, can you talk to Jiraiya-sama as well?" I want to go to Mount Maiboku as well. Seeing his son's earnest expression, Fugaku nodded. I'll see what I can do. Chapter 763 A Trip to Mount Maiboku, Meeting Gamamaru. 2 days later. It was finally time for the kids to go to Mount Maiboku, and as per Jiraiya's instructions, Kuroto led Neji and Hinata to the place where Jiraiya told him to. As Kuroto and the two kids were waiting for Jiraiya to arrive, suddenly he noted Uchiha Patriarch coming towards them with Sasuke and Kiyomi beside him. Seeing the three people from the Uchiha clan coming, Kuroto muttered to himself with a doubtful expression, "Why are they coming here?" Neji was also stunned as he noted Sasuke and Kiyomi, and immediately said to Kuroto, "Sensei, the matter of going to Mount Maiboku. I told Sasuke. So, maybe he is also." Hearing his disciple's words, Kuroto teased him, "You told Sasuke, aren't you afraid that your chances of getting the approval of Mount Maiboku will be reduced with 2 more competitors?" Neji shook his head with a clear expression, "I am not afraid." Kuroto smiled and shook his head. Uchiha Kiyomi is fine, but Kuroto feels that the addition of Sasuke will cause changes to his plan. After all, Kuroto is very clear about Sasuke's identity, and considering who lives at Mount Maiboku, there is no way he won't notice that presence inside Sasuke. Of course, even if he has such a feeling, he doesn't plan to do anything about it. If Neji still manages to get the approval of the Toads, then very good, but if doesn't, then that will be a lesson for Neji. As for the question of how come the Uchiha clan is here? This isn't a very tough question. T/his chapter is updad by NVEL bin.co/m. Uchiha Sasuke must have requested his father to create an opportunity for him too, and Uchiha Fugaku must have talked to Jiraiya. In normal times, Jiraiya would obviously not accept Fugaku's request, but this isn't normal times. Considering the current complex situation of the village, in order to keep the Uchiha clan happy, Jiraiya had no other choice but to agree to Fugaku's request. In fact, Kuroto feels that even if the Uchiha clan didn't know about Neji and Hinata going to Mount Maiboku through Neji, Sandaime-sama would have still leaked this news to the Uchiha clan using his means so that the Uchiha clan could owe a favor to the Hokage faction. If Jiraiya has already agreed to take 2 kids to Mount Maiboku, then does it really matter if 1 or 2 more kids are added? Obviously no. Adding Sasuke and Kiyomi to the list won't matter at all. The excellence of Sasuke and Kiyomi, especially the talent and skills of Sasuke, was witnessed by everyone during the recent assessment. Knowing this, if someone says that Sandaime-sama wouldn't want to draw Sasuke to the Hokage faction, then Kuroto wouldn't believe it. Moreover, now that Shisui and Itachi are no longer part of the Umbu, Sandaime-sama has all the more reason to draw another Uchiha into the Hokage faction, and what better candidate than Uchiha Sasuke? That's why we are here with Sasuke and Kiyomi also going to Mount Maiboku. Soon after the arrival of the 3 Uchiha clansmen, Jiraiya also showed up. After greeting the 4 kids, Jiraiya looked at Kuroto and Fugaku, as he explained, "As I already said previously, I can promise to keep the kids safe. However, whether they can get what they wish in their heart depends on their luck and abilities. I have no say on that. I hope both of you are very clear about this." Kuroto and Fugaku nodded together. With that, Jiraiya nodded, "All right then, now it's time for us to depart," then reverse summoned the 4 children and himself to the land of the Toads. After watching the 5 people disappear in a poof of white smoke, Fugaku turned towards Kuroto and said, "I owe you a favor for this time." Fugaku is fairly clear that the only reason Sasuke and Kiyomi have the opportunity to go to Mount Maiboku is Kuroto. If not for Kuroto to convince Jiraiya, it wouldn't have been possible. Kuroto shrugged indifferently, "Whatever," and left the place. Even if he has no intention of changing anything about Sasuke and Kiyomi going to the land of Toads, he is not very happy that the 2 of them are going too. Because he is very clear that the presence of Sasuke in the group will cause changes. Fugaku remained silent as he watched Kuroto disappear. Mount Maiboku. After arriving at the land of the Toads, 5 people met with Elder Fukasaku. When Jiraiya introduced Elder Fukasaku as his sensei to the kids, all 4 of them were taken aback and looked skeptically at the small green toad with a white beard. "He is Jiraiya-sama sensei?" How is this possible? Feeling the skeptical gazes of the kids, Elder Fukasaku was helpless. He brought Jiraiya to the side, and asked him, Jiraiya-chan, these kids are... The elder toad was surprised to see so many humans come to Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya was also a little helpless and explained the entire situation to Elder Fukasaku. After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Elder Fukasaku sighed, and then he pondered over the situation for a while. Well, we can't take all of them, that's for sure. Jiraiya asked, so what to do? And how to choose? Elder Fukasaku thought about it, and said, there has never been a precedent of so many people coming to Mount Maiboku before, even I don't know what to do, and added after a pause, I suppose only Great Elder has a say in the matter. Then please, said Jiraiya. Elder Fukasaku nodded and led the 5 people to the Hall of Gamamaru. Arriving at the Great Hall of Gamamaru, the 5 people sat quietly while Elder Fukasaku tried to wake up Elder Gamamaru, Ojiji-sama. Jiraiya-chan has brought these children from Konoha, what should we do? And while Elder Fukasaku explained things to Gamamaru, the 4 children sat beside Jiraiya with a nervous expression. They swear that this is the first time they have seen such a giant toad in their life. Although old, he still appeared to be a little scary, such that Hinata and Kiyomi subconsciously grabbed the sleeves of their elder siblings. Of course, both Neji and Sasuke were also nervous, but they tried their best to reassure their younger siblings, don't worry. Jiraiya chuckled at the kids' behavior and waited for Gamamaru to speak. After Elder Fukasaku explained everything to Gamamaru, the millennium-old toad with a sleepy expression swept his gaze on the 4 kids. His gaze passed by Hinata, Neji, and Kiyomi without stopping. However, as soon as he saw Sasuke, Gamamaru's eyes shot open, his sleepiness disappeared and an incomprehensible expression appeared on his face. Perhaps Gamamaru noted something in Sasuke and muttered, Indra? Chapter 764 A Trip to Mount Maiboku, Sennin Mode. When Gamamaru saw Sasuke, he was taken aback and all his sleepiness immediately disappeared. He seems to have seen something in Sasuke, and exclaimed in surprise, Indra. Gamamaru has lived for over a millennium, therefore, the moment he saw Uchiha Sasuke, he immediately recognized that Sasuke is the current reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra. At the same time, Gamamaru also saw vague fragments of the future in which Sasuke would play an important role. Many people are aware of the fact that Gamamaru can foresee the future. Time and time again, he has demonstrated this ability. Using his ability to foresee the future, Gamamaru must have known that only the Otsutsuki brothers Hagoromo and Himura, who inherited their chakra from Kaguya, could resist her, so he cleverly approached the 2 brothers and confused them to rebel. At the moment when Hagoromo was going to fight Kaguya, he handed over a special seal tag to Hagoromo. Again, Gamamaru must have known that Himura would die at the hands of Hagoromo, so he gave a seal tag that can resurrect the dead. Gamamaru cleverly did not point out this to Hagoromo, probably because he foresaw the future, and understood that it was necessary for Hagoromo to kill his brother in order to awaken the Rinnegan. Later, Gamamaru foresaw the result of the test that Hagoromo gave to his children Indra and Azura while deciding his heir. And finally, Gamamaru also led Jiraiya on the path of searching for the Son of Prophecy. However, the problem is, for quite a few years now, Gamamaru has stopped seeing anything related to the future, that is, up until now. Therefore, when Jiraiya saw the change in Gamamaru, he immediately got up and asked, Lord Gamamaru, what happened? Did you see something? Being aware of the concept of cause and effect, Gamamaru chose not to reveal anything and changed the topic with a small laugh. Oh no, nothing. I was just surprised at the excellence of these children. Then he turned towards Fukasaku and instructed him, take a test of these children. Everyone was confused by Gamamaru's unnatural behavior, however, no one said anything about it and followed Gamamaru's instructions. Jiraiya and Fukasaku nodded lightly, then led the 4 children to the sacred oil fountain. Looking at the 4 children, Elder Fukasaku carefully thought about the words Gamamaru said to him in private, then said, all right children. I will be teaching you the special senjutsu of Mount Maiboku. Those of you who can successfully cultivate Senjutsu will pass the test, understand? Senjutsu? Hearing Fukasaku's words, the 4 children were surprised and got excited. Sasuke and Neji were more eager to learn Senjutsu. Noting the kids' excitement, Jiraiya quickly said, "Don't be so excited, Senjutsu is not that easy to master." Sasuke said in a dissatisfied tone, "If Naruto can learn it, then I can too." Jiraiya smiled and shook his head. Since Naruto has mastered Senjutsu, people have started to misunderstand it. Now every 10-year-old kid thinks that he or she can learn Senjutsu. What they don't seem to understand is that Naruto has mastered Senjutsu under special circumstances. As such, he is an exceptional case, and not everyone can be as special as Naruto in this regard. Let alone others, Jiraiya and Shisui haven't completely mastered Senjutsu. Even now both of them need assistance while using the Senjutsu mode. Perhaps the only known person to have perfectly mastered the Senjutsu mode is Shodaime Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. Coming back to the topic, as Elder Fukasaku led everyone to the training area at Sacred Oil Fountain, the children noted the giant toad-shaped rock statues, and asked curiously, "Fukasaku-sama, why are there so many statues here?" They are not simple statues, they are all people who failed to master Senjutsu," said Elder Fukasaku, and added with a solemn tone, "When training the Senjutsu mode of Mount Maiboku, the practitioner will gain the features of a toad. In this process, once the natural energy inside the body gets out of control, the practitioner's entire body will turn into a toad and then petrify into a stone statue." What? All 4 children were horrified upon learning the truth. At this time, Jiraiya said with a smile, "Mastering Senjutsu is not as easy as you all are assuming it to be. Don't think that just because Naruto mastered it, you lot will master it as well. Naruto is an exceptional case." Elder Fukasaku said, "The reason these people became statues is that they were too greedy and rash for power. You people don't have to worry too much. Even if all of you fail to master Senjutsu, I can at least ensure that none of you will become a toad statue." Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Elder Fukasaku's words, and quickly asked, "Fukasaku-sama, will we become toad when we use Senjutsu?" Kiyomi, Neji, and Hinata looked at Fukasaku. None of them wanted to become a toad. Elder Fukasaku naturally understood the children's dilemma, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, when training the Senjutsu mode of Mount Maiboku, although the user gains toad features, however, they don't become toads. In the future, when your mastery increases, the toad features will become less and less visible and totally disappear. This also means that the more secondary features appear in a person's body, the less his mastery in Senjutsu and vice versa." Senju Hashirama had the least amount of features on his body when he used the Senjutsu mode, except for a few lines under his eyes. There were no changes. Naruto's mastery was even better compared to the Shodaime Hokage. When he entered the Senjutsu mode, except for the change in his pupil, there was no other change. In comparison to Naruto and Hashirama, Jiraiya and Shisui's mastery of Senjutsu is obviously inferior. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Well, putting that aside, Fukasaku's words relieved the 4 children and they were ready to try. With that, Elder Fukasaku took some toad oil from the fountain and rubbed a few drops on the arms of the 4 children, while instructing, "This is special toad oil, it will help you sense the natural energy spread in the heaven and earth. Start concentrating, and try to sense the natural energy." The 4 children nodded, and under the guidance of Elder Fukasaku, they tried to sense the natural energy dispersed in heaven and earth. Chapter 765, A Trip to Mount Maiboku, Summoning Contract. With the influx of natural energy inside their body, the 4 children started to develop the physical characteristics of toads. Small bumps appeared on their skin, web membranes started to grow between their fingers, their cheeks started to swell and change their color, and finally, the pupils of the 4 children became orange with a horizontal slat in them, just like a toad's. Seeing these changes, Elder Fukasaku and Jiraiya showed no signs of surprise or panic. All of these changes were within their expectations, and part of the training process of Senjutsu of Mount Maiboku. In fact, it can be said that if these changes didn't appear on the bodies of the 4 kids, then that would be a problem. Senjutsu training is basically a three-step process of trying to sense and understand natural energy dispersed between heaven and earth, trying to absorb that natural energy, and then fusing that natural energy with the internal physical and mental energies to give birth to stronger and more powerful form of chakra known as the Senjutsu chakra. Of course, this three-step Senjutsu training can be done anywhere in the world as Kuroda did. The only advantage of carrying out this training at the unexplored sacred regions is the guidance and ease that these places provide to a person. Just take the second step for instance. Absorbing natural energy is not an easy task, and one has to be able to sense it prior to absorbing it. However, the toad oil of Mount Maiboku, the snake venom of Ryuchi Cave, and the slug mucus of the Shikatsu forest make absorbing natural energy easier. Once either of these three substances is applied at a point on the body, natural energy starts to enter the practitioner's body from that point. So, no matter what a person's natural aptitude when it comes to Senjutsu, they can absorb natural energy. And once someone absorbs natural energy, as long as they find a way to not turn into stones, over time their body will adapt to natural energy and they will not only be able to sense it, but they will also be able to fuse it with their chakra. However, these advantages are only available at places like Mount Maiboku, Ryuchi Cave, Nekashu Domain, and so on. In other places where there is no knowledge of Senjutsu, one has to start from the very beginning and figure out everything step by step. Anyway, getting back to Mount Maiboku, as time passed, the features of toads became more and more obvious on the bodies of the four children. Seeing this scene, Elder Fukasaku shook his head, failed, and beat out the natural energy from the bodies of the four kids with his black stick, then wiped off the toad oil from the back of their arms, to interrupt the flow of natural energy inside the bodies of four children. Having a lot of toad features means that the children weren't able to integrate the natural energy inside their bodies, so the result is a failure. Of course, the failure in the first attempt doesn't mean that they have no aptitude for Senjutsu, it just shows that they are not naturally adapted to natural energy. Feeling the pain in his back, Sasuke asked, somewhat dissatisfied, "What's going on? Why beat us?" Neji, Hinata, and Kiyomi also looked at Elder Fukasaku with puzzled expressions. "The four of you failed the test," said Fukasaku, and added, "And to answer your question, I was beating out natural energy from your bodies to make sure that none of you turns into toads." "Failed?" Sasuke was taken aback and stood up abruptly. "How come I failed? What mistake did I make?" Neji also stood up and looked at the elder toad with an unwilling expression. This kind of inexplicable failure made it difficult for him to accept so easily. Compared with Sasuke and Neji, Kiyomi and Hinata were relatively calm even after learning about their failure. For Kiyomi, passing the test wasn't important. She isn't interested in Senjutsu or toads at all, so doesn't care all that much. The only reason she even came to Mount Maiboku is that Fugaku instructed her to. Different from Kiyomi, Hinata, although calm, was still a bit disappointed. Deep down in her heart, she hoped to learn Senjutsu in order to have something in common with Naruto, but didn't expect that she would fail so early. Looking at the expressions of the kids, Jiraiya understood their feelings, and reassured them, "Don't worry, failing at the first attempt doesn't mean you have no aptitude, it just means that you need some training. And if you ask me, the four of you are too young to learn Senjutsu." Leaving aside other requirements, the most basic requirement for mastering Senjutsu is a massive chakra reserve. Read latest CH pictures at n/VE/LBI/co/m. For someone who doesn't have huge chakra reserves, it is very difficult and dangerous to fuse natural energy into their body because they are always exposed to the danger of becoming stone statues. No doubt, Sasuke, Neji, Kiyomi, and Hinata are excellent and talented kids. However, they are still very young, and therefore, their chakra reserves are limited. Compared to most adults who fail to master Senjutsu, they are more vulnerable. But it seems that Sasuke didn't want to accept what Jiraiya said, and questioned, "So how come Naruto mastered it?" Jiraiya explained, "Naruto is a little different from the rest of you. For one, he is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a shinobi clan as powerful as Senju, Uchiha, and the Hyuga clan. His Uzumaki lineage gives him various natural advantages when it comes to chakra reserves, physical strength, and all. As for the other point, that is related to the calmness of heart, if you have a restless heart, then it will be very difficult to master Senjutsu. Jiraiya doesn't know how come Naruto mastered Senjutsu. True, Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki clan, so he has huge chakra reserves, and he wasn't greedy for power. However, as said before, just these 2 points are not enough for someone to master Senjutsu. There must have been some other factors that came to play. Maybe Naruto had an incomparable aptitude for Senjutsu. Whatever the reason, the fact of the matter is, he did master Senjutsu at such a young age. Different from Naruto, Sasuke, Neji and the others obviously don't seem to have such a high aptitude for Senjutsu. At the same time, they don't have huge chakra reserves, and because they understand the preciousness of this opportunity, so their hearts are restless, making it difficult for them to train. At this time, Elder Fukasaku said, "Well, as Jiraiya-chan said, Senjutsu is different from your general ninjutsu. This is very high-level stuff and several factors come into play here. There have been only a few people who have successfully mastered Senjutsu in the past millennium." Sasuke and Neji were unwilling and asked, "Can we try once more?" Elder Fukasaku shook his head, "No, not right now, it's too risky. If the natural energy gets out of control, the consequences will be heavy." Neji said with a solemn expression, "Fukasaku-sama, I am willing to take the risk and try once again. I want to pass the test at any cost." Elder Fukasaku shook his head, "I am afraid I will have to deny your request." Then added with a smile, "But don't be dejected, I am not failing all of you." "Huh," all the 4 kids muttered in surprise and confusion, and asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, it was a bit foolish of me to test you, kids, in such a way. It is too difficult for you, and obviously all of you would have failed. Let's change the mode of the test. The reason all of you have come to Mount Maiboku is to find summons, right? Then let's test you with summon contracts. As for the Senjutsu test, maybe you can try once again when you grow up." Although disappointed, the kids quickly cheered up as they found another opportunity. Elder Fukasaku smiled lightly and summoned a large scroll. Then he pointed at Kiyomi, standing at the corner, and said, "Let's start with you." Chapter 766 A Trip to Mount Maiboku, Destiny? Looking at the giant scroll spread out by the toad Elder Fukasaku, the 4 children who were hit by the shock of failure of not being able to learn the Senjutsu of Mount Maiboku quickly recovered their spirits and eagerly looked at the scroll. Even Kiyomi was somewhat excited. Fukasaku smiled at the kids' excitement and pointed at Kiyomi. "Let's start with you." All right," she nodded and quickly came by the scroll. The other 3 didn't care too much that Kiyomi was the first candidate and nervously looked at Kiyomi. They were 4 people, so it was kind of natural to take turns one by one. As she approached Fukasaku, she looked at the scroll, checked new level CHs at enovilbin.com. The contract scroll lay before her. Its length is unknown, however, the width of the scroll was more than her total height, and on the scroll, a series of names were written in red color. It didn't take a genius to understand that all the names were written with blood. The first name seemed to be of someone named Hagoromo. Kiyomi didn't recognize him, however, the last 2, whom she knew very well, were Jiraiya the Sannin and Namikaze Minato, the late Yondaime Hokage-sama. While pointing at the empty space next to the name of Konoha's Yellow Flash, Fukasaku explained, "Write your name here with your blood." Kiyomi nodded, "Okay." Then she bit her finger, and using her blood, she neatly wrote her name, and then stamped her hand stained with blood under the name. Elder Fukasaku nodded lightly, and said, "Now, weave the hand sign in the order of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and then try to summon a toad. If you succeed, then you will pass the test, understand?" Kiyomi nodded, "Yes." "Kiyomi, do your best," encouraged Sasuke. Kiyomi nodded. Then she took a deep breath and gathered her chakra. After that she weaved the hand signs and slammed her hand on the ground as she shouted, "Summoning Jutsu." All the kids looked around, but there was no change. Fukasaku shook his head, "You failed." Kiyomi sighed in disappointment, "I see." Then she turned around and returned back to her position. Sasuke looked at his younger sister with a worried expression, and muttered, Kiyomi. He wasn't sure what to say. He too failed the last time, so he knows that it doesn't feel very good. Kiyomi said with a smile, It's okay, Sasuke Oniai-chan. I wasn't very interested in this summoning things anyway, so it doesn't matter if I failed. At this time, Fukasaku called out to Sasuke, Next is your turn. Kiyomi shook her head and said, Sasuke Oniai-chan. Fukasaku-sama is calling you. It's your turn. You should go. Sasuke nodded lightly, okay, and approached Fukasaku. Elder Fukasaku explained the same things to him as he did to Kiyomi. Sasuke quickly under everything and weaved the hand signs, boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Different from Kiyomi, in Sasuke's turn, nothing didn't happen. Instead, with a bang, white smoke surged. Poof! As the white smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Sasuke had disappeared and in his place, a very big toad was standing. The overall size of the toad was as huge as Naruto's Gaaraga. His body was colored dark red. He carried a tanto in one hand, a white plate-like shield in the other hand, and a long tobacco pipe in his mouth. Kiyomi, Neji, and Hinata were taken aback as they saw the giant toad. Amazing! The sound of Sasuke's exclaim reached their ears as they realized that Sasuke was standing on the head of the toad. Neji, Hinata, and Kiyomi raised their heads and saw Sasuke standing on top of the giant toad. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he muttered, I didn't expect that Sasuke would be able to summon Gamabunta. That's correct, the toad that Sasuke summoned is none other than Gamabunta, the chief toad of Mount Maiboku. Elder Fukasaku looked at Gamabunta and Sasuke, and thought to himself, it seems his guess was correct. At this time, Gamabunta realized the situation, and yelled in displeasure, Hey kid, stop shouting, you are hurting my ears, then asked, Who are you anyway? Sasuke immediately stopped exclaiming, and while curbing the excitement in his heart, he politely introduced himself to Bunta, I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I am the one who summoned you. Gamabunta was surprised, a kid from the Uchiha clan. He looked at Fukasaku with a doubtful expression, who explained the situation to him. Understanding the gist of the matter, Gamabunta nodded lightly, then ordered in a strict tone, Unless it's very urgent, don't summon me, understand boy? Yes. I understand, nodded Sasuke with a happy expression. Although Gamabunta wasn't very polite to him, however, he seems to have accepted the summoning contract. In other words, Sasuke has passed the test. Thinking of this, Sasuke excitedly waved his hands to Neji, Hinata, and Kiyomi, guys. I passed the test. Great! Neji and Hinata are also very excited. Not only are they happy that Sasuke is excited, but they are also full of expectation for their turns. The fact that Sasuke passed the test means that this test is not like the previous test, it's somewhat easier and they have a chance of passing. What's more important is that once they sign the summoning contract at Mount Maiboku, they will have a chance to come here once they grow older, and they will be able to train Senjutsu. At this time, Fukasaku said to Gamabunta, Bunta, go with Sasuke, and learn a bit about each other. Gamabunta nodded, all right boss, then leaped high into the sky. So strong! Neji couldn't help but admire Gamabunta. Thinking that he might soon have such a powerful summon, Neji was eager and wanted to immediately take the test. However, Neji didn't forget that Hinata was also with him and gave way to her. Neji is aware of the conflict that happened a few days ago. He didn't want to do anything that might offend the elders of the main family, therefore, he took a step back and allowed Hinata to take the test before him. Hinata-sama, you should go next. Hinata shook her head, no Neji and I-san, you've been waiting for this for so long, you should be next. While Neji and Hinata were busy making way for each other, Fukasaku came to the scroll and slowly rolled it. Fukasaku's action not only surprised Neji, Hinata, and Kiyomi, but even Jiraiya was puzzled and asked, Boss, why did you put away the scroll? These two kids are still left. Elder Fukasaku explained with a regrettable expression, Jiraiya boy, have you forgotten the tradition of Mount Maiboku? We only accept one shinobi from a generation. Since Uchiha Sasuke has passed the test, he has been accepted, so... What? Neji and Hinata were stunned as they heard Fukasaku's words, and looked at Jiraiya, hoping that was not the case. Jiraiya was stunned. Now that he thinks about it, Fukasaku was indeed telling the truth. Mount Myaboku really selects only one shinobi from a generation. His generation had only him, while Minato's generation had only Minato. Seeing that even Jiraiya didn't deny Fukasaku's words, Neji was panicked. He desperately bowed to Fukasaku and requested, "Fukasaku-sama, please give me a chance. This opportunity was given to me by my sensei. I don't want to disappoint him." Fukasaku shook his head. "Child, there is nothing I can do. This is the tradition of Mount Myaboku." But Neji wanted to request once more. However, he was interrupted by Fukasaku. "Moreover, this is a matter of destiny, so even if you had the chance, the result wouldn't have changed." Destiny? Chapter 767 Mount Myaboku Trip, Conclusion. "Destiny?" muttered Neji with a stunned expression. "Yes, destiny," nodded Fukasaku as jumped on top of a nearby rock, and while looking at Sasuke in the distance, he said, "The reason why Uchiha Kiyomi didn't succeed, but Uchiha Sasuke did, this is the guidance of the Wheel of Fate." It was Uchiha Sasuke's destiny to become Mount Myaboku's successor of this generation. Listening to Fukasaku's words, Jiraiya remembered his personal experience, and added, "Now that you mention it, something similar happened to me. I accidentally came to Mount Myaboku, that was also the guidance of fate." Hearing Fukasaku and Jiraiya's words, Neji questioned depressingly, "Does that mean no matter how hard I work, the result will still remain the same? My destiny will never change?" Elder Fukasaku shook his head and jumped away. Jiraiya said with a sigh, "There are some things that are just meant to happen, you cannot change them. No matter what you do, they will happen eventually. The means may change, but the result will remain the same." You updates TNVL/by. Com. Neji looked at Sasuke in the distance while stroking the caged bird curse mark on his forehead, and said in a saddened tone, "I understand what you are saying, Jiraiya-sama. However, I am just not reconciled. Why does fate always against me?" Jiraiya patted Neji's shoulder and said, "You are still young to think of these things." He wanted to say more to Neji and inspire him to continue to work hard. However, remembering the fate of being a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, Jiraiya shook his head. The bigger headache is, now how am I supposed to explain this to him? The entire trip to Mount Myaboku was proposed by Kuroto, and the only reason Jiraiya agreed was to reward him for his act of scaring away the Akatsuki and saving the village from a major calamity. Jiraiya never expected that Uchiha clan would also get involved in this. Normally, Jiraiya obviously wouldn't have agreed, but he was forced to agree by his sensei to draw Uchiha clan closer to the village in order to maintain the stability of the village. Now everything is messed up. Although Uchiha Kiyomi failed the test, Sasuke passed the test and was selected. On the other hand, Neji and Hinata didn't even have the opportunity to take the test, which made it difficult for Jiraiya to explain to Kuroto. After thinking for a long while, Jiraiya couldn't come up with any solution and shook his head. "Forget it, it can't be helped. Let's just reward him some another time." At this time, Sasuke returned. Neji quickly hid the disappointment on his face, and congratulated Sasuke with a forced smile. "Sasuke, congrats, you finally obtained such a powerful summon." Hinata and Kiyomi also congratulated him. "Congratulations, Sasuke-san." "Sasuke Oniai-chan, congratulations." Sasuke laughed proudly, and said, "You guys won't believe it. Gamabunta can spray toad oil that augments fire-style jutsu, and he is also very good at water-style jutsu, which makes up for my weakest chakra nature. He is the perfect summon creature." And added after a pause, "Moreover, he knows Kenjutsu, transformation jutsu, and several other shinobi techniques. I believe he is even stronger than Naru." Okay. "Sasuke, let's talk about these things after we return back to the village," said Jiraiya, interrupting Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned by Jiraiya's words, and asked doubtfully, "Going back so soon?" Niji and Hinata haven't taken the test, right? Then he turned his head and looked in the direction where Elder Fukasaku was present until a while ago, and questioned, Huh? Where is Fukasaku-sama? Jiraiya shook his head. Everything is completed. Niji and Hinata won't have the opportunity to take the test. Sasuke was taken aback and questioned, What? But why? Jiraiya explained, there can only be one successor of Mount Myoboku from a generation. This is the tradition of Mount Myoboku. Since you passed the test, there won't be any test for others. What? Sasuke was stupefied and felt guilty. He immediately looked at Niji. Niji shook his head with a bitter smile. It can't be helped, Sasuke, and I don't blame you. Had I or Hinata-san passed the previous trial, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. This isn't your fault. Sasuke lowered his head and said in a guilty tone, But if you took this test before me, maybe you would have passed and summoned Gamabunta. Jiraiya scolded Sasuke, Don't be stupid, Sasuke. It was your destiny to come to Mount Myoboku and pass the test to sign the summoning contract with Gamabunta. This is both an honor and a responsibility that you have to shoulder in the future. Since Sasuke passed the test and was accepted by Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya has recognized Sasuke as his successor. So, his attitude and tone of speech changed, and he started to treat Sasuke as his disciple. Sasuke didn't expect to hear such words, and quickly nodded, Yes. I understand. With that out of the way, Jiraiya brought the 4 kids back to the Konoha village, and after sending Niji and Hinata back to the Hyuga clan, he took Sasuke and Kiyomi to the Uchiha clan. Patriarch's Mansion, Hyuga clan. After the return of Niji and Hinata, Hayashi, Hizashi, and Kuroto gathered and asked the two about the details of their trip to Mount Myoboku. Feeling the concerned gaze of the patriarch, his father, and sensei, Niji felt ashamed of himself, and said tremblingly, I am sorry. I failed to sign a summoning contract. Hinata also said timidly, I also failed. Both Hayashi and Hizashi sighed, and a trace of disappointment flashed in Hayashi's eyes. Especially at Hinata, she had the opportunity to go to 2 of the 3 unexplored sage regions, and she failed both times. Contrary to Hizashi and Hayashi, Kuroto was much calmer. The moment he saw Sasuke being part of the trip, he knew that there would be some unexpected changes at Mount Myoboku. After a while of silence, he instructed Niji, Tell me everything that happened at Mount Myoboku, every detail. Niji nodded and told everything. From the moment of arriving at the Land of Toads, to meeting Elder Fukasaku, then meeting the great Toad Sage Gamamaru, the Senjutsu trial after that, and the test later. Sigh, it was bad luck this time. Muttered Hizashi after he heard the reason for Niji and Hinata's failure. Kuroto chuckled, Bad luck? Do you really think that's the reason? Feeling the mockery in Kuroto's tone, Hizashi looked at him doubtfully, and asked, Is there any other reason? Kuroto folded his hands over his chest, and said lightly, Gamamaru, leader of Mount Myoboku, has the ability to see the future of some individuals. The reason Uchiha Sasuke was selected is not because he passed the stupid test, it's because Gamamaru saw something in Sasuke's future, and felt that Sasuke was more worthy to invest compared to the other kids. Niji was stunned. Sensei, wasn't that the arrangement of fate? Kuroto chopped Niji's head, and said, I have already told you several times not to believe in something as stupid as fate. Everything is in our hands as long as we make ourselves capable enough. Chapter 768 A Conversation B/W Sensei and Shisho, Giving Up? Since the people of Mount Myoboku rejected the Hyuga clan, there is no need for us to think about them anymore, said Hizashi with a helpless expression. Kuroto nodded, Forget it, it's not that big of a deal anyway, the contract with Mount Myoboku was just an opportunity, it doesn't matter all that much. Then stood up and left. Hearing Hizashi and Kuroto's words, Hayashi couldn't help but sigh. The children's trip to Mount Myoboku is undoubtedly another disastrous defeat for the Hyuga clan against the Uchiha clan. Whether in terms of prestige or overall strength, the Uchiha clan firmly surpasses the Hyuga clan. Even in the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Kiyomi's performance is starting to overwhelm Neji and Hinata's performance. It won't be wrong to say that in recent years, except for the time when Kuroto was chosen as the principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy over Uchiha Shisui, the Hyuga clan has always been surpassed by the Uchiha clan. This streak of continuous defeat has severely affected the status of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. These days, the residents of Konoha no longer consider the Uchiha and Hyuga clans on the same level. And now that Uchiha Sasuke has signed a summoning contract with the Toad of Mount Maiboku, one of the 3 unexplored sage regions, it is foreseeable that the gap between the two clans will continue to widen in the future. Faced with such a predicament, Hiashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, can't help but get more and more annoyed. After leaving the mansion of the patriarch, Kuroto was on his way to the Ninja Academy, and Neji silently followed him. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but was hesitating to speak. Seeing Neji's behavior, Kuroto guessed his thoughts, and said, "I have already told you several times, not to hesitate when speaking your thoughts. Just speak what you want, what's there to hesitate?" Neji raised his head, and asked, "Sensei, can the great Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku really foresee the future? Can he really see the destiny of other people?" Kuroto nodded lightly, "Yes." A disappointment appeared in Neji's eyes as he heard Kuroto's reply, and asked another question, this time in a very low voice. If the great Toad Sage can foresee the future of others, and he chose Sasuke based on his future that Gamamaru-sama foresaw, then, does that mean my future, it's not as bright as Sasuke? Since Neji learned about Gamamaru's ability to foresee the future from Kuroto, this thought has been plaguing him. "You worry too much, Neji," said Kuroto, and added, "For one, Gamamaru seems to make vague predictions, and he seems to see scattered fragments of the future. And just because he can predict the future of some people doesn't mean that he can predict everyone's future, not to mention, the future he predicts may not be so accurate." "Sensei, you don't need to comfort me," said Neji in a saddened tone. Hearing Neji's words, Kuroto remained silent. If it were a normal situation, Kuroto won't say such words. He is very clear about Gamamaru's ability to predict the future, and it's beyond accurate, there is no doubt about it. However, that is only under normal circumstances. This world is no longer normal. Kuroto's presence in this world has completely changed it over and over again. The most important thing is that Gamamaru might not be able to foresee Neji's future at all. When Kuroto last met with Miroku, she told him that the presence of Ryumayaku had affected the flow of natural energy around him, making it impossible for anyone to foresee his future. In other words, Ryumayaku has the ability to shield clairvoyance abilities. If you think about it, clairvoyance is just an advanced application of natural energy. Anyone who has an advanced level of control over natural energy should be able to foresee the future after some training. However, there is a catch: they can only foresee the future of individuals, not the world itself. Here Ryumayaku comes into play. Ryumayaku, after all, is a cluster of natural energy, and since Kuroto carries such dense natural energy with him, and has formed a contract with it, so he is considered part of nature itself, making it impossible for anyone to foresee his future, and Gamamaru is no exception. Since Neji is Kuroto's disciple, Neji's destiny is deeply connected with Kuroto. If anyone tries to foresee Neji's future, Kuroto is bound to be involved, making it difficult for others to foresee Neji's future as well. That's why, Kuroto believes that when Gamamaru tried to foresee Neji's future, he shouldn't have seen anything, making him believe that Neji is nothing special. Of course, this is what Kuroto thinks. Obviously, he can't tell these things to Neji. 7 sit enveld/n c/m for L test vels. Neji continued, "Even if our future was uncertain before, that's no longer the case. And the great Toad Sage might not be wrong about Sasuke's bright future. Sasuke's talent is no worse than mine, and after he signed the summoning contract with Mount Maiboku, he not only obtained a powerful summoning beast, but also got entry to Mount Maiboku. And now that he can go there whenever he wants and train Senjutsu of Mount Maiboku, the difference in our abilities will become more and more apparent over time." After Naruto, who always ranked last, mastered the Senjutsu, his strength increased by several levels, and he could put up a fight against the Jonin-level shinobi. Just think about how strong Sasuke will become if he masters the Senjutsu. At this rate, I don't even have the opportunity to compete against Sasuke. All of this has nothing to do with the hard work, it all comes down to fate. Kuroto chuckled. Does that mean you have accepted defeat? I just don't see any hope of surpassing them in the future. Naruto has the inheritance of Ryuchi Cave, Sasuke has the inheritance of Uchiha clan and Mount Maiboku, and me, what do I have? Just a pair of Byakugan locked in a cage. Sensei. I don't see the way forward, said Neji, with an expressionless face. Kuroto didn't interrupt Neji, he allowed Neji to speak his doubts, and when Neji finally stopped, Kuroto asked, Answer me Neji, are Ryuchi Cave and Mount Maiboku so great that you even lost your fighting spirit? What's so great about them? Chapter 769, A Conversation B/W Sensei and Shisho, The Meaning of Destiny. What's so great about Mount Maiboku and Ryuchi Cave? Neji didn't know how to answer Kuroto's question. In Neji's understanding, Kuroto should know the meaning of Mount Maiboku and Ryuchi Cave better than him, therefore, he couldn't figure out why Kuroto asked such a question. And before Neji could answer him, Kuroto asked another question, Gaaraga and Gamabunta, do you think they are strong? Sensei, this time, Neji was taken aback, and quickly replied, Sensei, maybe you haven't seen Naruto's summon Gaaraga, and Sasuke's summon Gamabunta, both of them are strong summons. At the time of combat assessment at the Forest of Death, Kuroto arrived only after Gaaraga left the scene, therefore, Neji thought that Kuroto had never seen Gaaraga, nor has he even seen Gamabunta, so he doesn't really know how strong the two of them are? Hearing Neji's question, Kuroto chuckled, is that what you think? And turned his eyes towards the horizon. It was already evening, only the afterglow of the setting sun was visible on the horizon, and the bright moon loomed in the sky. Staring at the looming moon, Kuroto said lightly, whether Mount Maiboku or Ryuchi Cave or Shikatsu Forest, these places are nothing compared to. Before Kuroto could complete it, suddenly a lot of noise came from the other side of the corridor. Kuroto paused and looked in that direction only to find the trainees of Neji's class coming towards him. The ones leading the trainees were none other than Sasuke and Naruto, while the other trainees like Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Kiba, and the others followed the two. They seemed to be arguing something and looked extremely excited. Kuroto and Neji were confused. Soon, they came closer to Kuroto and greeted him with a respectful bow, Good evening, Sensei. Kuroto nodded lightly, Good evening. Then asked curiously, What are you kids doing? Sasuke quickly replied, Sensei, I am going to challenge Naruto. Hearing Sasuke's answer, Kuroto couldn't help but think, it has only been a few hours since he signed the contract at Mount Maiboku, and now he has rushed to challenge Naruto. It seems Sasuke is really in a hurry to restore his reputation. And turned towards Naruto. Naruto held his hands at the back of his head and seemed carefree about the entire situation. It was as if he didn't take Sasuke's challenge to heart. Naruto seemed to have confidence. Seeing Naruto's indifferent and carefree expression, Sasuke snorted, Humph. I am going to beat the crap out of you today. Naruto smirked, Just try. I am not afraid of you. For a moment, sparks appeared before Sasuke and Naruto's eyes, fighting intentions were clearly visible. The students behind the two were either supporting Naruto or Sasuke. Seeing the heated atmosphere, Kuroto said, Well, that's good to know that you want to challenge Naruto, however, you don't have to come to me for that. The Ninja Academy doesn't prohibit challenging others, so how come all of you are here? Sasuke hurriedly replied, The Academy's training field would be too small, and we won't be able to use everything, so we want to go outside the village or to the Forest of Death. Sensei, please give your permission. Oh, so that's the case, muttered Kuroto in realization. It requires the principal's permission for the trainees to step outside the village or to go to the Forest of Death, so it makes sense that these children are here. Sasuke and the others nodded, Yes. Kuroto waved his hand, Go, but don't run too far. he had no reason to stop them. As for the matter of their safety, Kakashi and Shisui were following these children from the shadows. Even Itachi seemed to be keeping an eye on them with his crows, so there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, Kuroto immediately agreed to Sasuke's request. Seeing that they got the permission, Sasuke's face brightened, and he thanked Kuroto. "Thank you, sensei." After that, he turned towards Neji, who was quiet for the entire time, and said, "Neji, you also come with us." "Me? Let's forget this time, maybe next time." Knowing that Sasuke and the others were going outside the village, Neji understood that they would definitely use their powerful summons, so he refused without thinking about it too much. Neji is very clear that his current self can't fight Sasuke and Naruto. Both of them seem to have surpassed him, so there is no point in fighting and embarrassing himself. Naruto, who couldn't read Neji's thoughts, was confused, and asked, "Why?" Sasuke also stared at Neji with a doubtful expression. As Neji was about to give an excuse, he saw Sasuke and Naruto's expressions and realized that the two of them weren't inviting him to spar, rather, they were inviting him to watch them spar, just like the rest of the children behind them. Knowing that he had mistaken their intention, Neji was embarrassed. At the same time, he felt bitter in his heart. Before the combat assessment of the Forest of Death, Neji was considered one of the top 2, even Sasuke had to be extremely cautious against him, and now Sasuke doesn't seem to think the same anymore. Kuroto guessed Neji's embarrassment, and said to Sasuke and Naruto, "You kids go first, Neji will catch up later, I have something to discuss with him." Knowing the sensei-shisho relationship between Kuroto and Neji, Naruto and Sasuke nodded, "All right, sensei," and then excitedly went towards Konoha's gate. After everyone had walked away, Neji sighed quietly, and said to Kuroto, "Sensei, thank you, if not for your help, I would have made a fool of myself." Kuroto shook his head. "I didn't do that just to save you from embarrassment, I really have something to tell you, so come with me." Then without giving Neji any opportunity to think, he picked up Neji and disappeared from the Ninja Academy. Whoosh! In just a few flashes, Kuroto crossed the outer wall of Konoha and brought Neji to an open grassland. Looking at his surroundings, which changed in less than a second, Neji was taken aback, and exclaimed, so fast." Neji knew that Kuroto was fast, however, to what extent, he realized only now. In the blink of an eye, they were outside Konoha, and this is not a joke. Can shinobi really be so fast? Read lat.stch pictures on n/v/l/b/i.cm. Before Neji could ask his doubt, Kuroto looked at him and asked, "Do you really want to summon?" Recalling the scene from a while ago, Neji nodded, "Although, I don't want to be left behind by Sasuke and Naruto. I don't want to put you through that embarrassment again, sensei." "I am sorry." Kuroto nodded. "If that's the case, then he bit his thumb, and while forming the hand signs, he said, "There is no need to ask anyone's help." Neji was confused by Kuroto's words, and recognizing the order of hand signs, he was surprised. "Sensei, do you have a summon too?" "I guess you can say that," said Kuroto, and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu!" Poof! Instantly, white smoke surged, covering the surroundings. The sky was already dim, and as the white smoke billowed up, the surroundings immediately darkened. What is strange is that, even after the smoke disappeared, the surroundings still remained dark. Neji was confused for a moment, and as he felt a behemoth-like presence behind him, he was taken aback. Sensei. Chapter 770 A Conversation B/W Sensei and Shisho, a Summon. Because it was already dark, and the presence appeared behind Neji, so he wasn't able to see the behemoth-like existence for a moment. However, he was able to sense the sudden appearance of a very strong oppression from behind him. This sense of oppression was not inferior to Gamabunta and Gaaraga that Neji had already experienced. Taking a deep breath, Neji turned around and looked above as he saw the appearance of the creature, and couldn't help but mutter in astonishment, It's so big." It's a giant creature that appeared behind Neji, with a humongous body not inferior to the size of Gaaraga and Gamabunta. It has a pair of sharp tusks, a messy mane, and several scars on its body. The wild boar is none other than Okinabuta. But, how could a wild boar? Neji was at a loss. He couldn't figure out how could a boar be so big. The giant wild boar lowered its head, and while exhaling hot air from its nostrils, it looked lazily at Neji, then looked around, wondering how it got here. The pressure produced by the light exhale of the giant wild boar caused Neji to take a step back. He can't help it, he is nothing but an ant in front of the giant wild boar. Of course, even if overwhelmed, Neji didn't particularly feel threatened. This is because he noticed that although the boar looks ferocious and not someone you would want to mess with easily considering its wild mane, scars, and large body, he didn't show any particular killing intent. Rather, the wild boar appeared to be lazy and confused about something. At the same time, Neji could sense a very familiar chakra inside the wild boar, therefore, his instincts didn't warn him of any danger, and this greatly surprised him. Not only Neji, but even Kuroto, who is standing on top of the wild boar, is also quite surprised, and muttered, well. Buta, who would have thought that you would grow this large? Kuroto had expected it to grow relatively large, but he didn't expect that it would grow this big in such a short period of time. In the beginning, when Kuroto first saw Okinabuta in the Forest of Death, its size was only as big as a wild baby boar. It didn't even reach his knees, but half a year later when he saw the wild boar again, it seemed to have become the final boss of the Forest of Death, and it was affecting the food chain of the Forest of Death, which left Konoha with no choice but to issue a mission of eliminating it. Kuroto saved the boar from death and transported it somewhere else, to a more dangerous forest in the Land of Fire. Unexpectedly, Buta preserved there and continued to grow in size and strength. The next time Kuroto met it, it was after his battle with Sasori when Buta helped him escape that battlefield. After that, Kuroto didn't see it for quite a lot of time, and the last time was after the death of Mikosame. At that time, Buta was already as big as a house of several floors. And now that Kuroto has seen Buta again after a few years, he has grown as big as a hill. The speed that Buta has displayed in growing its size is really amazing. Right now, its size is not inferior to Gamabunta and Garaga, some of the most powerful and large creatures of the unexplored Sage regions. Of course, even if Buta's size has grown, its IQ doesn't seem to have changed all that much. It still appears to be somewhat dull, as it has yet to figure out how it appeared in the middle of nowhere. Sighing slightly, Kuroto tapped the head of Buta with his feet, and called out, "Hey Buta, don't tell me you still don't understand what's going on?" As soon as it heard that familiar name and familiar voice, Buta's eyes widened, and sensing the presence of Kuroto on top of it, he jumped up and down in affection. Boom! 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 As Buta jumped up and down in affection, the whole ground shook. Looking at the giant boar jumping up and down in front of him, Neji was horrified as he struggled to stand and not fall. The entire grassland was shaking as if an earthquake had come. He couldn't figure out what caused the boar to suddenly jump up and down. All right. I get it, you are happy to see me again," said Kuroto, and warned, "but calm down, or I'll send you back." Kuroto's warning caused Buta to calm down, and after that Kuroto observed it carefully. He could see a lot of scars on its body, meaning this guy continued to cause a lot of trouble wherever it went, and as a result, it suffered a lot. Of course, Kuroto also discovered that the scars on Buta's body were quite old, meaning that it has been a while since he got injured seriously. This implies that in the past few years, Buta hasn't had any difficulty prey, and thought he must have gotten quite strong. With such a thought, Kuroto activated his Byakugan and observed the chakra flowing through Buta's body. He was quite surprised to find a huge reserve of Tenseigan chakra in Buta's body that seemed quite strange to him, and he couldn't help but think, this is quite weird. Unable to figure out the exact problem, Kuroto put his hand on Buta's back and drew some chakra out of its body. After drawing out enough chakra, he played with Buta's chakra as he tried to learn what was going on. And it didn't take him long to figure out the problem. Back when he was learning to create poisons, Kuroto tested all his poisons on the young Buta, and after he was done with that, Kuroto rewarded Buta by forcibly opening the network of chakra veins in its body. Although the process was very painful for Buta, the result that appears now seemed to be worth the effort and suffering. In fact, Kuroto never imagined that his actions back then would produce such a fruit. The fact that Kuroto opened Buta's chakra veins using his Tenseigan chakra caused Buta to gain a chakra type with characteristics of Tenseigan chakra. Although the density of Tenseigan chakra in Buta's body is very dilute, it is there. Of course, this is not the best part. The best part is, over the course of years, the Tenseigan chakra in Buta's body fused with the natural energy in its body, which caused the dilute Tenseigan chakra to mutate and produce a new type of a very strong chakra. No wonder it could continue to survive. Heck, I never imagined that Buta had such adaptability to natural energy. But now that I think about it, it does make sense. How else could it continue to survive all those deadly poisons and injuries? Having such a high healing factor is impossible without a reason. It seemed Buta was a little adept to natural energy, and I never figured it out because I couldn't sense natural energy at that time. But to think that the little guy from back then could fuse natural energy with the Tenseigan chakra, although you were a dumb guy, it seemed you were also one of a kind genius, muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. It must not be forgotten that fusing natural energy and Tenseigan is a very difficult task. Even Kuroto has not been able to accomplish it so far, but Buta did. If this doesn't make Buta a genius, then what else does? Well, I guess I have found a way forward, muttered Kuroto, and thought, of course, I'll focus on that later. First let's solve the problem that I came here for. As he disappeared from his place and appeared before Niji. Visit N0VL/BIN. For the best novel reading experience. Seeing Kuroto, Niji hurried to him, curiosity and anxiousness clearly visible on his face as he asked, "Sensei, this boar, is it your summon?" "Yes," nodded Kuroto. Kuroto's affirmation caused Niji to become more curious as he asked, "How come I have never heard of it?" "It's just a summon, nothing to brag too much about," answered Kuroto. "Just a summon?" Niji was taken aback by Kuroto's casual way of referring to Buta, and asked, "Just a summon?" "Sensei, it's so big. How can it be just a summon?" Niji didn't think that Buta was an ordinary summon. He could see a very powerful chakra inside Buta's body with his Byakugan, therefore, he knew very well that the wild boar was definitely not just a summon. Chapter 771 A Conversation B/W Sensei and Shisho, Contracting a Summon. "It's just a summon, nothing to brag too much about." Hearing Kuroto's words, Niji couldn't help but sigh. "I am afraid only you can say this, Sensei. I don't think anyone else would be so callous about having such a powerful summon. No matter what you think about it, at the end of the day, it's just a summon, nothing more, nothing less," said Kuroto indifferently. Niji shook his head and decided to not think too much about Kuroto's words and looked at the giant boar, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned towards Kuroto and asked, "Sensei, does this giant boar have a name?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes. I named it Okina Buta," and added, "You can also call it Buta." "Okina Buta," muttered Niji with a thoughtful expression. Looking at Niji's thoughtful expression, Kuroto said, "So, do you want to make Buta your summon?" Niji nodded hurriedly, "I want to, but... Sensei, will it agree? And what kind of test will I have to pass in order to get the approval?" Kuroto thought about Niji's question and said with a smile, "Congratulations Hyuga Niji on passing the test." Niji was puzzled. "This makes no sense, I haven't even given the test yet." "Indeed, that's true. However, the person responsible for taking your test hereby declare that you have passed the test. You may sign the summoning contract with the strongest and the most legendary boar in the world." "Okina Buta," said Kuroto. Niji felt weird about this situation. Of course, Kuroto noticed it and asked, "It feels strange, right? But think about it, something similar happened at Mount Maiboku. Kuroto's words widened Niji's eyes as he muttered in realization, "Sensei, do you want to tell me that that test at Mount Myaboku had nothing to do with the arrangement of fate or whatever, it's all up to the people who can make decisions?" "Exactly," nodded Kuroto. Then he patted Niji's head and said, "Remember my words. Never listen to other people when it comes to matters related to fate. I can't say for others, however, when it comes to you, your fate has always been in your hands and will always remain in your hands, no matter what others say, therefore, never accept others' judgment until your last breath." "Yes," nodded Niji with tears flowing down his cheeks. "Well, enough with the waterworks, now let's get down to business. If you want to sign a summon contract with Buta, then just do it." "I don't have all day," said Kuroto as he took out a small scroll from his kimono and unfolded it in front of Niji.chck for EUS Tirais on no/v/l/bin, C0m. Niji swiftly and neatly completed the procedure, and after all the formalities were completed, Kuroto turned around and said to the wild boar, "Buta, he is Niji, my disciple. If he ever summons you, don't be lazy and help him out, got it?" "I understand, master," a voice resounded in Niji and Kuroto's heads. Niji was surprised by the voice, and asked, "Sensei, this voice?" Kuroto nodded. "Although Buta cannot speak our language, it can communicate with us telepathically, and now that you have signed the summoning contract with it, you can also communicate with it via telepathy." That's amazing," marveled Niji with wide eyes. By now, Niji's depression had completely disappeared, and the former brilliance in his eyes had recovered. While stroking Buta's tusks, Niji asked Kuroto, "Sensei, what kind of ninjutsu can Buta use?" Kuroto said with a smile, "That's something you will have to explore yourself." Niji nodded, "I understand." Then looked at Buta and muttered excitedly, "With Buta, even I can." Glancing at Niji's excited expression, Kuroto said to Niji, "Acquiring Buta as a summon is fine and all, however, I want you to stay focused. At this age, you should be focused on building your base and increasing your personal strength. These summons like Buta and the others are just superficial and might not be of much help when it comes down to it." Even at Anchor Vantien, Kuroto has forbidden Gaara and Karen from using any summons, so both carry out basic training to strengthen their foundation. In Kuroto's view, young age is the best time for strengthening the foundation, and at this time, children should focus on honing their taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra control, diverting their attention on things such as summons and all would be of no benefit to them. Besides, using the summons also requires strength, and if the children don't even manage to acquire such strength, then the summons will also become useless. Hearing Kuroto's words, Niji tried to explain, "Sensei, that." Kuroto shook his head, "You don't need to explain, I perfectly understand what's going on in your mind. I too was a kid once, and I understand what you were feeling. Always being behind Kakashi and Asuma wasn't a very pleasant experience. Two of them were above the others, and this put a lot of pressure on the others, including Kuroto." Thinking of his childhood days, Kuroto added, "It doesn't matter to me what you do in regards to your friends. However, as your sensei, it is my duty to make sure that you don't lose your focus and walk the wrong path. Always keep this in your mind. This time is fine, but, the next time, don't get affected by what's happening in your surroundings. Always stay focused." Niji nodded, "I will keep your words in my heart and work harder than ever." Kuroto nodded with a smile, "That's good then." With that out of the way, Kuroto decided to return back to the village. Knowing what was going on in Niji's mind, Kuroto didn't waste any time and said, "I know you can't wait anymore, so let's go back." Niji took a deep breath and said, "This time for sure. I will definitely not lose." Outside Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke were confronting each other on the open field, and the contemporaries who followed the two kids were watching the battle in excitement and nervousness. On top of a tree farther away from the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, a group of Jonin including Kakashi, Shisui, Itachi, Anko, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai were standing or sitting as they watched the battle between the two kids. Looking at his hand that was injured not long ago, Asuma said with a smirk, "Shisui, don't blame me for taking sides, however, I believe that Naruto will be the winner of the battle. Don't get me wrong, I get it that the kid from the Uchiha clan is extremely talented and strong, however, that kid Naruto is just some other level shit. Even I am not confident against him. So, you should probably be ready to save Uchiha Sasuke. There is no telling what might happen if Naruto goes all out like he did the last time. Itachi said from the side, don't worry Asuma-san. For one, I have confidence in Sasuke. Secondly, if I see Sasuke being in danger, I will save him before it's too late. Shisui-san doesn't have to take action for such a small matter. You, muttered Asuma in surprise. He didn't think that Itachi was capable enough to stand up to his words. Itachi may be a genius, but at best Itachi is on the same level as him, not as strong as Shisui, and Asuma believes that Itachi should understand this perfectly. Knowing that Asuma himself isn't confident, Itachi still made such a claim, made Asuma think that Itachi is too arrogant to be able to understand his own strength. Of course, Itachi guessed Asuma's thoughts, but he didn't care about Asuma's thoughts and continued to observe the battle between Naruto and his little brother. Chapter 772, Sandame's Intentions. On the other side of the battlefield, Tsunade sat on the canopy of a tree with her hands underneath her breasts, and while watching the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, she asked Jiraiya, "Is it really true?" "What?" asked Jiraiya, somewhat distracted. "You know, about what you told Sensei, you plan on taking Uchiha Sasuke as your disciple, is it really true?" asked Tsunade. Jiraiya nodded, yes. And explained, from what Gamamaru-sama has told me. Uchiha Sasuke will play a major role in determining the future of the shinobi world. Tsunade was surprised, and asked, "Does that make Uchiha Sasuke the child of the prophecy you have been searching for all your life?" Jiraiya shrugged, "I don't know. What I know is that Uchiha Sasuke is important for the future of the shinobi world. Since that's the case, it is my duty to make sure that I guide him on the right path. A duty that I failed to fulfill with Nagato." "I see. Still, it's surprising that Gamamaru-sama would put such importance on someone from the Uchiha clan," said Tsunade, and added, "Since you have made your decision, you have to carefully explain to Hyuga Kuroto as well. That kid is smart and not someone you can deal with easily." Jiraiya raised his eyebrow, and asked, "What makes you say this?" Tsunade said lightly, "I heard that just after the assessment of the Forest of Death, he had a dispute with the elders of the main family of the Hyuga clan. The result of the dispute surprised me. Hyuga Kuroto incapacitated all the elders and walked out unscathed. What's more surprising is that this entire dispute happened in the middle of a major clan meeting where the patriarch, as well as other clansmen, were also present, and not anyone dared to do a thing to him." Jiraiya was stunned. Such a thing happened within the Hyuga clan? Incapacitating all the elders of the main family and still walking out unscathed is a big thing, therefore, Jiraiya is quite surprised upon hearing this news. Tsunade nodded, and added, "Not only this, but I also heard that the patriarch of the Hyuga clan has forbidden the others from trying to punish him via the caged bird curse seal, so the main family has no effective method of punishing him, so they are a little bit wary of him." "That's really something," muttered Jiraiya impressed, and questioned, "Do you know what caused this dispute?" New N0VL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. Tsunade said, "I am not certain, but I did hear that the cause of the dispute was related to Hyuga Niji's performance in the assessment. The elders of the main family were dissatisfied with his disciple's performance and wanted to punish the child, however, Kuroto didn't allow such a thing to happen, hence the dispute." Jiraiya folded his hands over his chest, and said, "This means he puts a lot of value on his disciple, otherwise, he won't go to such lengths for his disciple." Tsunade nodded with a chuckle, "I guess, that's why I told you that you would have to explain it properly to him." Jiraiya sighed, "I understand what you are saying, Tsunade." And added, "The very reason I took the kids to Mount Myaboku was upon his request, it was to reward him. Since Sasuke was selected instead of either of them, I thought that I would find another opportunity to reward him. The problem is, I don't know how to reward him." Tsunade said with a smile, you don't have to feel so troubled. Sensei told me about some of his plans yesterday. If the plan succeeds, then Kakashi will become the Godame Hokage, and once Kakashi becomes the next Hokage, there will be a need for an advisor council for Kakashi. And Hyuga Kuroto can be made one of the advisors. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya frowned. Make him a member of the advisor council? I had the same expression as you when Sensei told me this. Huh, wouldn't that be interesting, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan being a member of the advisor council, said Tsunade with a smile. Aware of the fact that Hyuga Kuroto is a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan and seems to have developed a dispute with the main family, Sarutobi Hiruzen still plans to make Kuroto a member of the advisor council to support the next Hokage. This seems rather odd. Sandame's intention of restricting the main family of the Hyuga clan by using a Hyuga shinobi is clearly visible. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, has Sensei finalized this? Tsunade shook her head. He seems to have such intentions. As for what exactly he will do, that will depend on the situation at that time. What I can tell you is that Sensei is slowly paving the way for Kakashi to inherit the position of the next Hokage. Of course, this is not a short-term process, it will take some time. Besides, at this time, Kakashi doesn't seem to be ready to become the Hokage either. Thinking so, Tsunade looked in the direction of Kakashi. Unlike the Canon, although the current Kakashi is too different, he is not lost on the path of life. He has the determination to move forward. Not only has he successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but he is also actively training 8 Inner Gates formation, so his strength is nothing to be worried about. The only problem with Kakashi at the moment is that he is too preoccupied with something in his mind. Unless Kakashi manages to free his mind from that, he won't be ready for Hokage. Jiraiya muttered. He too has a lot going on in his life. Everybody has, said Tsunade as she shook her head and added, but he will be free very soon. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, he is Minato's disciple. Kakashi won't disappoint. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked Tsunade, so, who do you think will win the duel? Minato's son, or my disciple? Tsunade turned her attention to the battlefield and replied, Uzumaki Naruto. Back to the battlefield. With his hands in his pocket, Sasuke looked at Naruto standing opposite him and said coldly, Naruto. I admit that I had underestimated you, however. I don't intend to give up my position of number 1 to anyone, and you are no exception. Naruto with his hands folded behind his neck said with a chuckle, What are you talking about, Sasuke? Haven't I already taken your position? Sasuke was irked by Naruto's words, and said, for a brief time yes. However, I am going to take back my spot. Don't get me wrong, you are strong all right. With your strength, it wouldn't be difficult to be number 1 in some other generation, but your luck is not good. I am also in this generation, and I won't allow anyone to surpass me. Humph! Naruto snorted coldly, then he bit his finger and said while weeding the hand signs, Then I am going to show you that I have surpassed you, and shouted, summoning jutsu. Poof! With a burst of white smoke, the figure of Gaaraga appeared on the battlefield. Standing on the head of Gaaraga, Naruto said to Sasuke, Didn't you say that you have a powerful summon as well? Bring it out. I don't believe that your summon is stronger than Gaaraga. Sasuke's lips arched in a smile as he leisurely took out his hands from his pockets and while weeding the hand signs, he replied to Naruto, Today I am going to show you your place, then shouted, summoning jutsu. Chapter 773 Hyuga Niji's Comeback. Today I am going to show you your place, said Sasuke and shouted, summoning jutsu. Poof! Suddenly there was another burst of white smoke, and as the smoke cleared, a huge red toad appeared before everyone, and Sasuke was standing on the head of the said giant toad. Chck for EUST rise on no/v/l/bin, C0m. Gaaraga was previously seen by the children, so when Naruto summoned it again, although the children were amazed at the size of Gaaraga, they didn't appear to be so excited. However, when Gamabunta was summoned by Sasuke, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, So big! I have never seen a toad this big in my life. Amazing! Sasuke-kun really has a powerful summon. Humph, that's to be expected of Sasuke-kun, after all, he is the best. Come on. Naruto. Sasuke, fight, show us your strength. Yes, fight. Fight. Fight! The children were immediately looking forward to the battle between Sasuke and Naruto. In their opinion, size equals strength, since Gaaraga and the toads summoned by Sasuke are so big, that means they must be incredibly strong, and they were excited to be able to watch the fight between such strong creatures. On the other side, as soon as Kakashi saw Sasuke's summon, he was taken aback, and muttered doubtfully, That's Gamabunta-sama, he is Jiraiya-sama's summon, how come Uchiha Sasuke signed a summoning contract with him? Asuma's initial smirk disappeared as he saw Gamabunta, and with a stupefied expression, he couldn't help but exclaim, now wait. Even Uchiha Sasuke. Kurenai looked at Shisui on the side and said, no wonder you are not worried about Uchiha Sasuke, he went to Mount Myoboku and signed a summoning contract with Gamabunta-sama? Shisui explained with a helpless smile, actually I did not know this either, so even I am surprised. Really? Asked Kurenai suspiciously, and added, why do I feel that that's not the case at all? Shisui shrugged lightly and Kurenai didn't pursue the matter. On the other side, as Anko saw the appearance of Gaaraga and Gamabunta, she immediately became excited, this is going to be a good show. Then said with a saddened smile, if only I had a few dango with me. Here you go, suddenly a voice came from her side and the smell of dango wafted through Anko's nose. Anko looked to the side and noted Kuroto, who had unknowingly appeared beside her, passing a few dango sticks to her. Thank you so much, Kuroto. Anko cheered and quickly took the dango sticks from Kuroto's hand as she got busy relishing her favorite flavor. She was least bothered about when and how Kuroto appeared beside her without her noticing. It happens a lot with her and she is used to it by now. Unlike Anko, the others weren't the same. They were surprised by Kuroto's sudden arrival and greeted him, Kuroto, what are you doing here? Just to see what is Gamabunta capable of, said Kuroto as he looked in the direction of Gaaraga and Gamabunta. Itachi quickly apologized from the side, Kuroto-san. I am really sorry about what happened at Mount Myoboku. I hope. Kuroto waved his hand at Itachi and said, don't worry about it, Itachi, this matter had nothing to do with you or the Uchiha clan. They selected Sasuke, it's not like I can blame them for making their choice. Mount Myoboku has the right to choose their spokesperson, and Kuroto has no right to feel offended by them just because they chose Sasuke over Neji. Similarly, Uchiha clan isn't at fault either, so he has no plans of retaliating against either of them. Of course, since Mount Myoboku made its choice, it will have to be responsible for its choice. In the future, if Mount Myoboku were to get attacked, Kuroto is also going to make his own choice of that time. After all, he can save only one person at a time just like they can only take one spokesperson at a time. As for whom to save, that's not for Kuroto to decide, it will be fate, decided by the Wheel of Destiny. As Kuroto was thinking of this, suddenly, another figure appeared on the battlefield in the distance. Everyone here was surprised upon noticing that figure. Huh? Is that Hyuga Neji? What is he doing there? We have to save him, at this rate, he will die, said Shisui, extremely worried. Kuroto shook his head, no, he has made his choice, now it's up to him. Are you out of your mind, Kuroto? He is your disciple. How can you say something so cruel? What if he loses his life? Scolded Kurenai. She couldn't believe that Kuroto would say this, despite knowing the disparity in strength between Neji and the two summons. Kuroto sighed, don't judge me so early. Then added, I am not going to explain. Just wait and watch. Everyone was surprised at how casual Kuroto is about all this. Knowing Kuroto, they soon realized there must be a reason behind Kuroto's confidence and eagerly looked at the battlefield. Even if eager, they were also prepared to take action and save Neji should they feel the need. Kuroto paid no mind to them and looked at the battlefield, for he knew full well that there wasn't a reason for them to be so worried. On the battlefield, Standing on the head of Gaaraga and Gamabunta, Naruto and Sasuke spotted Niji's figure and shouted at him, "Niji, you are finally here, you almost missed the duel." "That means the fight has yet to start?" asked Niji looking at Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto nodded, "We are about to start." Then added, "You should stand with Shikamaru, Lee, and the others, here you will get injured." Niji shook his head, "No. I am going to stay right where I am, for I am not here to watch the duel between you and Sasuke. I am here to fight." "Fight?" Sasuke was taken aback, and said lightly, "Niji, I and Naruto aren't going to hold back, that's why we have called our summons. You don't have a summon, you can't fight." "Yes, you should stand behind, or else you will get injured," warned Naruto. "Is that so?" muttered Niji with a chuckle, and said, "Then let me tell both of you. You are mistaken to think that I don't have a summon. I do have a summon, and a very powerful one at that." "What are you talking about?" asked Sasuke doubtfully. Niji didn't answer Sasuke's question. He felt that it was better to show them than explain them, so he quickly bit his finger, started to weave the hand signs, and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu." Chapter 774 Battle Commences. Sitting on the canopy of a tree, Tsunade was puzzled as she looked at the battlefield. What's going on? Is Hyuga Niji also planning to participate in the duel? Jiraiya was also surprised, and said, "He must have been stimulated by something." Then he stood up and prepared to take action. "I will stop him. At this rate, he will get hurt, and if that happens, it will be more difficult to explain to Hyuga Kuroda." Tsunade was about to nod, however before she could, suddenly an explosion of white smoke occurred on the battlefield, and as the smoke cleared, a huge wild boar appeared. Looking at the humongous wild boar under Niji's feet, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were rendered speechless. "That is," muttered Jiraiya, incredibly surprised, "this sit in Velbin, CM for EU levels." Although the wild boar was quite a distance away from them, they could still feel the incredible chakra flux around it. From just a single glance, both the Sannin could tell that the wild boar is no inferior to Gaaraga and Gamabunta whether they compare by size or strength. After figuring out things, Tsunade sat back and hummed in dissatisfaction, "Humph, it seems we underestimated him." "What? Even Hyuga Niji? Are the children of this generation all monsters?" exclaimed Asuma in shock. "He, an elite Jonin, and the son of Sandaime Hokage, is a little depressed now. He lost against Uzumaki Naruto in the assessment. Losing to Naruto was still a bit acceptable, and Asuma excused his defeat with the reason that Naruto is just an exceptional case because he has mastered Senjutsu, has an incredibly powerful summon, and can also use the Kyuubi's power. However, today the bubble of his reality was burst twice, one time by Uchiha Sasuke, and the second time by Hyuga Niji. True, Sasuke and Niji may not be as strong as Naruto, however, the fact that they have such powerful summons means that defeating them would be a very difficult task even for an elite Jonin like him. Thinking so, Asuma couldn't help but pinch himself, trying to wake himself up from this cruel dream. However, the pain kept reminding him that this was all real and not a bad dream. Similar to Asuma, Might Guy is also taken aback, but unlike Asuma, he isn't depressed, rather he is curious, and asks, how come Hyuga Niji acquired such a powerful summon? The source of Sasuke's summon is clear to all, however, the source of Niji's summon is a mystery. They hadn't heard of anyone in Konoha using such a giant wild boar, and Niji should have acquired it from somewhere. But for a child, not even a genin, to acquire such a summon is rather surprising. Hearing Guy's question, everyone got into thinking, but no one had the answer, except for one. Itachi held his chin thoughtfully and muttered, if I am not wrong, I have seen this wild boar before. Hearing Itachi's thoughts, Shursui asked, you have? Itachi nodded, yes. I seem to have seen a very similar wild boar, but, recalling that time, Itachi added, I am not certain if it is the same wild boar, because the wild boar I saw wasn't this big. Kuroda chuckled lightly, that's surprising. You still remember that day. Hearing Kuroda's words, Itachi immediately widened his eyes and asked, Kuroda-san, is it the same wild boar? Everyone looked at Kuroto, some surprised, some curious. Before Kuroto could say anything, Anko held his shoulders and asked loudly, "Kuroto, is that wild boar your summon? Why haven't I heard about it?" On the other side, looking at the giant figure not too far away, Tintin couldn't help but ask Rock Lee, "Lee, do you also see what I see? Niji also has such a big summon?" The surprise on Lee's face was no less than that of Tintin, and he nodded blankly. "If you are seeing a giant wild boar, then I am seeing it as well." "Hyuga Niji, how did you manage to get such a summon?" thought Mika with a frowned expression, as she felt the pulsing heat on her back. For someone who owns a powerful summon, she knows that finding such creatures is not easy, therefore she couldn't help but wonder. But then she thought of the identity of Niji-sensei, and realized it must have been him through Kuroto-sama. Standing at the back of the crowd, Kiba couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. "Tch, it's really unlucky to be born in the same generation as the three of them." Shino asked doubtfully, "Why do you think so?" Kiba replied helplessly, "My clan wants me to fight for the top 3 positions, but what do they know about my peers? In front of monsters like them, even surviving is more than I can ask for, let alone ranking among the top 3. Similar thoughts appeared in the minds of other trainees watching the battle. The children were either comparing the strength of the 3 summon, or trying to predict who would win among Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji. Compared to the sidelines, the atmosphere on the battlefield was a bit solemn. On the battlefield, Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji were standing on the backs of their summons, looking at each other with calm expressions, their eyes moving back and forth waiting for the other parties to make the first move. A battle between 3 people is completely different from a battle between 2 people. When it comes to a battle between 2 people, the odds of winning are even irrespective of who makes the first move. However, that's not the case when it comes to a battle between 3 people. Here, the one who makes the first move will have to fight 2 enemies at the same time. Therefore, the chances of him losing earlier are also higher, and these higher chances greatly affect the flow and outcome of the battle. Feeling that the situation is troublesome, Gamabunta scolded Sasuke, "Hey kid, haven't I told you to not summon me unless it's something really important?" Sasuke replied in a deep voice, "This is important, it's a battle to regain my honor and to prove that I am number 1. Uchiha and their stupid honor." Gamabunta snorted in dissatisfaction but didn't abandon Sasuke. He carefully observed the giant wild boar on the side, then looked at the red snake under Naruto. The moment Gamabunta saw the red snake, his grip around his tanto tightened and he muttered in a deep tone of voice, "Encountering him is really unlucky." Undoubtedly, Gamabunta recognized Gaaraga. Gaaraga also recognized Gamabunta and said with a malicious smirk, "So, you are the enemy, huh, Toad?" Although extremely vigilant, Gaaraga showed eagerness to fight Gamabunta. Feeling Gaaraga's eagerness, Naruto hurriedly asked, "Gaaraga, do you know that giant toad?" Gaaraga replied, "He is an old enemy." Naruto nodded, then he pointed at Buta and asked, "And what about that wild boar? Do you know it?" Gaaraga shook his head, "Never seen it, seems to be a dumb wild boar to me," and added with saliva dripping from his mouth, "I will use it to fill my stomach after I defeat the toad." From Gaaraga's point of view, the only threat here is Gamabunta. As for the wild boar, it's just a dumb guy with a big body, a perfect prey that can be dealt with using just a single tail strike. With such thoughts in his mind, Gaaraga leaned back slightly and leaped toward Gamabunta. Whoosh! Chapter 775 Kaiju Battle. Whoosh! Seeing Gaaraga coming towards him, Gamabunta prepared to resist. However, something he didn't expect happened. Midway, Gaaraga changed his course and launched a surprise attack on Okinabuta with his tail. With a whistling sound, Gaaraga's thick tail swiftly struck Okinabuta, causing the wild boar to collapse to the ground with a rumbling sound. Boom! Wah! Exclaimed Niji. He didn't expect Gaaraga to be so cunning that he would suddenly change the target from Sasuke and Gamabunta to him and Okinabuta. Having dealt with one target, Gaaraga laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, that's one. Now it's your turn, Toad." Gamabunta didn't seem to be surprised. He drew out his tanto and warned Sasuke, Be careful, Sasuke. Got it, nodded Sasuke. Just as Sasuke nodded, Gaaraga twisted its body, preparing to attack the two. However, before he could, Okinabuta, who had collapsed, suddenly stood up as if nothing happened and opened its mouth wide open with the intention of biting off Gaaraga's tail. Feeling threatened, Gaaraga hurriedly leaped backward and looked at the wild boar with a shocked expression. This boar. Gaaraga was really surprised that his attack didn't do a thing to the boar. What's more troublesome is that not only did the boar seem unaffected by his attack, but it even tried to eat his tail. If Gaaraga was a moment too slow, his tail would have been torn off by the boar. Even Gamabunta was surprised, and muttered, "It's not just a boar with thick skin." Now both Gaaraga and Gamabunta were vigilant of Okinabuta as well. Okinabuta snorted heavily as hot steam blew out of its nostrils, and then it kicked its hooves and charged toward Gaaraga, intending to tackle the giant snake with its huge body. Despite its humongous size, Okinabuta moved swiftly and quickly closed the distance between the two. But Gaaraga seemed to be slightly faster and more experienced. He flexibly avoided Okinabuta's charge by leaping to the side, and after that, he sprayed out a grayish fluid toward both the enemies. Sensing the rich natural energy in the gray fluid, Gamabunta knew that it would be foolish to resist it, and immediately leaped into the air as he instructed Sasuke. "Sasuke, use your strongest fire-style jutsu." Sasuke nodded, and after quickly weaving the hand signs, he exhaled a giant fireball, fire-style, great fireball jutsu. At the same time, Gamabunta also puffed its cheeks and sprayed out a huge amount of toad oil bullet. The toad oil fueled the great fireball, increasing its size and heat as it transformed into a jutsu of much greater power and area of effect. Fire-style, toad oil majestic fireball jutsu. The toad oil majestic fireball jutsu seemed like a small sun as it turned everything in its path to pure ash and rushed toward Gaaraga and Okinabuta. Read lat.st chapters at no.v.el.bin/c/o/m only. Feeling the heat of the fireball, Gaaraga knew that he had to avoid the attack. He twisted his body and retreated far away as he looked at the soon-to-be miserable wild boar with a cruel smirk, and thought, "I suppose I won't mind eating a cooked wild boar." Gamabunta looked pitifully at the wild boar, as he thought, "It can't survive this." The reason behind such a thought is that, unlike him and Gaaraga, Okinabuta didn't choose to retreat, so now the wild boar has to deal with attacks from both sides. On one side was Gaaraga's petrifying venom, and on the other side was Sasuke's fireball that was fueled by his toad oil. Surviving such an attack is not possible even for him, let alone for a wild boar of unknown background. Everyone thought that this time the wild boar would not be able to survive. However, something they didn't expect to happen, happened again. Rather than choosing to dodge the two attacks, Okinabuta heavily stomped on the ground, and as it did that, a bluish chakra spread out from his body, instantly covering several hundred meters around him. The area that was enveloped by the chakra started to change under its effect. The people inside the area felt something heavy grabbing them and pulling them towards the center against their will. It was like a strong attractive force that pulled everything towards it. The lighter the object, the weaker the force of attraction it felt, and the heavier the object, the stronger the force of attraction it felt. Gamabunta and Gaaraga, being the heaviest targets to experience the force of attraction, felt their bodies sink and get pulled towards the boar irresistibly. "What the hell is happening?" exclaimed Gamabunta and Sasuke as both of them were dragged towards the giant fireball of their own making. "Damn, what kind of jutsu is this?" Similar doubts appeared in the mind of Naruto and Gaaraga as both of them were forcefully dragged towards the same fireball. Boom! Chapter 775 Kaiju Battle. Whoosh! Seeing Gaaraga coming towards him, Gamabunta prepared to resist. However, something he didn't expect happened. Midway, Gaaraga changed his course and launched a surprise attack on Okinabuta with his tail. With a whistling sound, Gaaraga's thick tail swiftly struck Okinabuta, causing the wild boar to collapse to the ground with a rumbling sound. Boom! Wah! Exclaimed Neji. He didn't expect Gaaraga to be so cunning that he would suddenly change the target from Sasuke and Gamabunta to him and Okinabuta. Having dealt with one target, Gaaraga laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, that's one." Now it's your turn, Toad. Gamabunta didn't seem to be surprised. He drew out his Tonto and warned Sasuke, "Be careful, Sasuke." "Got it," nodded Sasuke. Just as Sasuke nodded, Gaaraga twisted its body, preparing to attack the two. However, before he could, Okinabuta, who had collapsed, suddenly stood up as if nothing happened and opened its mouth wide open with the intention of biting off Gaaraga's tail. Feeling threatened, Gaaraga hurriedly leaped backward and looked at the wild boar with a shocked expression. This boar. Gaaraga was really surprised that his attack didn't do a thing to the boar. What's more troublesome is that not only did the boar seem unaffected by his attack, but it even tried to eat his tail. If Gaaraga was a moment too slow, his tail would have been torn off by the boar. Even Gamabunta was surprised, and muttered, "It's not just a boar with thick skin." Now both Gaaraga and Gamabunta were vigilant of Okinabuta as well. Okinabuta snorted heavily as hot steam blew out of its nostrils, and then it kicked its hooves and charged toward Gaaraga, intending to tackle the giant snake with its huge body. Despite its humongous size, Okinabuta moved swiftly and quickly closed the distance between the two. But Gaaraga seemed to be slightly faster and more experienced. He flexibly avoided Okinabuta's charge by leaping to the side, and after that, he sprayed out a grayish fluid toward both the enemies. Sensing the rich natural energy in the gray fluid, Gamabunta knew that it would be foolish to resist it, and immediately leaped into the air as he instructed Sasuke, "Sasuke, use your strongest fire-style jutsu." Sasuke nodded, and after quickly weaving the hand signs, he exhaled a giant fireball, fire-style, great fireball jutsu. At the same time, Gamabunta also puffed its cheeks and sprayed out a huge amount of toad oil bullet. The toad oil fueled the great fireball, increasing its size and heat as it transformed into a jutsu of much greater power and area of effect, fire-style, toad oil majestic fireball jutsu. The toad oil majestic fireball jutsu seemed like a small sun as it turned everything in its path to pure ash and rushed toward Gaaraga and Okinabuta. Read lat.st chapters at no.v.el.bin/c/o/m only. Feeling the heat of the fireball, Gaaraga knew that he had to avoid the attack. He twisted his body and retreated far away as he looked at the soon-to-be miserable wild boar with a cruel smirk, and thought, "I suppose I won't mind eating a cooked wild boar." Gamabunta looked pitifully at the wild boar, as he thought, "It can't survive this." The reason behind such a thought is that, unlike him and Gaaraga, Okinabuta didn't choose to retreat, so now the wild boar has to deal with attacks from both sides. On one side was Gaaraga's petrifying venom, and on the other side was Sasuke's fireball that was fueled by his toad oil. Surviving such an attack is not possible even for him, let alone for a wild boar of unknown background. Everyone thought that this time the wild boar would not be able to survive. However, something they didn't expect to happened again. Rather than choosing to dodge the two attacks, Okinabuta heavily stomped on the ground, and as it did that, a bluish chakra spread out from his body, instantly covering several hundred meters around him. The area that was enveloped by the chakra started to change under its effect. The people inside the area felt something heavy grabbing them and pulling them towards the center against their will. It was like a strong attractive force that pulled everything towards it. The lighter the object, the weaker the force of attraction it felt, and the heavier the object, the stronger the force of attraction it felt. Gamabunta and Gaaraga, being the heaviest targets to experience the force of attraction, felt their bodies sink and get pulled towards the boar irresistibly. "What the hell is happening?" exclaimed Gamabunta and Sasuke as both of them were dragged towards the giant fireball of their own making. "Damn, what kind of jutsu is this?" Similar doubts appeared in the mind of Naruto and Gaaraga as both of them were forcefully dragged towards the same fireball. Boom! Hokage building. While processing the documents, Sandaime suddenly felt an unusual golden light coming through the window and raised his head with a frown. He looked through the window and was taken aback upon finding that the sun that had set a while ago seemed to have risen again, turning the sky bright at night. "That is," muttered Sandaime in shock as he realized what the new sun is. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion occurred that shook the entire village. Even the Hokage building wasn't spared as it trembled lightly. After resisting the impact, Sandaime anxiously looked toward the source of the explosion and asked the Umbu stationed in his office, "What's going on?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The captain of the Umbu squad appeared in Sandaime's office and answered his doubts. "Hokage-sama, a fierce battle seems to have broken outside the village. I have sent a squad to investigate. We'll soon have answers." Sandaime pondered over the captain's words, then shook his head. "The degree of battle seems to be too much. I am afraid that I must go see this myself. Send people to find Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya." The captain nodded. "Very well." And after instructing a few Umbu to complete Sandaime's task, he followed Sarutobi. At the same time as Hokage, other Kages also felt the inexplicable tremor. Gathering at the meeting hall, Tsuchika Jinoki pressed his hand on the wall. After feeling the tremors in the ground, he said, "The source of the tremor is large-scale ninjutsu. Someone is fighting nearby, and the movements they are making are not small." Kazekage Pakura wondered. "Konoha seems to have been attacked. The question is, whether the attacker is Shimura Danzo, or is it the Akatsuki organization?" Mizuki Jigura said, "It can be something else as well." "Only one way to find out," said Reikage as he walked out. The other three Kage glanced at one another, and after a nod, the three of them followed the Reikage. Regardless of the identity of the attacker, they must assist Konoha in defense, because if something happens to Konoha, the era of 5 great shinobi villages will come to an end. And no one wants such a thing to happen. Chapter 776 Havoc Caused by Kaiju Battle. Outside Konoha. "Not good," exclaimed Jiraiya, looking at the soaring flames that turned the night sky bright red. "The situation is difficult now." Jiraiya knows that he can no longer stand around to watch the show and immediately rushes towards the battlefield. "These brats, they have a real death wish," muttered Tsunade in anger as she followed Jiraiya. On the other side. "The battle can no longer continue, it must be stopped immediately," said Kakashi in worry as he activated his flying Raijin and disappeared from the tree. Kakashi did feel a little uneasy when he saw Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji use such powerful summons, but thinking that he has the ability to instantly save them if something happens, by teleporting himself using the flying Raijin, he allowed them to continue. The problem is, Kakashi didn't expect that the battle would develop to such an intense level as soon as it started that he had no time to react. Whoosh! Appearing near the battlefield, Kakashi felt intense waves of scorching heat rushing towards him and had to resort to using water wall jutsu in order to protect himself, lest his body would dry instantly. Although he managed to protect himself, Kakashi didn't know how to move forward. There is a sea of fire ahead of him that showed no signs of extinguishing. Even Kakashi felt quite nervous and helpless. Just imagine how panicked the other children watching the battle would be at this moment. All the excitement on their faces had long since disappeared. They couldn't care about who would win and who would lose and chose to run for their lives. Before the battle between the three had started, they thought that they were hiding far enough. However, when the battle actually started, they realized that they were too damn close. Several children even felt like they came face to face with death. After running for a few kilometers, the group finally stopped and complained while gasping for breath. "Just watching a battle can also be this dangerous when it comes to those three." Someone in the group said, "I have started to have some doubts now. Are those three really human? How can they be so dangerous?" Someone from the group answered, "Perhaps this is the definition of being a genius." Someone else added, "Or a monster." The others couldn't help but nod helplessly as they looked back at the battlefield in the distance. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the other Jonins, including Kuroto, appeared beside Kakashi. Looking at the sea of fire before them, everyone's expression changed. Although all of them are Jonin, however, facing such an animalistic fight between such giant creatures, all the Jonin seem a little helpless. Among the crowd, only Kuroto looked indifferent. Looking at his calm expression, one might even think that everything was happening as he imagined and nothing is out of his expectations, which means he had already predicted that such an incident would happen. Although Shursui and Itachi were a little worried initially, however, when they noticed Kuroto's calm expression, both of them realize that Kuroto seems to have planned something. So, both of them suppressed their worries and silently stood beside him, waiting for his instructions. On the battlefield, Gaaraga, Gamabunta, and Okinabuta were fiercely fighting. Despite the sea fire that they were surrounded with, they still attacked each other. Using his slender long body, Gaaraga entangled Okinabuta's hind legs, and while trying to trip him, he sprayed the petrifying venom containing a lot of natural energy at him. Shush shush shush. The petrification fluid fell on Okinabuta's and started to turn his body into stone. What's surprising is that instead of resisting the petrification, he completely ignored it and tackled Gaaraga's body. At the same time, it stabbed Gamabunta with its long cutters, tusks of a wild boar. Gamabunta swung his short tanto to block Okinabuta's cutters. At the same time, he sprayed oil to resist Gaaraga's petrifying venom. While the three creatures fought against each other, the three children on their backs did their best to stay alive. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji could feel that the situation is out of their control. They were powerless to interfere in the battle of Gaaraga, Gamabunta, and Okinabuta, and now, except for trying to stay alive, they didn't know what else to do. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade joined the group of Jonins. Seeing that Kakashi and the others were only standing and doing nothing, Jiraiya was angered and scolded them. Why are you guys just watching? Stop them quickly. Not only will the three children die, but the village will also be exposed to danger. Asuma helplessly said, even if you say this, Jiraiya-sama, how do we stop them? If we act carelessly, we risk endangering the lives of the three children. It is difficult for them to approach the three children with the sea of fire surrounding them. Simple water-style jutsu seems ineffective against the sea of fire, while using stronger water-style jutsu might hurt the children. Therefore, they're extremely restricted by what they can use. What's more troublesome is that despite being surrounded by the sea of fire, the three beasts are still fighting, and stopping all three of them at the same time is not a joke. Even Kage-class shinobi cannot accomplish such a feat. Jiraiya nodded and shouted at Gamabunta, Gamabunta, stop the fight! There was no response from the giant red toad. He was too preoccupied defending against Okinabuta and Gaaraga's attacks and had no time to pay attention to the people on the side. Tsunade said, although these brats managed to acquire such powerful summons, they have no control over them, and added, fortunately, they are sparing effort to protect the kids while fighting, otherwise, the children would have been dead by now. Even if that's the case, we don't know how long will they continue to do that. If, by some chance, the kids get hurt, and we will have to answer to their families, said Jiraiya, and added, so let's stop this. Uchiha Shisui, let's move together. As Jiraiya called out Shisui's name, everyone looked in the direction of the young Uchiha standing behind Kuroto. For a moment, they had forgotten that Uchiha Shisui, the strongest shinobi on the side of the 5 great shinobi villages, was also with them. With Shisui helping them, stopping this fight shouldn't be this difficult, especially if he used his Susanoo. What everyone didn't expect was that instead of immediately agreeing to Jiraiya's instructions as he should have, Shisui looked at Kuroto, as if waiting for his instruction. Chapter 777 A lesson is a must. Sweat, Strength, Success 0:00/107. Ads by PubFuture. Seeing that Shisui was waiting for Kuroto's instructions, Jiraiya was once again surprised by his behavior. The life of Uchiha Sasuke, as well as other children, is clearly at risk. Even a moment's delay might lead to their death. It stands to reason that at such a critical time, Shisui should rush forward to rescue the children. However, the young Uchiha didn't do this. Rather, he patiently waited for Kuroto's instruction. If this was a normal time, then Shisui's behavior wouldn't be strange. After all, Shisui is vice principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy, while Kuroto is the principal, so it's natural that Shisui would follow Kuroto's orders. However, this is not a normal time, and Shisui doesn't need to stick to his vice principal's duties, yet Shisui is waiting for Kuroto's instruction. This behavior is clearly abnormal. And it's not just Uchiha Shisui standing beside Jiraiya. Tsunade noted that even Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke's older brother, wasn't as panicked and impatient as them. He was calmly standing beside Kuroto and seemed to be waiting for the young Hyuga's instruction, despite the fact that the boy's younger brother's life is in danger. Noting the strange behavior of the two Uchiha, Tsunade and Jiraiya, as well as others, turned to Kuroto, and they were once again surprised to find that, unlike them, Kuroto had no trace of anxiety on his face. He looked calm and collected and observed everything happening before him without showing any stress, as if everything was within his expectations. "Just a few seconds more, and it should be done," muttered Kuroto while holding his chin, as for the question of everyone looking at him. Kuroto didn't care at all. Shursui and Itachi took a deep breath and nodded lightly. The next few seconds were like forever for everyone. Time passed second by second. For this entire duration the battle between the three beasts continued, and only after 40 seconds had passed away, Kuroto's lips arched in a smile and he instructed Shursui, "All right, it's time to stop this fiasco." "It shall be done," responded Shursui as he disappeared. Whoosh! Roar! The very next instant a loud roar resounded on the battlefield as a green full-body Susanoo appeared at the center of the Sea of Fire. This was undoubtedly Shursui's Susanoo, and as soon as it appeared on the battlefield it held Gaaraga and Gamabunta with each of its hands, and without putting any effort it lifted both of them into the air. Gamabunta didn't resist and allowed the Susanoo to distance him from the battle. He had wanted to retreat long ago, the only problem was that he wasn't getting any opportunity to be able to do so. Now that he got one, he immediately used it. Unlike Gamabunta, Gaaraga wasn't so cooperative and resisted viciously. "Damn Uchiha, how dare you interrupt my battle?" he roared and tried to free himself from Susanoo, only to fail and come to a sudden stop the moment his gaze met with Shursui's. Gaaraga trembled in shock and fear as he found that he could no longer control his body and was at the mercy of the young Uchiha. Uchiha Shursui could do anything to him and he would be utterly helpless and unable to resist. While Shursui dealt with Gaaraga and Gamabunta, Kuroto, who had unknowingly appeared on the shoulder of Shursui's Susanoo, looked at Okinabuta and lightly said, "All right, that's enough, now stop." Kuroto's lightly said words seemed to have reached the wild boar's ears, and it came to a sudden stop. With Okinabuta coming to a stop, Kuroto muttered, "Well, that takes care of it." Then he looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Jiraiya-sama, can you please put out the fire?" 7 sit in velb/n, c/m for L test vels. "Ah, yeah," nodded Jiraiya absent-mindedly as he recovered from the shock, and after quickly weaving the hand signs, he put both his hands on the ground and shouted, "Earth-style, dark swamp." And while Jiraiya dealt with the Sea of Fire, the Jonins finally recovered and couldn't help but mutter with a shocked expression, "St. stopped so quickly?" Everyone had similar thoughts in their mind as they looked at Shursui and Kuroto. Ignoring everyone's shocked expression, Kuroto looked at the three shocked children and questioned in a cold tone, "Was this the duel you children had in mind when you came to me for permission?" Kuroto's cold tone made the kids nervous and panicked. For one, the children had yet to recover from the shock and injuries, and on top of all that Kuroto's question. Yes, despite all the protection they were given by their summons, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji are indeed injured. Naruto's arms seem to be broken and his hair seems to have been burnt in various parts. Sasuke seems to have lost an eyebrow and is bleeding from his left thigh, while Neji's situation isn't any different as he has also suffered burns. Looking at their own states, and the state of the surroundings, the three children realized that they had caused some serious trouble and lowered their heads, not daring to meet Kuroto's gaze. Noting their silence, Kuroto said, "The three of you just acquired powerful summons and started to show off. What is the result of all this? The answer is right in front of you all. The three of you don't have the slightest control over your summons. Compared to acquiring power, it is more important to know how to use it and when to use it. If you don't know this, then not only will you hurt yourselves, but you will also hurt your allies." Neji apologized, "Sensei. I am sorry." With Neji taking the lead in apologizing, Naruto and Sasuke also followed. "Kuroto-sensei, we are sorry." Having experienced the frightening battle, all three understood that they were powerless and, therefore, had no control over their summons. In such a scenario, if they were to use their summons, then it would simply be asking for death. Looking at the three children with frightened and apologetic faces, Kuroto said, "I hope you won't forget this lesson." And added, "Of course, just because I forgive you doesn't mean the three of you will not be punished. The three of you will be responsible for cleaning the entire ninja academy for the next 3 months. I will inform Iruka-sensei of your punishment as well. Am I clear?" "Yes." The three children nodded with a dejected expression on their faces. "Good," nodded Kuroto, and said, "Now go and send those three back to their homes, and return back to the village." The three kids nodded and went towards their summons. Watching them do as he instructed, Kuroto nodded in satisfaction. He knew very well that if the three of them didn't suffer, then they wouldn't learn their lesson. That's why Kuroto didn't save them immediately, allowed them to suffer, and also punished them with cleaning duty for the next 3 months. This had nothing to do with him trying to save 3 months of cleaning charges. This is for their own good. Yes, this is necessary to make sure that they don't repeat the same mistake. Whoosh! 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 At this time, with the sound of breaking through wind, several figures arrived on the battlefield. These people are none other than Sandaime Hokage and his umbus. Of course, there are also several other Konoha shinobi with them who rush to the scene knowing that a battle has broken out here. As this group of shinobi arrived on the battlefield, they noted the three behemoths. Seeing two familiar creatures, everyone was surprised. Sandaime himself was confused and asked Jiraiya, "What's going on?" Jiraiya sighed and explained everything to Hiruzen. Upon learning the ins and outs of the matter, and realizing that the previous commotion was caused by a duel between three children and their three gigantic summons, Sandaime was speechless and scolded the two Sanins for allowing such a thing to happen on their watch. Jiraiya and Tsunade apologized with helpless expressions. "We are sorry." Actually, they weren't. Sarutobi shook his head helplessly and called Kuroto. "Kuroto, the trainees are prohibited from engaging in such dangerous duels in the future." Kuroto nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I allowed this once in order to teach them a lesson. There won't be any similar case happening in the future." "I hope so," said Sarutobi as a loud cracking sound resounded on the battlefield. Everyone, including Kuroto, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya, looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was just the sound of petrification wearing off from Okinabuta's body. It is not uncommon to be able to resist petrification caused by natural energy, but this doesn't mean resisting the invasion of natural energy is an easy task. Seeing that the wild boar was able to do so with such ease, Jiraiya was genuinely surprised. Sandaime was the same, and asked Kuroto with a serious expression, "Kuroto, how did Neji obtain such a powerful summon?" On the other side, upon learning that this entire fiasco was caused by a bunch of kids showing off their summons, the four Kages stopped. Hovering in the sky, Tsuchikage held his hand behind his aged back and muttered in a melancholic tone of voice, "I envy Hokage. There is no end to the emergence of talent in Konoha. It truly is a cradle of geniuses." Hearing this from the mouth of Tsuchikage, who lost much of his village not long ago, the other Kages couldn't help but sympathize with him. In fact, it wasn't just Tsuchikage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, all had similar thoughts in their mind. All of them envy Hokage. In this era when each of their villages had suffered massive terrorist attacks, they all understand the impact caused by the deaths of youngins. The future of the village is affected by the deaths of the young ones. And no village is spared from this fate except Konoha, that, despite suffering numerous enemy attacks, has no end to the emergence of talent. Chapter 778. After the matter was resolved, the group of Jonins except for Kuroto returned back to the village together. On the way back, Asuma recalled the strange scene from a while ago where Shisui waited for Kuroto's instruction and couldn't help but ask him, "Shisui, the situation was so dangerous back then. Why did you wait for Kuroto's instruction? Shouldn't you have stopped those three creatures immediately?" Walking beside Guy, Kakashi looked at Shisui with a thoughtful expression, waiting for the young Uchiha's response. It wasn't just Kakashi, the other jonins such as Kurenai, Guy, and Anko also cast curious glances at Shisui. Although that moment was very short, it left a deep impression on everyone. It is well known that Shisui and Kuroto have a good friendship. However, no one imagined that Shisui would obey Kuroto's instructions to such an extent that he would put Kuroto's instruction on higher ground compared to the life of the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. This can no longer be explained with just friendship. This is how superiors and subordinates operate. It is as if Shisui is completely loyal to Kuroto, and he puts Kuroto's instruction above everything. True, Shisui works under Kuroto as the vice principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy, but that doesn't make him Kuroto's subordinate. He doesn't need to be so loyal to Kuroto. What's more, Shisui is considered to be the strongest ace on the side of the 5 great nations against Akatsuki. Having such strength, Shisui doesn't have to follow Kuroto's instructions at all, yet he does, making others wonder why. Faced with everyone's doubts, Shisui answered with a sheepish smile, "Since Kuroto-san was present with us, there was no danger, to begin with, and I only needed to follow his instructions." Asuma was confused, and asked, "What do you mean?" Shisui shook his head, and answered, "I mean I have trust in Kuroto-san's judgment." Since Kuroto-san wasn't worried, it just meant that there was nothing to worry about. "You really trust Kuroto, don't you?" said Asuma, and asked in a casual tone, "What if, one day Kuroto asks you to deal with the Uchiha clan, what will you do?" Kakashi said with a frown, "Asuma, this is no longer a joke." Asuma pouted and shook his head apologetically. He too realized that he asked something that shouldn't be asked in any situation. But he can't help it, as the son of Hokage, he really wants to know Uchiha Shisui's stand. Shisui is the strongest shinobi in Konoha. His stand is very important because of various reasons. Although the conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan is no longer as sharp as it was after the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack, the distrust still exists and there are no signs of it disappearing. It was only because of the huge external pressure that had prompted the two sides to put aside their differences and compromise with each other. Although this compromise worked and the internal struggle disappeared, the problem wasn't resolved from the root. Unless the fundamental problem is solved, the distrust will not disappear, and unless the distrust disappears, the conflict may erupt at any unexpected turn of events. The main reason for the contradiction is still the same as it was a decade ago: the throne of Hokage. 4 Hokages have appeared in Konoha so far, yet none of the Hokage comes from the Uchiha clan. As one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha, the Uchiha must have a Hokage, yet they don't. Although the Uchiha clan is calm and silent for a few years, the desire to have their clansmen become the next Hokage has not disappeared. What's more troublesome is that in this era, the Uchiha clan has thrown off all the other shinobi clans of Konoha. This has led many people to believe that the next Hokage will definitely come from Uchiha clan. No one can stop this from happening. But the Hokage faction is unlikely to give the position of Konoha's next Hokage to the Uchiha clan. Both sides have their intentions quite clear, and this can once again cause a conflict between the two sides. In such a situation, Uchiha Shisui's stand is very critical. Therefore, Asuma wants to know, which side will Uchiha Shisui stand on if there is a conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan? Faced with Asuma's unexpected question, at first, Shisui was taken aback and said with a chuckle, "Asuma-san, you really know how to joke. Kuroto-san will never instruct me to do something of this sort." Then he paused, and continued with a solemn expression, "But if he does give such an instruction, it would mean that no other option is left, and if that's the case, then I will trust his judgment and follow the order." "You, what?" Asuma was taken aback by Shisui's response. For a moment he even wondered if he heard it incorrectly. It wasn't just Asuma, Kakashi and the others were also stunned. Shisui's words imply that between the village and the clan, he would undoubtedly choose the village. But before they can give any response, they realize that Uchiha Itachi is also present beside Shisui. Who is Uchiha Itachi? He is the heir of the Uchiha clan. The very clan that Shisui would eliminate if there is a need. Realizing that the heir of the Uchiha clan is also with them, Asuma was worried. I shouldn't have asked such a question from Shisui in Uchiha Itachi's presence. He didn't even dare to imagine the consequences if this conversation reached the ears of the Uchiha Patriarch. It won't be just the Sarutobi clan, even Uchiha Shisui and his father will be put under extreme pressure. Of course, he won't be spared either. The Uchiha clan will start to target him too. Asuma felt that he should resolve this matter as just a joke, and wanted to talk to Itachi about it. However, before he could say anything, Itachi suddenly raised his head and said in a determined tone of voice, "If it reaches that point, I too will help Shisui-san." Everyone? In the next few days, the topic of discussion in the village was the little duel of the academy students. The information about Uchiha Sasuke signing a contract at Mount Maiboku spread all over the village. Not just Sasuke, but the news about Hyuga Neji acquiring a giant summon also spread like wildfire. Everyone was discussing the three rising stars of Konoha and their powerful summons. The villagers were curious to know which of the three summons was stronger. Some believed that it would be the giant red snake, some favored the toad, while others sided with the wild boar. As for who exactly is the strongest, that's something we might never know. As this topic continued to ferment in the village, the atmosphere on the grounds of Hyuga started to become weirder and weirder. Hyuga clan. Several members of the branch family had gathered and they were discussing the matter of Neji's summon. Did you know? That wild boar was given to Neji by Kuroto-sama. I didn't know that Kuroto-sama had such a powerful summon. I have never seen him use it before. That is true, perhaps. He never felt the need to use it. Maybe, but do you know, the main family is very upset in regards to Neji's summon? Why are they upset? It was given to him by Kuroto-sama, and Kuroto-sama found the summon himself. They had nothing to do with it. At this time, a cold voice came from behind. Humph, what are you people discussing? Chapter 779, Why would Hyuga Aoki? Hearing the cold voice from behind, the clansmen of the branch family turned around and realized that the one who spoke just now was not someone else, but Elder Aoyama, one of the elders of the main family, who was humiliated by Kuroto in the clan meeting a week ago. Not good, thought one of the branch family members as he noted Elder Aoyama's mood. Angered Elder Aoyama coldly looked at the four clansmen and scolded them. You people were speaking ill about the main family, your masters. Have you forgotten that it is a crime? Where did the courage to speak about us in this way come from? If it was in the past, they wouldn't have dared to talk anything about the members of the main family, whether good or bad, but since Kuroto humiliated several elders of the main family in the previous clan meeting, all the members of the branch family felt a little proud, and not so afraid anymore, which is why they dared to not only talk about the main family but even criticize them. All the members of the branch family immediately bowed their heads and apologized. Please forgive us, Aoyama-sama, it was just a slip of the tongue. But Elder Aoyama didn't calm down because of the apology, rather, he became angrier and slapped all four members of the branch family. Slap! 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 The shrill sound of slaps resounded on the streets as the attention of various people turned towards the scene. Elder Aoyama felt that he needs to make an example to keep everyone in control. Since that clan meeting, everyone is trying to step out of their limits, and now a few servants dared to talk ill of them. It's all because of him, thought Elder Aoyama in anger, even that summon. The reason behind Elder Aoyama's anger is not just the humiliation he went through, it's also related to the matter of the giant summon that Kuroto recently gave to Neji and the chaotic fight that took place outside the village after that. Reasonably speaking, the fight between the three children a few days ago was not a bad thing for the Hyuga clan. After all, one of the children was Neji, a member of the Hyuga clan. The absurd chaos created by Naruto, Sasuke, Neji and their summons can be regarded as the demonstration of the strength of the Hyuga clan. However, Elder Aoyama was not happy about it at all. This is because the more he thought about it, the more he realized that something is wrong with all of this. Kuroto had such a powerful summon for so many years, but he never informed the main family. Moreover, he didn't pass the summon to the heir of the main family as he should have, rather he chose another member of the branch family, that too without the permission of the patriarch. This is very disrespectful to the main family. Elder Aoyama was already dissatisfied with Kuroto because of the humiliation he was put through by him. On top of that, if something of this sort happens, it is natural for him to be angry. Among the 4 members of the branch family that were slapped by Elder Aoyama, 3 begged for forgiveness, however, 1 didn't. It was Hyuga Aoki sitting in a wheelchair with a cloudy expression. Noting that Aoki hadn't yet apologized, Elder Aoyama once again became angry and shouted at him, "Have you not realized your sin?" Although Aoki was fuming with anger, he restrained himself with a deep breath and apologized, "Please forgive me. Despite the sin you and your brother committed, the only reason you are still alive is because of our kindness. But you are so shameless that instead of being grateful, you are talking ill about us behind our backs. If I knew that you would be just like your useless brother, I would have put you through the same fate as him," scolded Elder Aoyama. At the mention of his brother, Aoki raised his head abruptly and said while gritting his teeth, and shouted in anger, "Don't you dare mention Aoba in front of me." Aoki's sudden burst startled Elder Aoyama, and he roared, "You ungrateful filth! How dare you speak to me in this manner? The one who should be grateful is you, for I didn't kill you. Don't you dare speak anything about him, you are not worthy enough," said Aoki, taking heavy breaths, trying to restrain him. Sensing murderous intent in Aoki's eyes, Elder Aoyama immediately waved the hand signs and activated the caged bird curse seal. "I'll show you." Ah! As soon as the cursed seal was activated, Aoki fell off the wheelchair and started to cry out in pain, rolling over and wailing. Aoki's cry resounded through the grounds of the Hyuga clan. The cries were noticed by the people of the Hyuga clan as they rushed to this place. One of the people who arrived at the scene is Hisashi. Coming over, he saw the scene of Aoki wailing and crying in pain at the feet of Elder Aoyama. Guessing what went down, Hisashi begged Elder Aoyama, "Aoyama-sama, please spare him. Aoki is already disabled and cannot bear this pain. At this rate, he will die." In response, Hisashi only got a cold snort, "Humph," as Elder Aoyama said indifferently, "Ungrateful filth like him is better off dead. The Hyuga clan doesn't need disobedient people like him." Seeing that Elder Aoyama doesn't seem to have any intention of forgiving Aoki, Hisashi had no choice but to persuade Aoki, "Aoki, whatever you have done, admit your mistake and apologize to Aoyama-sama. Don't try to resist the main family, you'll be dead at this rate." "Then, so be it. I would rather choose death," said Aoki in a determined tone. Although he was wailing and crying in pain, he refused to beg for mercy. To him, death would be better than begging for mercy from a member of the main family. Hearing Aoki's words, Elder Aoyama's expression changed. The indifference once again changed into anger as he said in a vicious tone of voice, "A trash like you is trying to go against the main family. Do you think you are Hyuga Kuroto?" Elder Aoyama was fuming in anger. One Hyuga Kuroto is already more than he can swallow, and now even a cripple like Aoki is trying to challenge the authority of the main family? This made Elder Aoyama more furious. But Aoki also seemed to be determined and steadfast, and he refused to beg for mercy. No matter how much pain Aoyama tried to inflict on him with the caged bird curse seal, Aoki did not give in. Seeing that Aoki had no intention to beg for mercy, killing intent started to brew in Elder Aoyama's eyes, and he decided that it would be best to kill a traitor like Aoki. Hisashi saw through Aoyama's thoughts and hurriedly interfered, "Aoyama-sama. Aoki is a cripple and he has lost his mind. Please don't be like him and make any rash move." Hearing Hisashi's words, Aoyama noted the gloomy expression on the faces of all the branch family members surrounding him and realized that it won't be a wise move to kill Aoki at this time. With this in mind, he restrained his killing intent, deactivated the caged bird curse seal, and decided to punish Aoki in some other way. As he announced, "Hyuga Aoki is guilty of disobedience and disregard. As punishment, he will be imprisoned in the underground dungeon for the next 3 years." Hisashi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately instructed the branch family members around him to send Aoki to the underground dungeon. Although the matter with Aoki was dealt with, Elder Aoyama was still angry and stormed the patriarch's mansion. "Hayashi, this can no longer go on. we cannot allow Hyuga Kuroto to do whatever he wants, said Elder Aoyama. Hayashi frowned as he listened to Elder Aoyama's words. This top has been discussed more than the ones within the main family, and he is already tired of listening to the complaints of elders in regard to Kuroto. His response has been the same, and he didn't plan to change it as he said with a sigh, haven't we discussed this more than once? Hayashi, don't you see that Hyuga Kuroto is challenging the authority of the main family, said Elder Aoyama, dissatisfied with Hayashi's response. Hayashi shook his head, I know Kuroto-kun, he wouldn't do something like challenging the authority of the main family. That's so out of his character. AllWestCH.RS on n.o/vli/n/cm. Out of character or not, he is doing it right as we speak, shouted Elder Aoyama, and added, he may not be doing it directly, but he is indirectly influencing others to challenge the authority of the main family. Just a while ago, that cripple dared to direct his killing intent on me. Hayashi was taken aback, and questioned, you mean Aoki? Who else could it be, replied Elder Aoyama. Thinking of what happened a while ago, he was once again furious, and said, who do you think gave that cripple the courage to rebel? It's all because of him. Hayashi was really surprised. In his opinion, Aoki is like a transparent person who neither interferes with the affairs of the clan nor does he interact that much with anyone. Why would someone like him, who has nothing to do with anything, do something of this sort, and too so suddenly? Chapter 780 What Can a Cripple Do? Aoki's prison cell, underground dungeon, Hyuga clan. It was a small cell with an area of about 9 meters square. Closed from 4 sides with 2-meter walls. The only point of entry and exit was the small barred opening on the roof. Sitting in his wheelchair, Aoki looked at the full moon through the small opening on the roof, and sighed lightly, "Hiya." All traces of anger, resentment, and hesitance had disappeared from his face, his heart had calmed down and his expression had also become clear. Aoki has finally accepted his reality. It turns out that no matter how I much try, I really can't be like them, I just can't. I wonder why did I even try in the first place? With such thoughts in his mind, Aoki recalled the event that changed his life forever. It was during the latter stage of the Third Great Shinobi War. Konoha was winning on all 4 fronts, all thanks to the efforts of Yellow Flash, and it was predicted that the war would soon end. At that time, he and his brother Aoba were assigned to the front line. Their main task was the protection of the only son of one of the elders of the main family of the Hyuga clan, who was going to the front line. Normally, the children of the main family don't go to the battlefield, especially not to the front lines. However, the Third Great Shinobi War was a war like never before. It caused a heavy loss of manpower. Although Konoha was winning, however, all was not well. Protecting itself on all 4 ends, Konoha lacked human resources, therefore the Hyuga clan had no choice but to send even the children of the main family to the front line. After arriving on the front line, they were assigned a small mission. It was a simple reconnaissance task. The mission was completed without a hitch thanks to their Byakugan, and they were on their way back to the camp to submit the report. That's when it happened. They discovered the kidnapping of the disciple of Yellow Flash. Kirigakure shinobi were planning to do some serious damage to Konoha by sealing the 3-tailed turtle inside her and releasing it when she returns back to the village. Knowing the harm that the 3-tailed turtle can cause to Konoha, they knew they couldn't just sit back and watch. They had to do something. And so, they decided to save the girl. Of course, they weren't going to act recklessly, so they discussed for a while and split into 2 teams. Aoki took charge of staying back and keeping a track of the Kirigakure shinobi, while his brother and the child of the main family were tasked with bringing reinforcements. The plan was perfect. Konoha's camp wasn't too far, so it was definitely plausible. All Aoki had to do was not lose the track of Kirigakure's shinobi, which was an easy thing to do with his pair of Byakugan. And so, they split into 2 teams. But who would have thought? Their plan had one major flaw, and that's something they only realized by the time everything was over. Aoki doesn't understand how they did it, but Kirigakure shinobi spotted the 3 of them a long time ago, and just after they split into 2 teams, and it was just him, hundreds of Kirigakure shinobi appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. The other team, consisting of his brother and the child of the main family, were also attacked. Surprising thing was, these shinobi were extremely weak, so they were easily dealt with. However, their numbers were never decreasing. It was as if they had no end to them, and continued to come at them. The three of them could only deal with so many, but there was no end to Kirigakure shinobi. By the time reinforcements from Konoha arrived, all the damage was done. He was crippled, his brother was injured but alive, and as for the child of the main family, not only was he dead, but one of his Byakugan was also stolen. This was a scandal. When the news about this incident reached the main family of the Hyuga clan, the main family was furious. The one to bear the brunt of everything was he and his brother. Aoki and his brother tried to explain everything. The failure wasn't his or his brother's fault, they were doing what was necessary. They were trying to protect the village. But they were outnumbered. But the main family didn't listen to them at all. They were adamant about punishing the two of them for their failure to protect the members of the main family and the secrets of the Hyuga clan. He was still fine, after all, his legs were seriously injured and he had lost the ability to walk, so he was only imprisoned for 3 years, but his brother wasn't the same. His brother was executed for the failure. It's not that his brother didn't try to resist, however, he was powerless to do so because of the caged bird. After his brother's death, Aoki's spirit collapsed. He was consumed by anger and a desire for revenge against the main family. He knew that he himself is powerless against the main family because of the existence of the caged bird, so he planned to use others, and thus he became a traitor. He tried to use Kumogakure's greed in an attempt to cause harm to the Hyuga clan. Although the plan for Hyuga Hinata's kidnapping failed because of the intervention of Amatsukami, Aoki didn't give up and continued to look for opportunities. After he stole some books from the forbidden library of the Hyuga clan, Aoki learned a very important secret about the main family and the caged bird. Upon learning that secret, Aoki became hesitant. The secret was about the true purpose behind the existence of the main family and the caged bird. Although Aoki hated the main family and caged bird, he didn't want to destroy the entire Hyuga clan, especially the children of the branch family. They were innocent and had nothing to do with his hatred. So, Aoki decided to keep his hatred within and decided to end it with him. Besides, when he had stolen the books from the forbidden section, he had already killed the elder who was responsible for the execution of his brother, so part of his revenge was completed, and he no longer wanted to create trouble for the branch family. With such intentions, Aoki restrained himself and started living a normal life. He would talk with his fellow clansmen and tried his best to integrate with them. Revenge and other things were no longer on his mind. This is why when Kuroto continued to look for the traitor of the Hyuga clan, he found no one for so long. Aoki believed that he was happy now, and he didn't need to care about his past thoughts. But that's the thing, he believed that he was happy, but is he? The clan meeting a few days back changed everything. Hyuga Kuroto's outburst changed everything. Aoki admired Kuroto for the kind of courage Kuroto showed at that time. More so, he really liked Kuroto's intention of protecting Niji, a member of the branch family, from the wrath of the main family. Of course, Aoki only admired Kuroto, he had no plans of supporting him or anything, nor was he influenced by Kuroto. But who would have thought that that's only what he believed? When Elder Aoyama slapped him along with the rest of the branch members, all the anger, the suppressed desire for revenge and all the negative emotions once again surfaced. At the same time, Aoki also realized that he had been strongly influenced by Kuroto's actions. He can no longer bear the scolding and humiliation. This is why he thinks that he can't be like them. Like the rest of the branch members who can swallow the anger and humiliation. Well, at least I tried. But I suppose it's time to stop with this stupid facade. Thought Aoki as a relieved smile appeared on his face. As Aoki made up his mind, the sound of footsteps resounded from the roof, and not long afterward, Hizashi appeared on the other side of the metal bars. He looked at Aoki through the bars, and said, "Aoki, you did something foolish today." Aoki remained silent. Hizashi wasn't surprised, and sighed, "You don't have to worry too much. I have talked with the Patriarch. When the matter subsides, you will be released. Until then, stay peaceful, and try not to do anything. LA test NOVLS on N, they'll buy / co. Aoki smiled and said, my sentence is being shortened, and asked, is it because Patriarch doesn't consider me much of a threat due to my disability? Hisashi tried to answer, but he didn't know how to explain. Hisashi used Aoki's disability as an excuse in order to persuade Hayashi. And Aoki's disability is the only reason his sentence is being pardoned. Hisashi didn't need to answer. Aoki saw through his hesitation and said in a sarcastic tone, I guess I should be grateful to you, Hisashi-san. Hisashi sighed, just, don't make things difficult. Aoki chuckled and asked as looked at Hisashi, say Hisashi-san, don't you hate Patriarch? Hisashi frowned, what do you mean? Aoki explained, the two of you are twin brothers. And in my understanding, you are obviously stronger than him, yet he is the Patriarch, not you. Why? Because of the stupid rules of the main family. Just because he is only a few seconds older than you, he is the Patriarch, while your entire life is limited to serving him because of that caged bird. If anyone was in your position, he would hate Patriarch, right? Hisashi shook his head, there is no use thinking about these things. Right, said Aoki, and added in an aggressive tone, I really pity you, Hisashi-san. You are imprisoned to such a degree that you can't even express your hatred towards them. But you know what, all your efforts, the efforts of your son, everything is in vain, in front of Caged Bird everything is useless, we are all prisoners, and we can never escape this destiny. We can try to resist it, just like Hyuga Kuroto did, but we can never escape it, even he can't. Hisashi was seriously confused now, and questioned Aoki, what are you trying to say? Aoki took a deep breath, as he said, that's a very good question. What am I trying to say, huh? And muttered, I don't know. I just know that I can't become like you, and I have resigned trying to be, this is not just in my fate. Don't talk nonsense about fate and belief. Just live the rest of your life peacefully. Living is the most important, said Hisashi, trying to calm down Aoki. Aoki chuckled, yes, you are right, now I am going to do just that. I will not resist anymore. And added, but you know what, you made a mistake, he made a mistake too, he should have killed me when he had the chance, now there is no going back. As he said these words, Aoki's eyes became extremely clear. It's as if he knew what he had to do now. Hisashi was getting a very bad vibe from Aoki. He started to panic, and questioned, Aoki, what are you trying to do? Aoki looked at Hisashi and said with a twisted smile, what can a cripple like me do, Hisashi-san? That's the end of this tale for now, thank you for watching and I'll see you all in part 18. Peace.